Chapter 1. Chapter 001 Crossing the Middle-earth World. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Middle-earth, Lonely Mountain. In a magnificent underground palace. Here it is. Seeing the mountains of gold and silver jewels piled up, Zhou Yang rubbed his eyes hard with a look of disbelief. Zhou Yang fell into a huge shock. Roar. Just then, a deafening roar came from behind itself. A huge roar sounded like rolling spring thunder, and the entire underground palace rumbled and trembled. Zhou Yang shook his body and turned his head to look. I saw a behemoth that seemed to come from ancient times, slowly standing up from the mountain of gold and silver jewelry. This monster is covered in golden scales and has reindeer-like horns on its head. Its eyeballs are like burning fireballs, emitting a fiery light. On its back, a pair of huge fleshy wings constantly fanned, and its sharp claws landed on the gold and silver jewelry, making a harsh crunching sound. On its tail, a pointed cone the size of a bronze bell swayed gently, shocking people. This is a dragon from the west. Zhou Yang looked at the terrifying monster in front of him, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Who dares to disturb the sleep of the great Smaug? Who is it? Wake up the great king of the lonely mountain. The golden dragon, crawling on top of the golden mountain, let out a deafening roar from its mouth again. Smaug? I traveled to Middle-earth. Zhou Yang looked at the giant dragon in front of him, his body was like a lonely boat in the sea, and his face was horrified. Smaug. In the movie The Hobbit, the last dragon in Middle-earth. Zhou Yang stood in front of Smaug, his height was less than one of Smaug's teeth. Human, is it you who angered the great king of gold? Smaug's huge body shuttled constantly between the stone pillars of the palace. In the end, its eyes locked on Zhou Yang. As it spoke, there was a wave of air like a gust of wind, and Zhou Yang's body couldn't help but retreat. How to do? Zhou Yang panicked in his heart, his legs kept shaking, and the huge dragon might aggravated his inner fear. Damn it! Others are not immortal saints and immortals, or emperors and prime ministers in power, and the last is a rich son of a rich family who embraces and indulges in Wenro Township. How could it be my turn to become a mortal situation? Zhou Yang cursed in his heart, guessing that he was the saddest transmigrator. At this moment, a cold and mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. The host opens the super collection system. Ding. It is detected that the world where the host is located is Lord of the Rings Middle-earth, and the main quest has been activated. Main quest, collect 20 Lord Rings. Task reward, each time you collect a magic ring, you will get a corresponding reward. If you collect 20 magic rings, the host will get the ultimate prize. What sound? Zhou Yang was startled by the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind, but he immediately reacted. Could this be my gold finger? He was overjoyed and immediately shouted in his mind. System. Ding. It is detected that the host is facing a life and death crisis, and the novice gift package has been issued. Does the host receive it? Newbie gift pack. Zhou Yang's spirit was shocked. Sure enough, all the people who traveled through it were people with great luck. He hoped that the novice gift package could help him get through the current crisis. Get the novice gift package, get it? He said quickly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift package. Ding. The novice gift package has been opened. Ding. Host properties panel is open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the basic reward, System Backpack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the basic reward, Man of Steel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the basic reward, Thunder Swordsmanship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a special reward, Binding Dragon Rope. When the system prompt ended, a warm current poured into the body. For a moment, he only felt that he was full of strength, as if he could knock down the giant dragon in front of him with one punch. Of course, he knew it was his own delusion. Immediately afterwards, a message flooded into his mind. Host, Zhou Yang. Ability, Body of Steel, Thunder Swordsmanship. Equipment, Binding Dragon Rope. Body of Steel, improve strength, speed, and defense in all directions. You become infinitely powerful, and the speed is comparable to that of a bird in the sky, and your defense, even powerful weapons and spells, are difficult to penetrate. Thunder Swordsmanship, this is the strongest swordsmanship that a warrior can master. It consumes a certain amount of physical strength. With a thunderous force, the weapon is slashed out of the sky. On the sword body, thunder is emitted, like a thunderous beacon, and everyone who sees it will not move. Dragon Binding Rope, a prop with special abilities that automatically binds the enemy after being thrown, only valid for dragons. Looking at the reward of the novice spree, Zhou Yang smiled. The Body of Steel has improved his strength, speed, and defense in an all-round way, and has given him plenty of physical strength and energy. And Thunder Swordsmanship gave him a powerful melee combat capability. Of course, the most important thing is the system's special reward, the Dragon Binding Rope. Obviously, this is a special reward specially issued after the system retrieves that it is in danger. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Chapter 002 The Last Dragon in Middle-earth. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Yang smiled, but in just a short time, he already had the capital to fight Smaug. Becoming a Dragon Knight should be a good choice. After opening the novice spree, facing Smaug, Zhou Yang has no fear. Picking up a long sword beside him, Zhou Yang suddenly found that the long sword seemed to be his own arm, and it was very smooth to control. Huh? Human, how dare you steal Smaug's property? Seeing Zhou Yang pick up the long sword, Smaug was furious. Smaug knew his hoard very well. Although there are countless gold and silver treasures in this huge palace, any treasure is firmly remembered in Smaug's mind. In the original book, the hobbit Bilbo Baggins once secretly put a gold cup into his arms. Smaug, on the other hand, soon discovered the theft of the gold cup. This made Smaug furious, and he immediately found the hobbit who had sneaked into the palace. But now, in front of Smaug, Zhou Yang took the treasure that belonged to him, and Smaug suddenly became furious. Hearing Smaug's roar, Zhou Yang's expression did not change, and he defiantly waved his long sword at Smaug. Smaug, eat my sword. With an angry shout, Zhou Yang's figure disappeared instantly, holding a long sword, aimed at Smaug's leg, and slashed down. Clang! The long sword, carrying the power of thunder, fell on Smaug's lap. I saw a group of golden white lightning explode, and the huge impact made it stagger back a few steps. Whoa! As Smaug was repelled, countless treasures slipped under his feet, and Smaug was stunned by the sword. It took a while for Smaug to react. It looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief and let out a deafening roar of rage again. Human, you have completely angered the great Smaug. Why are you shouting so loudly? Zhou Yang frowned, raised his sword and strode forward. Crunch! With the treasure under his feet, Zhou Yang rushed towards Smaug. Smaug was 140 meters long, while Zhou Yang was about 1.8 meters tall. Compared to Smaug, he was just a tiny bug. However, the body of steel enhanced by the super collection system endows Zhou Yang with great strength and extreme speed. Clang! 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 4 swords in a row, each of which landed on Smaug's left chest, bombarding the scaleless position wildly. Puff! The last sword hit Smaug with blood on his chest. Smaug's left chest is missing a dragon scale. 170 years ago, when Smaug attacked Riverdale, an archer in Longhu Town used a black arrow to smash the dragon scale on his left chest, leaving a wound. The shattered dragon scales also became the only fatal flaw in its entire body. After more than 100 years, another human being, in frontal combat, used this flaw to make it bleed again. Roar! Smaug let out a shrill howl of pain, and its huge body retreated again, and finally fell to the ground among the gold and silver jewels. Whoa whoa whoa! The huge body of the whole body is golden red, directly covered by gold and silver. Damn human! I want you to be reduced to ashes in my flames. After a few seconds, Smaug came back to his senses, and it was knocked down by a human. At this time, it was completely provoked, and at the same time, there was an uncontrollable panic in his heart. It has been a long, long time without experiencing this feeling. The unforgettable pain made it completely awake. Originally, there was still a hint of the idea of playing and humiliating the prey, but it had already been thrown out of the sky at this time. Now it just wants to kill the enemy in front of you immediately. Hey! Hiss! Hiss! After a series of inhalations, Smaug's abdomen suddenly emitted a red light. Its color is bright red, and at first glance, it looks like hot magma. At the same time, Smaug's chest swelled like a balloon, and the temperature in the entire palace rose rapidly. Dragon breath! Zhou Yang's expression froze, and he immediately reflected it. He stepped on his feet, his body was like an arrow from the string, stepping on the stone pillars supporting the palace, and quickly jumped to the top of the palace. Whoops! The next moment, Smaug's mouth spurted out a monstrous flame, which instantly drowned the entire palace. And Zhou Yang stood on a relief at the top of the palace just before the flames engulfed the palace. Hey, Smaug! Zhou Yang stood on top of the relief, looking down at Smaug. Are you interested in being my mount? Zhou Yang asked with a smile, then he shook the long sword in his hand. This is a man's chance. Human, do you want me to surrender? Smaug let out a roaring roar, it roared frantically. Humble bug, you are provoking the great Smaug. I will put you on my flame for 10,000 years. It seems that you can only surrender by force. Zhou Yang's sword flicked, pointing at Smaug. Humanity. I will use flames to make you understand what the wrath of the King of Gold is. Roar. The golden red flames spurted out from Smaug's mouth, and instantly drowned the relief on which Zhou Yang was standing. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Chapter 003 Smaug, Surrender. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Damn, you grew up eating magma. The moment Smaug spewed flames, Zhou Yang had already jumped off the relief. He complained about Smaug in his mouth, and his body was like a petrel in a storm, soaring through the flames of the sky. Human, only your corpse can extinguish the wrath of the tyrant Smaug. Smaug roared in anger, and once again burst into flames. As Smaug continued to breathe out the dragon's breath, the entire palace was filled with blazing flames, and there was no place to stand. Not only that, Smaug danced his body and slammed into the ground. Boom! Boom! With its movements, the entire palace trembled violently. My dragon scales are harder than steel. My dragon teeth can crush fine gold. My dragon claws can crack mithril. My wings can roll up a storm. I am strength, I am fire, I am even more dead. Smaug roared and chased Zhou Yang. Wherever its huge body passed, the pillars supporting the palace collapsed one after another, the top of the palace lost its support, and pieces of small stones fell rustling. Zhou Yang looked up and saw the top of the palace, the dome originally full of gorgeous reliefs, with cracks like spider webs spreading out. This palace is about to collapse. Smaug can't be destroyed like this any longer. With a move in his heart, there are countless gold and silver treasures here. If it can be used by him, he can hire creatures from the entire Middle-earth world to help him find the whereabouts of the 20 Lord Rings. Stop playing, use the dragon binding rope now. With a decision in his heart, Zhou Yang took out the dragon binding cable from the system backpack without hesitation. The dragon binding rope is a thing like a collar, it looks ordinary and has no class at all. However, with the steel body and thunder swordsmanship rewarded by the system, Zhou Yang naturally would not underestimate the dragon binding rope. System, aim at Smaug and use the binding rope. Ding. Please aim the prop at the target head. When the system prompt came, Zhou Yang frowned. Isn't it automatically taking Smaug? But he immediately reacted, even if he caught a stray dog, he had to use a net, let alone a giant dragon. Then let's beat Smaug down first. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang's figure flickered, no longer dodging around, but facing Smaug. Smaug, one last question for you, death or surrender? Zhou Yang shouted, raised his sword and slashed at Smaug. Clang! 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 The sword fell on Smaug's red gold scales, stirring up sparks. Smaug is never a slave. Smaug had suffered a loss before and did not dare to show his chest. When the lightning flashed, it was crawling on the ground, and the ground that had lost the protection of the dragon scales was gilded to the ground. It looks ugly, but I think it's pretty. Zhou Yang snorted coldly, the long sword in his hand slashed out again, and the thunder swayed with the sharp blade in his hand, landing on Smaug's body. Crackling. A burst of lightning and thunder landed on Smaug's body, making him feel a little numb. Damn human! Smaug roared, looking at Zhou Yang who was not resting, and hurriedly wanted to dodge, but its size was too large, how could it avoid Zhou Yang's attack? In desperation, he could only open his bloody mouth and bite Zhou Yang fiercely. Yes, that's it, stick your head out. A smile flashed across Zhou Yang's face, and the long sword with the electric light fell on Smaug's head, hitting Smaug with pain. Humans! Damn humans! Smaug roared again and again, and the electric light on the long sword numbed his nerves, causing his head to feel dizzy. Smaug staggered back a few steps, and fell into the gold and silver jewels on the ground. This is the time. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up, his body swept past Smaug's head close to his head, and the dragon binding rope in his hand was aimed at Smaug, and he suddenly pulled it on. Caught you, human! In an instant, Smaug tilted his head, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Zhou Yang in one bite. Damn, don't you say that giant dragons are stupid? This big lizard actually knows how to use tricks. In the face of Smaug's sneak attack, Zhou Yang's speed increased sharply. Before he closed his mouth, his body flashed past like an arrow from a string and ran towards the crack at the top of the palace. Roar! Smaug roared, his abdomen close to the ground, brewing a new round of dragon breath. Whoops! It spewed flames in the direction of Zhou Yang again. This dragon's breath is far more powerful than the previous dragon's breath. In an instant, the entire palace was illuminated brightly. Damn thief, you can't get away! Smaug flapped his wings, and the huge body began to leave the ground, and then it shook its head and plunged into the crack in the roof of the palace. Good chance. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. If he doesn't make a move at this time, when will he wait? Smaug, be my mount. Zhou Yang laughed loudly, and the tie dragon rope directly caught Smaug's dragon head that squeezed into the crack. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you successfully captured the last dragon in Middle-earth, Smaug, using the dragon binding rope. Hey, let you be as cunning as a ghost, don't you want to drink Laozi's foot wash? After Zhou Yang heard the system's prompt, he was completely relieved, with a smile on his face, he knocked on Smaug's huge head. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Chapter 004 Visitors from the Lonely Mountain. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. In the underground palace, after being trapped by the dragon rope, Smaug was stiff and stuck in the crack. My little cutie, I don't know how to say hello when I see my dear master. Zhou Yang looked at Smaug with a dull face, a hint of displeasure on his face. You goddamn human being. Smaug's huge eyes were filled with fear. At this time, all parts of its body were trembling, and it was afraid. This human used special means to restrain it, making it weak and unable to move at all. What the hell did you do to me? Smaug looked at Zhou Yang in horror. It's nothing, I just put a collar on you. From now on, you will be my mount. No, human. The great Smaug can't be your mount. No one can ride the Golden King. Smaug growled angrily. As the last dragon in Middle-earth, Smaug has his own pride. If you don't want to surrender to me, you can also choose to die. Zhou Yang said lightly. Smaug fell silent. As the creation of the first-generation Demon King Morgoth, who has experienced the battle of the gods, he deeply understands that death means the end, and death is the complete annihilation of the Middle-earth continent. It is afraid of death. As an evil dragon, it has always cherished its own life. But losing freedom and surrendering to a human being is also unacceptable. Human, if you want me to surrender, unless you can rely on your own strength to defeat me, otherwise, I would rather die. Smaug rolled his eyes, trying to trick Zhou Yang to release him first, and then he took the opportunity to escape. Smaug, I can't trust a cunning dragon. He finally succeeded in sneak attack. How could he let Smaug go? I, the great king of gold, Smaug, bet my honor to fight you head on. If I lose, I am willing to surrender to you. Seeing that Zhou Yang was unmoved, Smaug became anxious and vowed again and again. He, don't make unnecessary struggles. Zhou Yang shook his head and opened the system panel. Host, Zhou Yang. Ability, Body of Steel, Thunder Swordsmanship. Equipment, none. Mount, Smaug. Subsequently, Zhou Yang opened the mount panel. Smaug, the creation of Morgoth, the last dragon in Middle-earth. Below the mount panel, 3 buttons appeared in Zhou Yang's line of sight. 1 Containment, 2 Punishment, 3 Strengthen. Containment, you can put Smaug into the mount space. Punishment, you have the right to punish Smaug. Enhancement, you can use magic materials to strengthen Smaug's ability. Looking at the mount panel, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Exactly, Smaug is not obedient now, just try the punishment function. Zhou Yang laughed and consciously pressed the punishment button on the mount panel. After the punishment button was activated, the word punishment became removal. Seeing the smile on Zhou Yang's face, Smaug's head shrank, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. However, at this moment, Smaug's body froze, and suddenly he cried out in pain. I saw its huge head twisting constantly, and the blue veins burst out on the body suspended in the air. Under the skin, every inch of flesh and blood kept twitching and twisting, and even the gorgeous golden red dragon scales stood up like barbs. What? Smaug cried out in pain, fear in his voice. Human, what did you do to me? What did you do to me? Ah! While roaring, Smaug twisted his body frantically, but after being bound by the dragon tie, it was completely powerless and could not move at all. Not only that, but it was sore and itchy anywhere on its body. In order to relieve the pain, it stretched out its huge sharp claws and pulled the erected dragon scales, trying to block the painful feeling. Tell me, Smaug, are you willing to submit to me now? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. I will, great master, Smaug surrenders to you. I will surrender. The severe pain filled Smaug's eyes with bloodshot eyes, and it rolled among the gold and silver treasures, begging for mercy to Zhou Yang heartbreakingly. If that's the case, then I will forgive your sins. Zhou Yang chuckled and pressed release, cancelling Smaug's punishment. Call. Feeling the itch all over his body disappear, Smaug felt as if he had collapsed, and his body remained motionless. And on its skin, a piece of dragon scales counting down, recovered the body. Smaug, From now on you are my mount. Yes, esteemed master. With a hint of fear in his eyes, Smaug looked at Zhou Yang, raised his last strength, and nodded quickly in agreement, lest Zhou Yang punish him again. After subduing the evil dragon Smaug, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. With Smaug, the next step is to collect 20 rings. At the same time, in Longhu Town under the Lonely Mountain, an old man with a white beard walked into Longhu Town with a group of dwarves and a hobbit. P.S. The new book is open, with flowers and evaluation tickets. The support of the audience is the foundation of this book's survival. Claps fists, asterisk. Chapter 5. Chapter 005 The Origin of the Lord of the Rings. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Walking into Changhu Town, the white-bearded old man turned around to look at a strong dwarf beside him, and suddenly said, "Soren, can your body hold up?" The man who spoke was called Gandalf, and he was not a human being, but a Maya, who was sent to Middle-earth to destroy the evil Lord Sauron. Now, he is helping the dwarf beside him to regain his home. No problem. The dwarf named Thorin looked resolute, and he continued. You heard the cry just now. Smaug will not be angry for no reason. Something must have happened in the Lonely Mountain that we don't know about. We must go to the Lonely Mountain as soon as possible. He combed his head with a big back, wrapped in a burlap robe, and looked fierce. Thorin, full name Thorin Oakenshield. 170 years ago, the dwarves were expelled from the Dwarven Kingdom in the Lonely Mountain by the dragon Smaug, and have lived a wandering life ever since. Now, with the 12 dwarves, with the help of Gandalf, he has returned to the Lonely Mountain and vowed to take back his homeland. Most of these 12 dwarves are his relatives. Even if they are not his relatives, they are all descendants of the dwarves who were expelled back then. However, your state is already unbearable. If you face Smaug. Gandalf frowned, and the rest of his words were unspoken, but the meaning was obvious. From the Shire to the Lonely Mountain, crossing the misty mountains in the middle, and crossing the Anduin River, everyone was exhausted after the long journey. Take back the kingdom of dwarves. Hearing this, Sauron was silent for a long time, and finally shook his head and said, Gandalf, I see what you mean, but... He turned to look at the dwarf beside him, and said excitedly, I've been looking forward to returning to the Lonely Mountain day and night to save the dwarf kingdom from the dragon. Now we are only one step away from our goal. No matter what, I will not stop. Well, Mr. Thorin, although I understand your mood, it's not a good idea to face the dragon without taking a break. Beside Gandalf, a hobbit shorter than a dwarf rubbed his nose and shrugged. This hobbit is Bilbo Baggins. Some time ago, Bilbo was living a comfortable life in the Shire, but Gandalf took a group of dwarves and broke into his life. He was then hired as a snitch by the dwarves, who demanded that he take back the treasures of the former Dwarven Kingdom from Smaug. Shut up, you shameful coward! Thorin scolded, and along the way, although the thief had rescued them, he still despised the hobbit thief. At this time, seeing Bilbo disagreeing with himself, he immediately scolded him. The snitch, the person standing in front of you is the son of Thor, the grandson of Thorn. In front of me, show your courage and make a name for yourself. Thorin said righteously. It's up to you. Seeing that his good intentions had been misinterpreted by Thorin, Bilbo shook his head helplessly and retreated to Gandalf. Gandalf had to persuade him again, and suddenly, a thunderous roar came again from the direction of the Lonely Mountain. Gandalf looked stunned, clenched the staff in his hand, and stared at the Lonely Mountain in the distance. Thorin, I can sense that Smaug is fighting a strange being. After a slight pause, he said solemnly. Looks like you're right, we must go now. Thorin nodded. He stood in front of the dwarves, folded his arms across his chest, and stared blankly at the direction of the Lonely Mountain. In the Lonely Mountain, after Zhou Yang subdued Smaug, he began to think about how to collect 20 Lord Rings. As far as he knew, the Dwarven kingdom occupied by Smaug once had a Lord of the Rings. If his guess is correct, there is a high probability that this ring will fall into Smaug's hands. Smaug, do you know the whereabouts of the Lord of the Rings? In order to verify the guess, Zhou Yang kicked Smaug next to him and asked quietly. The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings made by Sauron of Mordor. Smaug raised his huge head and looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Well, do you know the whereabouts of these rings? Zhou Yang asked with a hint of anticipation. For it. Smaug hesitated, scratched the dragon's head with his sharp claws, and said with a memory in his eyes. As far as I know, 1,600 years ago, Sauron disguised his identity, found a group of elves, and made 19 rings with the elves on the pretext of imparting craftsmanship. I know about this. Zhou Yang nodded and continued to ask. So Sauron made these rings to control the elves? Okay. Smaug responded with awe, and said. At that time, the elves were the overlords of Middle-earth. In order to complete the great cause that Lord Morgoth failed to complete, Sauron secretly returned to Mordor after the completion of the ring, and made a master ring. This master ring is the Lord of the Rings. And after Sauron poured most of his power into the Supreme Lord of the Rings, and then he used dark magic to bind the 19 rings made by the elves to the Supreme Lord of the Rings. When he took the Supreme Lord of the Rings, he can sense the situation of other ring wearers. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Chapter 006 Get the first ring. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. This is the truth of Sauron's control of the Lord of the Rings. Zhou Yang rubbed his chin with a look of surprise. Smaug glanced at Zhou Yang and saw that he did not interrupt himself, and continued. Sauron can not only perceive the situation of the ring wearer, but also use the Lord of the Rings to erode and control the minds of other ring wearers, and complete his ambition to unify Middle-earth. However, the elves discovered his conspiracy, so they took it down. Rings, hide these rings. After a slight pause, Smaug continued. And there are 3 rings made by the elves themselves, and the influence of the Supreme Lord of the Rings is very small. As long as they are not used frequently, with the power of the elves themselves, they can completely resist the erosion of Sauron. It's the 3 elves, Nanya, the ring of water, Vaya, the ring of gas, and Naya, the ring of fire. Zhou Yang responded lightly. Master, you are really well informed, and the 3 elves are exactly these 3 rings. Smaug patted his eye lightly, seeing that Zhou Yang was indifferent and just looked at him indifferently. Smaug felt guilty, changed his words, and continued the previous topic. After Sauron's plan was revealed, he launched a war and finally took back the 16 rings. Later, Sauron distributed the 16 rings to the dwarves and the human leaders. 7 rings. These rings inspire viciousness in humans and dwarves, causing them to lose themselves. Zhou Yang concluded. Master, what you said is absolutely correct. The viciousness of human beings is an extreme desire for power, and human beings have the weakest ability to resist temptation, so these human leaders have slowly fallen. Over time, they have become Sauron's puppets. Smaug conscientiously told what he knew, one by one. But as far as I know, the leaders of the 7 dwarves don't seem to be controlled by Sauron. They are hard to tame by nature, and Sauron can't control them at all. Zhou Yang looked at Smaug with a half-smile, and said softly. Smaug shuddered, a guru sound came out of his throat, and he stammered. But these dwarves also have their own shortcomings. They are greedy and rich, indulge in the gold and silver jewels in the mountain mines, and the underground of Middle-earth is almost hollowed out by them. So, in order to protect Middle-earth, you had to occupy Lonely Mountain, didn't you? Zhou Yang squinted at Smaug, as if pointing. Master, this. Smaug looked at Zhou Yang's expression, recalled the pain and itching before, and was suddenly shivering with fright. If I remember correctly, the dwarf king of the Longbeard clan who lived here before had a magic ring in his hand. Don't tell me that the magic ring was taken away by the descendants of the dwarf king. Zhou Yang walked slowly to Smaug, his eyes fixed on his eyes. In Middle-earth, the dwarves have a total of 7 clans, namely the Longbeard clan, the Firebeard clan, the Quanliang clan, the Iron Fist clan, the Hardbeard clan, the Blacklock clan and the Stonefoot clan. The Lonely Mountain Dwarf Kingdom belongs to the Longbeard clan. At the beginning, Sauron distributed the 7 Lord Rings to 7 clans, and each clan had one. Great Master, that ring, that ring. Smaug looked at Zhou Yang, stammered, and finally, in Zhou Yang's icy eyes, there was a hint of pain on his face. Master, you guessed right, that ring is indeed with me. After finishing speaking, before Zhou Yang could speak, its abdomen squirmed for a while, and then Smaug opened his mouth wide and spat out a bright silver ring. So, are you willing to give me such a ring? Zhou Yang didn't look at the ring, but looked at Smaug with a smile on his face. Of course, this ring is what I dedicate to you, the master. Only a great being like you is worthy of having the ring. Smaug swallowed and smeared, hurriedly showing his loyalty. Zhou Yang nodded. He looked at the ring and warned Smaug slowly. If you dare to hide something from me next time, I'll be welcome. After a slight pause, he looked at Smaug, whose expression was still uncertain, and continued. At that time, you will be greeted only by the punishment of life rather than death. Hearing this, Smaug's body suddenly trembled, the kind of unforgettable pain that he didn't want to try again. Master, I don't dare, I really don't dare. Smaug reassured Zhou Yang with a trembling voice, obviously frightened by Zhou Yang's words. I hope you can remember this sentence. Zhou Yang glanced at the terrified Smaug with satisfaction, and reached out to pick up the Lord of the Rings belonging to the Longbeard clan. This ring was snatched from the dwarves after Smaug occupied the Dwarven Kingdom in the Lonely Mountain. Today, the ring is dedicated to Zhou Yang by Smaug. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have collected a Lord of the Rings. The system has purified the power of erosion attached to the Lord of the Rings, and the progress of the current main quest is 1/20. Ding! You have obtained the Turin Dwarf Ring, the system bonus skill, Gravity Control. P.S. In fact, this Lord of the Rings was obtained by Turin III from Keller, but in order to make it easier for readers to see, it has been changed to have a ring for each clan. I hope that the audience who knows the plot will not care. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Chapter 007 System Reward, Gravity Control. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Gravity Control, control the gravity in a small range. Gravity Control. Zhou Yang raised his brows, unexpectedly collecting a magic ring and obtaining a magical skill. Test this skill first. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang's thoughts moved, and he activated the gravity control on Smaug beside him, increasing the gravity on Smaug. Boom! With a muffled sound, Smaug's huge body sank suddenly, pressing the ground inside the Dwarven Kingdom Palace into a huge pothole. This fall made Smaug dizzy, and after a while, it opened its eyes wide and looked around in a daze. Master, just now that was. Smaug shook his head and asked Zhou Yang timidly. It's okay, I'm just testing spells. Zhou Yang responded calmly. Smaug didn't dare to be angry or say anything about what Zhou Yang had done, so he could only lie on the ground honestly. Zhou Yang ignored Smaug and continued to experiment with the strength and limitations of his new skill, gravity manipulation. After a short while, Zhou Yang finally fully grasped the skill of gravity manipulation. Gravity controls this ability, which can instantly release gravity, increase the effect of gravity, or create a weightless area, so that objects are not affected by gravity and are suspended in the air. He then concluded. First, gravity control has a distance limit. The closer you are to the body, the higher the intensity of gravity control. The maximum distance that can be controlled is about 15 meters. Second, gravity control can only control gravity up and down, not left and right, so it is impossible to fly in the sky, you can only float yourself, which is a pity. Third, the theory is that there is no upper limit to the multiple of gravity that can be manipulated, but it is limited by my own mental strength. The maximum multiple that I can manipulate now should be 10 times, and I can't bear it anymore. Fourth, you can only control one object at a time, but that's enough. If there's a battle, and facing a weaker opponent than me, I'll put 10 times the gravity on him directly, so that he can't move. If it's stronger than me, my opponent, I can control my own gravity and maximize my speed, so even if I can't beat it, I can still run away. After the test, Zhou Yang had a smile on his face. Obtaining a powerful skill, his strength has increased a lot again. Goo, goo, goo goo. A muffled sound came from his stomach, making Zhou Yang wake up from his joy. It was only then that he realized that he had not eaten or drank water for almost a day. Smaug, do you have anything to eat here? Zhou Yang kicked Smaug, who was sleeping soundly, on the head. Ugh. Smaug turned over, and the countless gold and silver treasures stuck to it fell on the treasure mountain, making a crisp ding ding ding. Master, this, I haven't eaten in years. Smaug said aggrievedly. As a giant dragon, Smaug contains a huge amount of energy in his body. Unless it is a high-intensity battle or doing something that consumes physical strength, he can go several years without eating. However, Zhou Yang is a human after all, and he is already a little thirsty if he doesn't eat or drink for a day. Can you skip meals? Can I too? With a scolding, Zhou Yang ordered. Get up quickly and take me to Changhu town. With an empty stomach, he wanted to go to Changhu town to have a full meal. As his mount, Smaug was naturally responsible for sending him there. Yes, my master. Smaug propped up his body more than 100 years long and prepared to leave the palace. Smaug, can you get smaller? Zhou Yang had some headaches about Smaug's size and asked. Shrinking. Smaug was stunned for a moment, then shook his huge head suddenly. If I shrink my body, it will reduce my combat power. No, no. Don't talk nonsense, quickly shrink. Hearing that Smaug can really shrink his body, Zhou Yang was instantly overjoyed, so he didn't have to worry about the placement of Smaug when he traveled. No, no. Smaug shook his head again and refused. Master, shrinking the body is an insult to the dragon. Huh? Are you ready to taste punishment again? Zhou Yang threatened impatiently. Smaug's body trembled, and there was a hint of fear in his pupils. Okay, I get it. Muttering aggrieved, Smaug's huge body seemed to shrink, constantly getting smaller, and finally became more than 5 meters long before striding to Zhou Yang. Good. Zhou Yang praised, grabbed a handful of broken gold nuggets on the ground and put them in his pocket, then he stepped on Smaug's back and commanded. Okay, let's go. Smaug saw Zhou Yang's movements, and the dragon's face twitched suddenly. After meeting Zhou Yang, not only did it lose its freedom, but even its treasures would be freely used by Zhou Yang. However, it really didn't want to feel the taste of punishment, so it had to shake its wings and fly out of the palace. P.S. Thanks to the great love of the reader, the flowers and evaluation tickets are so powerful. Clap fists in thanks, asterisk. Chapter 8. Chapter 008 Chaotic Changhu Town. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. When Smaug flew out of the palace and headed for Long Lake Town. Halfway up the mountain, Gandalf, wearing a grey mage hat, turned around abruptly and looked at Smaug, who was far away. What's the matter? Gandalf. Bilbo, who was burying his head in climbing, bumped his head into Gandalf, rubbed his head and asked. But Gandalf ignored him, the ravines and wrinkles on his face were deeply folded. That's Smaug. Also, who's on its back? As a Maya, Gandalf has seen many dragons over the long years, but no dragon has ever surrendered to the feet of men. But in the scene just now, he could confirm that the person standing on Smaug's back was definitely a human. It seems that Sauron's road to return to the country has made waves again. With a murmur, Gandalf shook his head, leaned on his staff, and continued onward. In any case, now that they have come to the lonely mountain, no difficulty can stop them. Zhou Yang stepped on Smaug's back and came to the vicinity of Long Lake Town. From a distance, Zhou Yang let Smaug land on the ground. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to go to Longhu Town alone. In fact, near Lonely Mountain, there is a small city called Riverdale City, but when Smaug attacked the Dwarf Kingdom, he destroyed Riverdale City, so it has become a ruin. Changhu Town is a water town surrounded by high walls to defend against foreign enemies. By the lake, a small boat was quietly floating on the water, and a fisherman with a classic samurai braid was sitting on the bow, leisurely weaving a fishing net. "Guest, are you going to Changhu Town?" Seeing Zhou Yang, the fisherman put down his fishing net and greeted. "Well, how much?" "5 copper coins." The fisherman spread his 5 fingers and waved at Zhou Yang. "Good." The boat swayed and headed towards Changhu Town. "Boatman, what's your name?" "My name is Bud." "Bud." Zhou Yang raised his brows. Unexpectedly it was him. Bud is a member of the Long Lake Town Guard, and his true identity is the descendant of Jirian, the former king of River Valley City. In the original book, it was he who used the black arrow to shoot Smaug and avenge his ancestors. But now River Valley City has been destroyed, and Bud can only fish on the Long Lake to support his family. Without a word, the boat came to the entrance of River Valley City. There are only 2 guards on the city wall, but at the entrance, there are as many as 10 guards. "Hey, it's Bud, what's wrong? Are you going to bring someone into the town?" After a guard leader saw Bud, he walked over and said condescendingly. Obviously, he and Bud are not dealing with each other. "Parrot, this has nothing to do with you, go away." Bud's face sank and he scolded. "Humph, I suspect this guy is a foreign spy, come and lead him." Parrot narrowed his eyes and greeted the guards behind him, asking them to arrest Zhou Yang. "Parrot, I was also the guard in the town before, and I understand the rules in the town. If you dare to make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude." Bud took off the bow and arrow on his back and looked at Parrot coldly. Looking at Bud with a serious face, Parrot blushed, afraid of Bud's force. He didn't dare to fight with Bud, so he waved his hand angrily to disperse the surrounding guards. "It's all right, guest, please come with me." Bud smiled at Zhou Yang, put the bow and arrow back on his back, and said hello. Zhou Yang nodded. He just wanted to have a meal and didn't want to cause trouble. But trouble still loomed. After paying Bud a small piece of gold, Zhou Yang found a restaurant and tasted the local lake fresh. Taking out a small piece of gold, just as Zhou Yang was about to pay, Parrot brought a team of guards to the restaurant and surrounded him. "Oh ho! Let me see, what is this?" Parrot grabbed the gold in Zhou Yang's hand, his eyes full of greed. "What, you want to rob?" Zhou Yang wiped the grease from his mouth and looked at Parrot with a half-smile. "Robbery? I'm just retrieving the gold he stole for Lord Mayor." Parrot's face changed, and he said to Zhou Yang righteously. "The mayor just lost a small bag of gold, but now this gold is in your hands. You should be a thief that Bud found from the outside world to steal the mayor's gold, isn't it?" At the end, Parrot's tone suddenly became severe, and the intimidation was beyond words. Zhou Yang didn't bother to pay attention to the grievances between Parrot and Bud, but his slandering of himself made him very unhappy. "Parrot, you better see clearly, is what you are holding in your hand really the gold of your mayor?" Zhou Yang asked with a hint of coldness in his tone. Then there is still a fake? Come on, search his body for me. The greed in Parrot's eyes was even stronger, obviously he was coveting the gold on Zhou Yang. Following his orders, the two guards held shackles and set Zhou Yang. Boring farce. With a sigh, Zhou Yang shook his head and looked at Parrot. Do your own fault, don't live. Before the words were finished, everyone's eyes flashed, and Zhou Yang's figure disappeared in place. Then they found out that Zhou Yang's figure had appeared beside Parrot. Since you like gold so much, eat it. Zhou Yang smiled and took the gold nugget from Parrot's hand, and before he could react, he stuffed it into Parrot's mouth. Then Zhou Yang slapped him on the back, and the gold nugget was swallowed by Parrot in an instant. Parrot had a frightened expression on his face. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when Zhou Yang took out a piece of gold from the system backpack and stuffed it into his mouth. At this time, Parrot's eyes protruded, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. There was a small piece of gold in his stomach, and another piece of gold stuck in his throat. At this time, he had fallen into suffocation, and the expression on his face was very painful. Kicked away Parrot, Zhou Yang turned his head to look around, and asked with a hint of chill in his tone. Anyone else thinks that I stole your mayor's gold? The guards looked at each other, and after looking at each other, they shouted and charged towards Zhou Yang with their swords drawn. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yang laughed out loud and turned on the gravity control to increase the gravity on these guards tenfold. Crack. Crack. In a series of noises, the wooden floors in the restaurant were damaged one after another, and the guards who were pressed by the strong gravity to their internal organs vomited blood and fell into the lake. Shaking his head, he glanced at the terrified boss and diners in the restaurant, and dropped a small piece of gold, so that he exerted force on his feet and walked out. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Chapter 009 The Plan to Collect the Lord of the Rings. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. What happened? After a while, Bud, who got the news, ran over and asked Parrot, who was crying while lying on the ground in the restaurant. Bud, the man you brought into town was a wizard, and he flew away. A guard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted loudly after he got up from the lake. What? Wizard? Bud was shocked and was about to run out to find Zhou Yang when Parrot, who fell to the ground, suddenly twitched. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and Parrot stretched out his palm, trying to grab something, but it was in vain in the end. Hopeless. An elderly guard glanced at Parrot and said with a sigh. Then what do we do now? A guard trembled. Parrot is the mayor's nephew. He is dead. How can we explain to the mayor? The guards present looked at each other, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. Suddenly, the old guard suddenly looked at Bard. It was him, it was Bud who brought the wizard into Long Lake, and it was all his fault. When the others heard it, they all turned to Bud. They're going to use Bud as a scapegoat. On the other side, Zhou Yang, after leaving the restaurant, he purchased some ingredients into the system backpack and left Changhu Town. Under the action of gravity control, Zhou Yang stepped on the lake and came to Smaug's hiding place. Okay, let's go back. Roar. Smaug let out a low growl, spread out a pair of dragon wings, and flew into the sky. After a short while, they came to Lonely Mountain. Huh? This is... Zhou Yang found that a group of people was climbing to the top of the mountain halfway up the Gushan Mountain. Master, there are thieves who want to steal the treasure of the great Smaug. After getting smaller, Smaug's voice was much lower. He recognized that these dwarves were the dwarves it drove away back then, and it seemed that they were ready to come back for revenge. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. After seeing the team on the mountainside, he immediately recognized that the leader was Gandalf the Grey-Robed Mage. Obviously, This time point is exactly when the first movie The Hobbit opens. The Ring of Fire. Looking at the grey-robed mage at the head, Zhou Yang stood on Smaug's body with thought in his eyes. Among the 20 Lord Rings, the Supreme Lord Ring is the most powerful ring that gathers most of Sauron's power. The second is the 3 Rings of the Spirit. These 3 rings were made by the elves with all their strength, and their power is extraordinary, which can be said to be second only to the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Next, there are the 7 rings of dwarves and the 9 rings of humans. In the hands of Gandalf, he is holding the Ring of Fire among the 3 rings of the elf. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang stepped on Smaug and urged, "Go back to the palace first." But Smaug wanted to say something else, but Zhou Yang let out a in his nostrils, which made Smaug suddenly spread his wings and continue flying. "Is there any way to get the Ring of Fire?" Zhou Yang was sitting on the throne in the palace, and the thoughts in his mind were running wildly. Among the 20 Lord Rings, the most difficult to obtain is not the Supreme Lord Ring, but the Elf 3 Rings. The Lord of the Rings will be in Bilbo's hands, and it is not difficult to obtain it. But it is very difficult to obtain the 3 elves, because the masters of these 3 rings are all boss-level characters. Naya, the Ring of Fire, is in the hands of Gandalf. This ring is inlaid with a red gemstone, which gives the user the power of understanding. It is very useful in group battles and can provide courage to allies. The Ring of Water, Nanya, is in the hands of Lothlorien's leader, Galadriel. She is a fierce person who can repel Sauron's spirit body head-on. Although Zhou Yang is very confident in his current strength, he also knows that he is not by any means Galadriel's rival. What's more, the power of the Water Ring is to provide the holder with the power of creation. Unless the true god Valor comes, no one in Middle-earth can take the Water Ring from Galadriel. The last Ring of Air, Vaya, was in the hands of Eldrin, the Lord of Rivendell. The Ring of Chi is also the most powerful ring among the 3 elves, with the ability to heal. Although Eldrin is a half-elf, his strength is not inferior to Galadriel, and he is also a powerful being. It seems that if you want to obtain the 3 rings of the elf, you must have power beyond these 3 people. Then the next step is to collect the other 6 dwarf rings, as long as 7 dwarf rings are collected, and then 9 rings are taken from the ring spirits, in order to obtain system rewards and improve their own strength. The second step is to gain a strong strength, capture the 3 rings of the elf, and finally capture the Supreme Lord of the Rings from Bilbo, and the main quest can be completed. After careful analysis in his mind, Zhou Yang decided to stand still. At this point in time, due to the decline of national strength, the army of the Kingdom of Gondor that has guarded Modo for more than 500 years is about to withdraw. This means that Sauron has returned to Modo, buried his head in development, and is ready to make a comeback. That is to say, within 60 years, Sauron will not stir up trouble in Middle-earth. So he was going to set himself up as a good man to gain Gandalf's trust. As the contact of the Holy White Council, Gandalf, and all other members, except Saruman the White Robe, were very well connected. As long as he has a good relationship with Gandalf, he can use humans, dwarves, and elves to find the remaining 6 dwarven rings for himself. As for Saruman, he had already been corrupted by Sauron at this time, and with the tendency of Blacken, it would not be an obstacle to his own way of collecting the Lord of the Rings. P.S. I'm here again, hold my fists and ask for support. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Chapter 010 Dwarf. Are you looking for death? Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. In the south of Gushan, on a huge sculpture several hundred meters high, several black shadows like ants are sitting on the ground, waiting for the moonlight to come. On the day of Turin, the last ray of light will shine on the keyhole. Sauron rubbed the surface of the sculpture, murmuring. He frantically searched the wall for the keyhole, while the other dwarves and Gandalf and Bilbo were helping. However, no matter how they looked, they couldn't find the so-called keyhole mentioned on the map. Could it be that you have to wait here for a year? Before they passed Rivendell, Lord Eldrin unlocked the secrets of their portable map and discovered a secret passage into the Lonely Mountain. It says, "On the day of Turin, the last ray of light will be on the keyhole. On Middle-earth, the day of Turin is the last day of autumn, the day after the sun goes down and coincides with the moon. And today is Turin Day. This means that if the keyhole is no longer found, then he will not be able to enter the secret door of Lonely Mountain. The secret door is a secret way to enter the palace of the Dwarf Kingdom. Unless he waits another year." At this time, the 13 dwarves were in a hurry and tried various methods to knock on the rock wall, but no matter how they attacked the rock wall, they could not find the so-called secret door. Until the sun went down, everyone lost their fighting spirit and sat on the ground blankly. "We traveled all the way from the Shire, escaped the pursuit of Assig, escaped the town of goblins, and almost died in the woodland kingdom of the elves, just to wait over this cliff." Thorin's face was full of despair, and he felt as if fate had played a huge joke on him. "Why? You gave me hope of returning to the country, and then killed it with your own hands." Thorin roared to the sky, looking crazy. "Sauron, calm down." Gandalf grabbed Thorin, put down the pipe in his hand, and said solemnly, "Until the last moment, absolutely cannot give up." As soon as the voice fell, the sun completely set, and the moon also raised its head. At this moment, the afterglow of a ray of sunshine, like a finger, shone through the ridges of the clouds and shone on the mountain of the Lonely Mountain. Then, there was a loud noise from the mountain, and a rock wall suddenly vibrated violently, revealing a keyhole. Boom! A loud bang woke up Zhou Yang, who was thinking. "Have you found the secret passage into Lonely Mountain? How tenacious! This is. Under the ups and downs, Sauron was at a loss for a while. Quick, put the key in," Bilbo reminded hastily. Oh. Sauron woke up like a dream, couldn't wait to take out the key from his arms and inserted it into the keyhole. Kaka! A crunch came up, and a stone gate appeared on the rock wall. Thorin pushed open the stone door and entered the secret passage. There was a stale smell in the secret passage, but Thorin was as sweet as if it was the best smell in the world. He calmed down, looked at Bilbo and said, "Bilbo, the rest of the stage will be handed over to you. Please go to the Lonely Mountain to explore the way and find the Arcane Gem that the dwarves have lost." Hearing this, Bill swallowed his saliva, walked into the secret passage, and began to explore the way. After groping for a long time in the secret passage, Bilbo was blocked by a stone door. He pushed open the stone gate with all his strength, and just took a step, a clear voice came over. "Who are you? Why are you breaking into my territory?" Hearing this voice, Bilbo Baggins, who was hiding behind the stone gate, was dumbfounded. It was a moment before Bilbo came to his senses. Now he was panicking, and suddenly a person appeared. If it wasn't for his courage, he would have been scared to death just now. After hesitating for a long time, he walked out from behind the stone gate, with a 3-point nervousness in his expression, and a 7-point fear at Zhou Yang, with a slight smile on his face. "Good evening, sir, it's a pleasure to meet you." Only then did Zhou Yang see Bilbo's appearance clearly. He was bare with big rough feet, and was wearing a crimson coarse cloth coat, and his short cropped shorts only reached his knees, revealing his hairy calves. Zhou Yang looked at the hobbit in front of him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Bilbo Baggins. The only creature in Middle-earth who can voluntarily give up the Lord of the Rings. That alone is enough to make Zhou Yang give Bilbo a little respect. What's more, he was also preparing to establish himself as a good person in front of Bilbo, so he smiled slightly. "Young man, even out of courtesy, you should answer my question first." Bilbo was a little uncomfortable by Zhou Yang's gaze. He rubbed the corners of his clothes at a loss, and said with a smirk on his face, Sorry, I'm Bilbo Baggins, and as you can see, I'm a hobbit." After a slight pause, he continued. "I'm sorry sir, I didn't know this was your territory, please forgive me." "Oh, I see." Zhou Yang still maintained a friendly face, which made Bilbo, who was uneasy in his heart, relax a little. At this moment, behind the stone gate, there was another sound of footsteps. With such a frown, he looked at Bilbo and said, "Is it your friend?" "Well, it's Gandalf and Thorin, they're all my friends." Bilbo responded happily. The voice fell, and Gandalf walked out from behind the stone gate, and then the dwarves walked out of the secret passage one by one. "Sir, please allow me to introduce you to..." Bilbo was just about to speak, when Thorin cut him off abruptly. "Who are you? Why are you in the palace of the Dwarf Kingdom?" Sauron looked at Zhou Yang angrily. "It's none of your business, dwarf." Looking at the aggressive Sauron, Zhou Yang couldn't help frowning. Did this guy eat gunpowder? Humph, because you have done unspeakable scandals, you don't want people to know your name. Sauron took a step forward, raised his head and stared into Zhou Yang's eyes, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "Dwarf, broke into my territory and made provocative words, do you want to die?" Hearing this, Zhou Yang's face sank. The character he originally created for himself is a human being who supports justice, in order to better collect the Lord of the Rings. But the attitude of Sauron in front of him made him change his mind. Human beings are bullied by others, and Ma Shan is being ridden by others. Why should one feel wronged in order to gain Gandalf's friendship? With the system in place, Zhou Yang believes that even without the help of people like Gandalf, he can still collect all the Lord of the Rings. After he figured it out, Zhou Yang had no scruples. He put out his finger at Sauron's nose, and said condescendingly, "If you're tired of living, I don't mind fulfilling you." Asterisk. Chapter 11. Chapter 011. The dignity of the strong is not to be offended. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Humph. Your territory? A human being dares to speak up. Don't you know that this is the kingdom of dwarves? When Sauron heard that Zhou Yang dared to say that Lonely Mountain was his territory, he was furious, and his anger was beyond words. Zhou Yang sneered and waved his hand, interrupting Sauron's words. "How dare a bereaved dog dare to be so presumptuous? Who gave you the courage?" The contempt on Zhou Yang's face was undisguised, angering all the dwarves present. "Human, standing in front of you is the real lord of the Lonely Mountain, the king of the mountain. In the face of a king, you should offer your humility and respect." Behind Sauron, the grumpy, brown-haired Ge Luyan jumped out and shouted angrily at Zhou Yang with wide eyes. "King? Just rely on him." Zhou Yang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Of course, Thorin is the king of the Lonely Mountain. This time he came to Lonely Mountain to regain the glory of the Dwarf Kingdom." At this time, the white-haired and white-bearded Balin also jumped out, pointed at Zhou Yang, and said arrogantly, "He, as far as I know, you are just a group of wandering dwarves, where is the glory?" Zhou Yang tilted his head with a puzzled expression on his face. This sentence can be regarded as poking into the hearts of all dwarves. No matter how stupid they are, they know that Zhou Yang is making fun of them, so they look at Zhou Yang with resentment in their eyes. "Humans, leave the Lonely Mountain, otherwise, you will become the mortal enemy of all dwarves. This is the last piece of advice for you." After being ridiculed by Zhou Yang, Sauron's anger almost rushed out of his chest heaved violently, and he issued a warning to Zhou Yang. "It's just you." Zhou Yang couldn't help showing a sneer when he heard this, raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at the dwarves. The mere ants dare to say nonsense. "Sauron, put away your arrogance." Zhou Yang was about to teach these dwarves a lesson when Gandalf spoke in a low and slow voice. After stopping Thorin, Gandalf looked at Zhou Yang and said calmly, "Your Excellency, I am Gandalf, the grey-robed martial artist of the Holy White Council, please put your anger out for a while. Zhou Yang nodded, and then reported his name. The name of the saint in grey robe, I have heard of it. I am Zhou Yang, the owner of Lonely Mountain. You can call me Zhou. You. When the dwarf heard that Zhou Yang actually declared that he was the controller of Gushan, he was blown away again. Shut up. Gandalf turned his head suddenly and scolded the dwarves. After seeing the dwarves stop, he looked at Zhou Yang. Raising his brows, Gandalf suddenly remembered the scene he saw halfway up the mountain in the middle of the night, and said solemnly, "Your Excellency Zhou Yang, if I guessed correctly, Smaug has been subdued by you, right?" As soon as these words came out, the 13 dwarves and Bilbo were shocked. They looked at Gandalf with shock on their faces and couldn't believe it for a long time. What? How is this possible? He took Smaug. As members of Middle-earth, they knew the power, evil, and terror of the dragon Smaug. However, at this time, Gandalf actually said that the human being in front of him actually subdued the dragon Smaug. This makes them simply unacceptable. However, Zhou Yang didn't deny it, just nodded slightly, as a default. The first warrior in Middle-earth to conquer the dragon. Gandalf looked at Zhou Yang with bright eyes. It is my honor to witness the great history. Haha, Master Gandalf is polite. The bridal sedan chair carried people. Gandalf was so polite, Zhou Yang naturally would not lose face. He took back the long sword and extinguished the idea of teaching the dwarves. Pleasure. However, Thorin snorted coldly behind Gandalf, and looked at Zhou Yang with a faint gaze. As far as I know, even the Dark Lord Sauron can't make the dragon surrender. Then Thorin ignored Gandalf's eyes and continued. Only someone darker and more evil than Sauron can conquer the evil dragon. Sauron. Gandalf rebuked loudly. Put away your arrogance. When can a king judge someone's good and evil so arbitrarily? Miss Landa, I respect you as always, but I hope you can understand that there is always only one master of the Lonely Mountain, and that is the Great Dwarf. Miss Landa, in the Gondar language, means the grey-robed saint, and is also an honorific title for Gandalf. Thorin pressed Gandalf with his eyes. He occupied the Lonely Mountain and conquered the giant dragon. If he is unwilling to leave, he is my enemy. Looking at Thorin's determined face, Gandalf sighed and remained silent. He, dwarf, I want to know, what qualifications do you have to be my enemy? Zhou Yang's voice had a hint of chill. Qualification? Humph. Sauron snorted coldly, and then said proudly. Just because we are the creation of the main god, Oli, because I am the descendant of Turin, because I am the leader of the Turin dwarves in the Blue Mountains, and because I am the king of Turin. Blindly immersed in past achievements, you can't see the real face of the world. Zhou Yang looked at Sauron, who was intoxicated with the glory of the past and the dwarf behind him, and sighed softly. Then, he stretched out his palm and pressed lightly on the ground. Just let me wake you up. I hope you can remember that the dignity of the strong is not to be offended. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Chapter 012 Challenge from Sauron. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Sauron. When the dwarves and Bilbo saw Thorin, who was blushing and wanted to get up, they all screamed and rushed forward to pull Thorin up. However, they even exerted their strength to suckle, and they failed to pull Thorin from the ground. It's witchcraft. He's a wizard. After several attempts, Bilbo suddenly remembered Gandalf's method and exclaimed. Gandalf frowned, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He first glanced at Zhou Yang, then held a staff and chanted a spell at Sauron. The spell is lifted. A white light flashed from the top of Gandalf's staff and sank into Thorin's body. However, to Gandalf's surprise, the holy light, which had been all-powerful before, was useless this time. Not the power of witchcraft. Gandalf turned to look at Zhou Yang, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Your Excellency Zhou Yang, as a strong man, bullying the weak and the weak is not a wise thing to do. You are wrong, Gandalf. Zhou Yang said in a flat tone. It is this dwarf who calls himself the king of the lonely mountain who wants to be my enemy, so I want him to realize the gap between him and me. Even so, you don't need to humiliate a king. It's not his fault that you are weak. Gandalf, as Maya who came to Middle-earth, you have witnessed thousands of years of historical changes. I think you should understand that being weak is not the original sin. His ignorance and arrogance are the reasons for his humiliation. Zhou Yang felt a little tired when he heard Gandalf's defense to Sauron. Sauron is indeed at fault first, but I think your punishment for him is enough. Gandalf held the staff and said to Zhou Yang in a deep voice. Zhou Yang looked at a group of dwarves coldly, and sneered. I hope this will be the last time. As the saying goes, if he dares to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for not giving you face, Gandalf. After finishing speaking, Zhou Yang released the gravity exerted on Sauron. With the help of the other dwarves, Sauron stood up again. At this time, his face was flushed red, and his eyes almost burst into flames when he looked at Zhou Yang. Thank you for your generosity. Gandalf slightly straightened the hat on his head and said earnestly. But I still hope that you will consider returning the lonely mountain. After all, this is the kingdom of dwarves. What if I don't want to? Are you going to fight me? Zhou Yang frowned and looked at Gandalf. Gandalf naturally would not take action. As Maya who came to the Middle-earth world, their spiritual bodies were restricted by the main gods in their weak bodies. So unless necessary, they will never take the initiative to lift restrictions. For his task is to assist and encourage the beings of Middle-earth, not to use force. Your Excellency Zhou Yang has misunderstood. I'm just begging Your Excellency, I hope you can reach a settlement with Sauron. Gandalf continued to plead. Forget it. Zhou Yang waved his hand and shook his head. As we all know, dwarves are dead brains, so I'm too lazy to talk to them. This time I'll give you face and let them go, but next time it won't be so. Zhou Yang Pavilion. Gandalf wanted to persuade him again, but Zhou Yang stopped him immediately. Gandalf, my patience is limited, take these dwarves away, go anywhere, but don't stay here to get in the way. We're not going back anywhere. You, the robber who occupied the homeland of the dwarves, is the one who should leave. Bahrain widened his eyes, glared at Zhou Yang and shouted. I don't know how to lift. Hearing Bahrain's shameless words, Zhou Yang's face sank, his fingers moved slightly, and a behemoth appeared behind him. If you don't want to leave, then die here. After Smaug returned to Lonely Mountain, his body returned to normal again. As soon as he appeared at this time, it brought enormous pressure to everyone on the opposite side. He actually controlled the dragon. Bilbo looked at the huge dragon head in horror. The pressure from the upper creature made his body tremble involuntarily. Roar! Under Zhou Yang's gesture, Smaug roared, and a golden red light lit up his abdomen. A huge dragon breath spewed out of its mouth and shot towards the dwarves. Holy light barrier! In the face of the dragon's breath, Gandalf was not afraid at all. He raised the staff in his hand and shouted loudly, and then a translucent circular barrier wrapped him up, firmly resisting Smaug's dragon breath. Gandalf! Sauron shouted, feeling excited and ashamed. As a king, his dignity does not allow him to take back the lonely mountain through the hands of others. Sauron took a deep breath and touched an item in his arms, then he pulled out the weapon around his waist and said angrily to Zhou Yang. Justice will never fail. Darkness is destined to be dispelled by light. As the king of the lonely mountain, I, Thorin Oakenshield, challenge you. Oh! Zhou Yang raised his brows and ordered Smaug to stop the dragon's breath. He looked at Thorin with interest and said. What challenge? Good on. Thorin swallowed and shouted. I have a life and death battle with you. The winner will win the lonely mountain, and the loser will lose everything. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Chapter 013 Gandalf's Helplessness. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Sauron. Gandalf watched this scene with anxiety in his heart. How could Sauron's strength be Zhou Yang's opponent? However, before he could speak, Zhou Yang rejected Sauron directly. I reject. Why? Don't you have a heart of glory? Sauron roared and asked Zhou Yang. The Lonely Mountain was originally my territory. You use my things as a bargaining chip to bet against me. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Zhou Yang sneered. Wait a moment. Gandalf's voice suddenly came. He held a staff and looked at Zhou Yang cautiously. Your Excellency, I swear in the name of the Holy Fire that it is not our intention to have bad relations with you. I want to have a good talk with you. Obviously, Gandalf is still trying to make peace with it. Unfortunately, Thorin did not accept Gandalf's kindness. Miss Landa, my most esteemed friend, you are the eternal benefactor of the Lonely Mountain dwarves, but please don't interfere in this matter. Sauron. Gandalf looked at Thorin helplessly, and the other dwarves were also nervous at this time. Obviously, in their opinion, Thorin's choice was not rational. Shaking his head, Sauron looked at Zhou Yang. Isn't the reputation of defeating the king of dwarves irrelevant to you? In your opinion, the reputation of the dwarves of the Lone Mountain is more important than your life, but to me, it is not worth mentioning at all. Waving his hands indifferently, Zhou Yang turned to look at Gandalf, his eyes fixed on the Ring of Fire. So, if you want to take back the Lonely Mountain, you must come up with chips that satisfy me, such as, the Lord of the Rings. What? When Gandalf heard this, his body suddenly took a step back, and he said in surprise. A strong man like you still covets the power of the Lord of the Rings. Zhou Yang coveted the Lord of the Rings in his hand, which Gandalf could never have imagined. In his opinion, Zhou Yang's strength is no longer under him to be able to subdue Smaug, and there is no need to do more. I'm just curious about the Lord of the Rings. Zhou Yang explained lightly, he naturally wouldn't say that he was collecting the Lord of the Rings. After a slight pause, Zhou Yang put his hands on his back and asked in a deep voice. Tell me, dwarf, can you come up with the corresponding chips? The muscles on Thorin's face twitched, and sweat soaked his greasy hair against his cheek. He was holding a short sword, and the brilliance in his eyes flickered. After thinking for a long time, Thorin suddenly looked at Gandalf and said solemnly. Miss Landa, I want to ask you one thing. Obviously, Sauron has no worries in order to take back the Lonely Mountain from Zhou Yang. No. Gandalf refused Thorin's request without hesitation. Why? Thorin was puzzled. Sauron, I can feel that the power of darkness has begun to revive Moto. The former Demon King's minions are sharpening their knives, and they are preparing to take this world from our hands. The Ring of Fire is related to the stability of Middle-earth and cannot be lost. Gandalf's words shocked everyone around him, unable to speak to himself for a long time. Could it be that the peace that has been maintained for more than 1,000 years is about to be broken again? But for Thorin, what does peace in Middle-earth have to do with him? The courage to support him to live is to regain the glory of the Lonely Mountain dwarf. Therefore, he bowed his head for the first time, knelt down in front of Gandalf on one knee, and forced. Gandalf. For the love of the former kings of Turin, help me. In the face of Thorin's persecution, Gandalf frowned, and he was thought of by Thorin's actions. On the other side, Zhou Yang looked at Thorin's moral kidnapping of Gandalf with a sneer on his face. Thorin's actions made his teeth cold, but this was an opportunity to obtain the Ring of Fire, so he did not stop it. Gandalf pondered for a moment, and in Thorin's pleading eyes, he sighed. Your Excellency Zhou Yang, I use the Ring of Fire as a bargaining chip, and hope that you and Sauron will have a battle to decide the ownership of Lonely Mountain. Huh? Are you willing to use the Ring of Fire as a bargaining chip? Zhou Yang looked surprised. It's just a ring, how can it be compared to the friendship between me and the dwarves? Gandalf's heart was bleeding, but he had a generous expression on his face. As soon as these words came out, the 13 dwarves were moved, and even Bilbo, the hobbit, looked at Gandalf with reverence. After Gandalf got up and knelt on the ground and said, he continued to Zhou Yang. But I have one condition, I hope you will agree. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. Tell me. The Ring of Fire can be given to you, but not now. Now that the power of darkness has enveloped Middle-earth, I cannot do without the help of the Ring of Fire. What do you mean, if I defeat Thorin, after I kill Mordo, you are willing to give me the Ring of Fire? Good. Gandalf nodded, his heart was full of helplessness. If he had known this, he would not have promised Sauron to help him return to his country. However, this is the end of the matter, and it is useless to say anything. No problem. Zhou Yang readily agreed. In this case, I will bet on the glory of the dwarves, and I must defeat you here. Sauron slowly drew out his sword and stood opposite Zhou Yang with a solemn face. P.S. Week and week ask the reader for a small reward. Salute, asterisk. Chapter 14. Chapter 014 Sauron's Whole Card. Second Dwarf Ring. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Sauron's words did not change Zhou Yang's mood in the slightest. In his mind, defeating a dwarf was not something to be proud of. He didn't say much, and he never defended himself. He glanced at Sauron lightly, and Zhou Yang said softly, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance, let's do it." Sauron took a deep breath, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Then, he shouted, holding a long sword, and rushed towards Zhou Yang at high speed. The weapon in Thorin's hand, called the Bite Sword, was forged by the most skilled craftsman of the elf tribe of the past. After Shire hired Bilbo, the group found 3 swords in the Troll's Cave, one of which was Bite. The other 2 swords are held by Gandalf and Bilbo respectively. The long sword in Gandalf's hand is named Granary, and he accompanied Gandalf in the Battle of Helm's Deep, the Battle of Minas Tirith, the Battle of the Plains of Pelennor, and the Battle of the Black Gate of Mordor. It can be said that Gandalf gave the sword a higher glory. As for the long sword in Bilbo's hand, it has a special effect. When an orc approaches, this sword will emit a blue light. On the way from the Shire to the Lonely Mountain, the sword saved the dwarves more than once. What a waste of weapons! Zhou Yang looked at Sauron holding a weapon and shook his head slightly. Although Sauron is also proficient in swordsmanship, he is far behind Zhou Yang. Zheng. With a slight lift of his right hand, the long sword in Zhou Yang's hand made a golden sound, and then a thunderbolt appeared at the tip of the sword and shot towards Sauron. Suo Lin's expression did not change, his body running at high speed suddenly shifted slightly to the left, dodging Zhou Yang's thunder. And his speed is not reduced, like an arrow from the string, continue to attack Zhou Yang. For a dwarf to possess such agile skills, it is obvious that he has undergone a long period of hard training. There was a hint of approval in his eyes, the long sword in Zhou Yang's hand danced gently, and the sword light with thunderbolt shot out one after another. So Lin was so exhausted that he had to retreat and dodge. Sauron's short body rolled on the ground several times, and finally avoided all the sword lights. He was gasping for breath, his eyes widened, and he was locked on finally. He suddenly took out a dagger from his waist, aimed it at Zhou Yang's head, and threw it out fiercely. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air sounded. Zhou Yang stretched out his smooth palm, grabbed the dagger, and then threw it back with a backhand, throwing the dagger back at a faster speed. Okay. Suddenly, Zhou Yang looked at the palm of his hand, and saw a small corroded trace suddenly appeared on the palm that was as white as jade. Poisoning a dagger. He frowned slightly, but he didn't scold Sauron for that. After all, it was a battle of life and death, and using any means was normal behavior. But after Sauron used the poison, Zhou Yang no longer cared about Gandalf's face, and decided to deal with Sauron directly. On the other hand, Sauron had long expected Zhou Yang's strength, and it was no surprise to see the dagger being caught. This was exactly his purpose. I saw the running Sauron suddenly leaned back, and after sliding forward for a distance against the ground, he narrowly avoided the dagger thrown back by Zhou Yang. Swish! And he also came to Zhou Yang, holding the bite sword, and stabbed it in an instant. Feeling the power and speed of Sauron's sword, Zhou Yang raised his brows and took a step back. There's something weird about this guy. Zhou Yang looked at Sauron, who had a murderous look on his face, and thought to himself. On the other side, the dwarves and Bilbo cheered when they saw Thorin's great power. Only Gandalf looked at Thorin thoughtfully, with a solemn expression on his face. In the field, a lightning-fast sword light flashed again, and Sauron continued to attack. Zhou Yang raised his long sword and went up to meet him. Then a majestic force came from the biting sword in Sauron's hand, making him unable to suppress Sauron for a while. It's reasonable for a dwarf to have so much power, but why is he so fast? Zhou Yang raised his brows. Sauron was extremely powerful, saying that he was talented and could barely make sense. But the speed is super fast, which makes him a little puzzled. However, this thought just flashed in his mind, and in the face of Sauron, who was madly attacking, Zhou Yang counterattacked with a backhand sword. The thunder shone, and a dazzling light burst out from the long sword, illuminating the dim palace like daylight. Clang! In the metal clamor, Sauron was instantly repulsed, but he was not discouraged, raised his bite sword, and continued to attack. Take medicine. Zhou Yang had a thoughtful look on his face, and he kicked Sauron's stomach with force. Sauron's face changed. He keenly felt the terrifying power contained in this foot, and subconsciously wanted to retreat. But in the next second, a huge gravitational force acted on him, forcibly keeping him in place. Gravity control. With 10 times the gravity on his body, Sauron's body instantly froze in place. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Sauron knew that he was facing a life-and-death crisis. His left hand suddenly fell into his arms, and then he took out a ring, and a surging force poured into his body from the ring, allowing him to break free from the shackles of gravity control in an instant. Then, Sauron clenched his sword and stabbed Zhou Yang's heart with his backhand. The Lord of the Rings. In the dim palace, Zhou Yang and Gandalf sensed the aura of the items in Sauron's left hand at the same time, and their faces changed color. Gandalf was shocked and angry, and Zhou Yang was overjoyed. I didn't expect the Lord of the Rings to actually deliver it to your door. With a chuckle, Zhou Yang took a deep breath, no longer holding back, and slashed at Sauron with all his strength. Puff! In an instant, blood shot out, and the long sword in Zhou Yang's hand slashed horizontally, directly slashing off Sauron's left arm. What? The severe pain made Sauron cry out involuntarily. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Chapter 015 True Knowledge Crystal Ball. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Sauron. The dwarves stepped forward and looked at Sauron with concern. Damn human, you actually cut off Thorin's arm, the dwarves will see you as a mortal enemy. Bahrain glared angrily and shouted loudly. Zhou Yang glanced at him, kicked him away, and then took off the ring from Sauron's severed arm. This is another pale golden ring, apparently also belonging to one of the 7 dwarven rings. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have collected a Lord of the Rings. The system has purified the erosive power attached to the Lord of the Rings, and the progress of the current main quest is 2/20. Ding! You have obtained the Ring of Firebeard, the system bonus skill, Metal Manipulation. Metal Control, you can control all the metals produced by the earth. A blacksmith's magic skill, a skill that doesn't have much effect on me. Seeing the system introduction, Zhou Yang commented briefly. At the same time, his system panel changed. Host, Zhou Yang. Ability, Body of Steel, Thunder Swordsmanship, Gravity Control, Metal Control. Equipment, Beard Sword. Mount, Smaug. In the ability column, there is an additional metal manipulation skill, and in the equipment column, there is an additional sword. The so-called Whiskers sword was the long sword that Zhou Yang picked up from the palace. There is no record of this weapon in the history of Middle-earth, and since the battle with Thorin, the sword of the beard is full of gaps. Obviously, the texture of this sword is far inferior to the weapons carefully crafted by the elves. Looks like it's time for a better weapon. Zhou Yang pondered in his heart. Why didn't you kill me? Sauron's angry roar interrupted Zhou Yang's thoughts. Zhou Yang glanced back at him and said indifferently, "You should be glad that Gandalf is here." Thorin was stunned. He and the dwarf beside him looked at each other and stood there in silence, speechless for a long time. Gandalf on the side was relieved when he heard the words. Zhou Yang obviously had some scruples about him and did not kill Sauron. "Where did you get this ring from?" Gandalf glanced at the ring in Zhou Yang's hand, and asked Sauron with a solemn expression. When Thorin heard Gandalf's question, his face turned blue and white, and finally he sighed, like a defeated CK, and replied. "This ring is left by my father, Thorn too." "No, I remember when your father was influenced by the Lord of the Dwarves and ran away without listening to Balin's dissuasion. Later, he was captured by the enemy and took away the ring, and finally died in Dol Guldu's prison." A burly duo glanced at Balin and asked Sauron in confusion. Thorin nodded and said, "My father did die in Dodog, but the Lord of the Rings was not taken away. When he was caught, he swallowed the Lord of the Rings in his stomach. I found this ring in his corpse." "A ring?" A few dwarves were chatting. However, Gandalf had a cold sweat on his face after hearing this conversation. "Gandalf, what is the matter with you? Are you ill?" The careful hobbit Bilbo saw Gandalf and said with concern. When the others heard this, they immediately looked at Gandalf, but they saw Gandalf with a pale face. Gandalf waved his hand just as he was about to answer, when suddenly a nightingale flew into the palace from the secret passage, chattering beside Gandalf. After Gandalf used witchcraft to read the message that should have been sent, his face changed greatly, and his body trembled slightly. Zhou Yang glanced at Gandalf in surprise, not knowing what news could shock him so much. The others looked at Gandalf with a worried look. After Sauron was defeated, he had become a prisoner of Zhou Yang. As Sauron's entourage, their fate had been bound to Sauron. Only Gandalf could save them now, that's why they were so nervous. "No, they must be contacted," Gandalf said in a trembling voice, and shivering began to grope in his arms. After a while, he took out a fist-sized black crystal ball from his arms. He placed the crystal ball on the ground, then sat down with his knees crossed. After closing his eyes, he placed his hands on the crystal ball. This crystal ball is called Palantir, and there is another name called the crystal ball of true knowledge. This is a black spar that can be used for distance viewing and communication between two places. In layman's terms, it is the Midway mainland version of the video communicator. There are 7 crystal balls of true knowledge in Middle-earth, 4 in Gondor and 3 in Arnor. But with the passage of time, these crystal balls disappeared, and now there are only 3 crystal balls of true knowledge that have been clearly recorded. When one fell into Sauron, Sauron passed through the crystal ball of true knowledge and began to corrode and corrupt those who also used the crystal ball of true knowledge. And the remaining 2, one is in the hands of Saruman of Isengard, and the other is imprisoned in Gondor. However, after Gandalf took out this crystal ball of true knowledge, Zhou Yang had already understood that, not surprisingly, the other crystal balls of true knowledge should have fallen into the hands of the Holy White Council and have become their communication tools. Haha, as expected, it is indeed a council composed of the top powerhouses in Middle-earth. It is easy to collect these lost treasures. Zhou Yang sighed with emotion, and then quietly watched Gandalf communicate with other members of the Holy White Council. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Chapter 016 The Invitation of the White Council and Gandalf. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. The White Council, also known as the Council of the Wise, was an organization in the Third Age with elves and Maya as its main members. The original intention of this organization was to fight against Sauron. The president of the Holy White Council is Saruman the White Robe, and other members include Gandalf the Grey Robe, Radagast the Green Robe, Círdan the Shipbuilder, Queen Galadriel, Elrond the Half-Elf and others. Originally Queen Galadriel wanted Gandalf to be the Chancellor, but Gandalf refused. Because of this, Saruman has always been very hostile to Gandalf. I am the White Robe of the head of the 5 wizards, you are just a grey robe, what do you want to do? However, Saruman finally muttered about Gandalf's abilities. In the whole of Middle-earth, no matter what force it is, as long as it is a lawful faction, it will give Gandalf a small face. It can be said that Gandalf has already walked the whole road of Middle-earth. When Saruman turned back, he found that there was only one way to Mordor left for him. Therefore, during the period of Sauron's reunification, Saruman returned to betray the Holy White Council and turned to Sauron. Gandalf, who was sitting on the ground, waited for a while, and a bright light rose from the crystal ball of true knowledge, and finally turned into 2 illusory pictures. In the picture, a handsome male half-elf and a beautiful female elf are looking at Gandalf. Gandalf, is there anything urgent? The speaker was a male half-elf, the Lord of Rivendell, Eldrin, the holder of the Ring of Air, known as King Elrond. The other woman was one of the leaders of Lothlorien, Galadriel, holder of the Water Ring. King Elrond, he's back. There was a hint of unease in Gandalf's tone. King Elrond and Galadriel looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What kind of news made Gandalf, the Mire, so uneasy? Could it be him? Galadriel's body was shocked, and she said in a trembling voice, I received a report some time ago that the gate of Dol Guldar's bunker was opened by someone, 9 wearing black robes and riding winged beasts, leading a number of people. 10,000 orcs and wolf cavalry marched north, and now it seems that they are welcoming the return of that man. Sauron. To Dol Guldur. Gandalf and Elrond were both shocked by the news. Thorin knew that his father was imprisoned in Dol Guldur, and it was Gandalf who gave him the information. When Gandalf entered Dol Guldur and found the dying Thorn II, although Thorn II did not give his son's name before his death, he gave Gandalf the map and key of the dwarf kingdom of the Lonely Mountain, and let him give it to Thorin. In the end, the dwarf and his party came to Lonely Mountain. God, I finally understand that when Sauron went to Dol Guldur, he was actually looking for the light of Ejarendil. Gandalf murmured, a look of helplessness on his face. The light of Ejarendil has the power to discover, resist, and even counter evil. This power is very restrained on Sauron, and it is Sauron who destroys it. The previous Nightingale was manipulated to report to him by another member of the Holy White Council, the green-robed Radagast. It seems that what Radagast met in Dol Guldur was indeed Sauron. Gandalf had a clear message in mind. Gandalf, we must announce this news to all of Middle-earth. Galadriel hurriedly said. I understand, I will inform Radagast and let him send the King of Giant Eagles to pick me up. Gandalf said quietly. In that case, Saruman, I will communicate with him. King Elrond took a deep breath and said. Saruman occupies the only gap in the Misty Mountains, Isengard. Since Modo's army has traces of going north, they will definitely pass by Isengard, so they need Saruman to deliver the message. Saruman did not attend such an important meeting, which shows that he is no longer suitable to serve as the Speaker of the Holy White Council. Galadriel looked in Isengard's direction with a pointed tone. King Elrond was taken aback for a moment. He looked thoughtfully at Galadriel and then at Gandalf. He was always uncertain about the relationship between his mother-in-law and Gandalf. But he didn't think too much, just smiled slightly, and the figure disappeared into the light curtain. After Elrond left, Galadriel gradually disappeared, and Gandalf put away the crystal ball of knowledge. After he had packed everything, Gandalf whispered a few words in Nightingale's ear, and let him leave the palace. Then, he turned to look at Zhou Yang, and said solemnly, "Your Excellency Zhou Yang, Middle-earth is facing a huge crisis now. I wonder if you would like to join us and fight against Moto." "To join you guys?" Zhou Yang rubbed the dial, thinking seriously. "Well, I thought that cutting off Thorin's arm would be bad with Gandalf, but now it seems that things are far less bad than I thought." With a decision in mind, Zhou Yang nodded and said with a smile, "I am flattered to be recognized by Gandalf. I hope we can join hands to fight evil in the future." Chapter 17. Chapter 017. I really want to see your strength. Gandalf. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Hearing that Zhou Yang agreed to his invitation, Gandalf was overjoyed, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared a lot. "That's great, Zhou, with your participation, our mobility has been greatly increased." Obviously, he was interested in the flying ability of the dragon Smaug. Zhou Yang nodded with a smile and reminded, "There is no problem with borrowing Smaug's power. But Gandalf, don't forget, when Mordo is dealt with, your ring of fire. For it." The smile on Gandalf's face froze for a moment, but after a moment he smiled again. Of course, Gandalf did what he said and did what he said. His heart was bleeding, but in order to save face, he had to swallow the bitter fruit with his nose. And what about the kingdom of dwarves? When Gandalf saw that Zhou Yang spoke in a very kind manner, he could not help but ask tentatively. "Smaug was captured by me, and the palace under the lonely mountain was also my trophy." Zhou Yang frowned and looked at Gandalf. "Can we stop talking about the ownership of the old mountain? Does it not count for Thorin's challenge to me?" As soon as Zhou Yang said this, Sauron, who was looking forward to it, was like a deflated balloon, wilting. But Bahrain on the other side jumped out, blowing his beard and staring at him and shouting, "We can conquer the dragon ourselves, but you stole the fruits of our victory." Then, he stared fiercely at Zhou Yang with red eyes. "Don't think we don't know why you came here? Isn't it coveting the wealth accumulated by the Dwarven Kingdom? You shamelessly stole the information that we were about to return to the Lonely Mountain, took the lead in subduing the dragon, and took away the treasure that originally belonged to our dwarf king." At this time, Balin became more and more energetic. He took a step forward, stared at Zhou Yang with fierce eyes, and continued with gritted teeth. "You wicked human being can deceive Gandalf, but you can't deceive my eyes." Hearing Bahrain's words, Bilbo opened his mouth and couldn't help defending Zhou Yang. "However, Sauron did lose to your Excellency Zhou Yang. Don't you dwarves have any sense of honor?" Balin sneered and said, "Humph, the reason why Sauron lost was because he was bewitched by the Lord of the Rings. If he fights again, Sauron will definitely win. However, Zhou Yang has subdued the dragon. Sauron can't do it?" Bilbo was also a little angry, and suddenly said. He didn't understand why these dwarves would slander a person so much, which was completely unimaginable for a hobbit. On the other side, Gandalf just listened to Balin's roar quietly, his face was stagnant, and no one knew what he was thinking. "It's sizzling." Suddenly, a gorgeous knife light with lightning slashed towards Balin. A head with white hair and white beard fell to the ground, and there was a trace of anger on that old face. "Dwarf, don't take my cultivation as your capital," Zhou Yang said softly, and then wiped the long sword with Bahrain's clothes. All the dwarves were stunned. They looked at Balin's corpse, their eyes bloodshot for a moment, and they drew their weapons and rushed towards Zhou Yang. Gandalf on the side was also stunned, and he was a little caught off guard when Balin was killed. "Stop!" After Gandalf sensed the killing intent on Zhou Yang, his whole body shuddered. A dwarf has already died, and other dwarves cannot be allowed to die here. He shouted loudly. This time he used the power of the word spirit, and all the dwarves fell into fear at once. However, this time Zhou Yang did not give Gandalf face. He glanced at Sauron lightly and said, "Thorin Oakshield, isn't it?" There was no emotion in his voice. Sauron arched his body, didn't respond, just fixed his eyes on Zhou Yang. He ignored his hateful eyes and continued. "Originally, in my eyes, you are just a group of bereaved dogs trying to survive. I don't really care about you." Having said that, he changed his voice and said with a hint of sternness, "But your repeated provocations have succeeded in provoking my wrath. I'm happy to tell you that I don't like people holding grudges against me, so you dwarves will all die here, and my body will be hung on the top of the lonely mountain by me to atone for your sins." This sentence immediately made Sauron blushed. He was trembling all over, and he was extremely angry. Zhou Yang's words reminded him of his decades of wandering career. So humble, so pitiful. You know, when he was at his worst, he had to build farm tools for humans in a human village in exchange for some rations. So he made an oath to retake the lonely mountain from the evil dragon. Reforged the glory of the Turan dwarves. However, all his hopes were dashed by this human being in front of him. This human has made the greatest humiliation to him, but he has no way to refute it, which makes him not like this. Thorin fell silent, but the other dwarves exploded and shouted. But no matter how these dwarves yelled, Zhou Yang didn't take it seriously. He turned to look at Smaug, and ordered with a killing intent in his tone. "Smaug, now, send these vile and lowly dwarves to hell." Roar. As Zhou Yang's voice just fell, Smaug let out a roar of excitement. The terrifying dragon might permeate the air, and the dwarves who were still scolding just now were so frightened that they froze. "Your Excellency Zhou Yang, stop. I will persuade Sauron to give up the idea of taking back the lonely mountain." Gandalf spoke suddenly. "No. Gandalf, you can't do this. The dwarf kingdom of the lonely mountain will always belong to the dwarves. This shameless and greedy human being will never get any treasure here, not even a small piece of gold." He. Zhou Yang chuckled. He looked at Gandalf, and said coldly, "I have always been very curious about the strength of a demigod like Maya. I don't know about the wizard Gandalf. Can you show me what Maya is doing?" Zhou Yang's purpose is very clear. If Gandalf wants to intervene in the affairs between him and the dwarves, then he will turn his back on it. P.S. Clap your fists and thank you readers for your love. If possible, support another wave of rewards. Bow thanks, **. Chapter 18. Chapter 018 The Doomsday of the Turan Dwarves. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Gandalf fell silent. Now Middle-earth is facing the threat of Sauron. If Zhou Yang is forced by him, he finally chooses to join the Modo camp, which he cannot accept anyway. Seeing that Gandalf was not talking, Zhou Yang's laughter sounded in the palace. Looking at Smaug, who was eager to try, Zhou Yang frowned and scolded, "Smaug, what are you waiting for?" "As you wish, my great master." Smaug shook his huge head excitedly. It took a few steps back, opened its big mouth and let out a thunderous roar, and slammed into Thorin. In the narrow area, Bilbo shouted. His broad feet stepped on the ground and ran quickly, dragged Thorin and pushed him into the secret passage, while he dodged and hid behind Gandalf. Boom! After a loud bang, the ground beneath the lonely mountain shook. I saw Smaug slammed into the stone gate of the secret passage, and a large amount of gravel fell on the entire rock wall. This blow failed to hit Thorin, and instead knocked his head into a daze. Smaug shook his head vigorously, and growled angrily, "Despicable dwarf, don't let me catch you." After speaking, it took a few steps back again, and then slammed into Shimon again. Click! Click! Boom! The rock wall cracked, but the stone door was unscathed. Obviously, the secret passage had been specially reinforced when it was built, and Smaug still failed to break through the stone door of the secret passage. Inside the secret passage, after the dwarves got a chance to breathe, they cheered and cursed. "Haha, damn dragon, this is a secret passage made by our ancestors, you will never want to come in." "That's right, stupid human, you have offended all the dwarves, what awaits you will be endless pursuit. Wait, the flames of revenge of the dwarves will penetrate the earth, and the soul of Balin will eventually get rest in peace." The noisy dwarves made Zhou Yang frown slightly, and he looked at Smaug, his eyes drooping slightly. Hiss. When Smaug saw his master's icy gaze, he felt a chill all over his body. Remembering the way Zhou Yang punished him, he didn't dare to neglect, and continued to hit Shimon hard. "Damn bug, even if it's bloody, I'll let you all know what happens if you offend the master." Roar. Smaug didn't hit directly this time, but spread his wings, his huge body circled up, then swooped down from a height, and slammed into Shimon again. Boom. Boom. The hard stone door was still not knocked open. Beside, Gandalf looked at this scene, suddenly sighed, he gently stroked Bilbo's head and said, "What happened here has nothing to do with me." Bilbo nodded slowly, and finally took a deep look at Zhou Yang. Leaving the Shire this time, he saw the vastness of Middle-earth, and at the same time realized that the dwarves were not as trustworthy as the legends. Pushing Sauron into the secret passage before was already worthy of the two of them looking at each other. "I think it's time for me to go back to the Shire too." Bilbo touched the Supreme Lord of the Rings in his pocket, and said with some disinterest, "Gandalf, you said that soon, there will be war in Middle-earth, and I must inform the people of the Shire." As he was speaking, he was suddenly stunned, only to see that the originally solid stone gate, under the impact of Smaug, although not broken, had already escaped the entrance of the secret passage. The last fire of the Turin dwarves is extinguished. Gandalf on the side sighed with mixed feelings. The dwarves in the secret passage are indeed dying. As the stone door escaped, Smaug's abdomen suddenly swelled, and he opened his bloody mouth, and a golden red flaming dragon breath spewed out of his mouth, rushing into the secret passage. Ah! 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 A series of screams came from the secret passage. The dwarves who were hiding behind the stone gate and mocked were burned to death by dragon breath on the spot. Among the remaining dwarves, some had their lower limbs melted, and some were hit against the rock wall of the dense passage, and their bones were broken, weakened and blurred. Only Thorin was crushed by the dwarves, and except for some burns, he was fine. "Do not." Seeing the miserable appearance of the clansmen, Thorin frantically tried to extinguish the flames on a dwarf with his only right arm. "Bifford, Keely, Felix." He let out a wailing sound like a trapped beast. "Oh! Come and listen, who is crying in despair? Who is howling in pain?" Smaug sneered yin and yang angrily, he smiled and said, "Ugh, ha ha, dwarf, this is the end of offending the master." The huge claws penetrated into the secret passage, and Smaug directly opened the narrow secret passage, and looked at Thorin with a playful expression. "Go to hell." Thorin was stunned by Smaug's words, gasping for breath, his teeth rattling, and suddenly he drew his biting sword and stabbed Smaug in the eye. Clang! However, this sword was blocked by another long sword. "Zhou Yang." Sauron stared at this, and murmured the name in his mouth. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Chapter 019. There are no more Turin dwarves in Middle-earth. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. At this moment, the only dwarf Keely was lying behind Sauron, looking at Zhou Yang with fearful eyes. After blocking Sauron's sword, Zhou Yang stepped forward. Bah! Bah! His feet stepped on the stone slabs scorched by the flames in the secret passage, making a muffled sound. The sound was like a heavy hammer, falling on Sauron's heart. Joe, I admit that you are very powerful, and now, I want to talk to you. At this time, Sauron no longer had the arrogance before, and the death of his clan aroused his fear of death. With my help, you can quickly control all the dwarves around Lonely Mountain. Click. I saw Zhou Yang walk to Keely's side and broke his neck with one foot. As soon as Sauron finished speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. And Bilbo, who followed Zhou Yang into the secret passage, was also horrified at this time. In the secret passage at this time, it was suddenly silent. Zhou Yang killed his loyal followers in Sauron's face. Keely. Thorin trembled and called out the dwarf's name. Keely and Philly are the children of Sauron's sister Dis. They have been with Sauron for decades. It can be said that even Bahrain cannot compare to Keely and Philly in Sauron's heart. However, because of his arrogance, Philly died under Smaug's dragon breath, and Keely was killed by Zhou Yang in front of him. After crushing Keely's neck, Zhou Yang lightly pressed his forehead, turned to look at Sauron, and asked with a hint of doubt on his face. By the way, what did you want to say just now? You evil human being, you have no choice but to die, you will die painfully in the divine fire of Ori. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, another injured dwarf, Beaver, let out a mournful roar and rushed towards Zhou Yang. I saw him holding a saber and slashing at Zhou Yang's neck. Zhou Yang's affection remained unchanged, and he kicked Beaver on the body like a sandbag. After being kicked, Beaver hit the wall, and the whole person was silent. It seems that he just crushed the bug. Zhou Yang clapped his hands easily, smiled and said to Suolin. No one bothers us now, can you repeat what you said before? Beaver. Sauron's eyes were splitting, and he had fallen into great despair, turning a deaf ear to Zhou Yang's words. When Bilbo at the door saw this scene, his face was disastrous, and his body was like a sieve, trembling. As a fledgling hobbit, he has witnessed countless deaths along the way, but no scene has ever been comparable to the Zhou Yang in front of him. The comfort of killing someone while talking and laughing hit his heart fiercely, shattering his poor young heart. Oh! Oh 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 oh! Bilbo was horrified, but Smaug was agitated. My great master, you are the real cruel tyrant, the head of all evil, and the destination of darkness. Only under your leadership can I truly understand the true meaning of evil. Master, it is the honor of my life to meet you. Although Smaug was brutal, it was the first time he saw Zhou Yang's cruel method. As if he had discovered a new world, his mouth kept exuding all kinds of amazement. Shut up. Zhou Yang didn't even look at it, still with a faint smile on his face, his eyes on Sauron. Yes, my great master, at your command. Smaug immediately replied angrily. In order to learn Zhou Yang better, its huge body kept shrinking, and finally turned into a 2-meter-long lizard, looking at Sauron maliciously. Enough. Sauron's eyes were red, staring at Zhou Yang with cannibal-like eyes, gritted his teeth and said, Isn't the lives of 11 dwarves enough to quell your anger? There are only 2 Turin dwarves left. If you kill me here, the other dwarf clans will definitely do their best to retaliate against you. Pass me, I swear here, I will never take revenge on you. The dwarf's revenge. Zhou Yang sighed, looked at Sauron lazily and said with a smile. It's just a group of reptiles that can only survive in the underground world. I never put you in my eyes. Sauron, are you actually begging a human for mercy? At this time, the only dwarf left, rushed in front of Thorin and roared excitedly. Jarwan, Keely, Philly, my brother, my brother. They are all dead. Sauron, you are the king of Turin, how can you beg for mercy from such an executioner? How can you do this? Bangor, we have paid too much to return to the Lonely Mountain. Do you want the descendants of Turin to disappear in Middle-earth forever? A blood-red mark rose on Thorin's face, and he shouted at Bumber. Bomber took a few steps back in collapse, looked at Sauron in disbelief, and asked in a trembling voice. Could it be that their sacrifices are so insignificant in your opinion? I just made their deaths worthwhile. Soren's eyes flickered and he said coldly, then he looked at Zhou Yang, and his tone dropped abruptly. Human, what do you mean? Sorry, I've always hated cartilage. The voice fell, the gravity control was activated, and Soren was bound to the ground, and then he raised his long sword and slashed his head with a knife. Soren. Looking at Soren's headless body, Bumber sat blankly on the ground. Smaug, this happened because of you, and it should end because of you. Kill this dwarf. With a light command, Zhou Yang turned and left the secret passage. Hey. Smaug, with black smoke coming from his mouth, walked up to Bumble. The last race of Turan dwarves disappeared on Middle-earth. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Chapter 020 Arcane Gems. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Your Excellency Zhou Yang. Bilbo Baggins followed Gandalf, and when he saw Zhou Yang, he could not help but let out a trembling cry. Gandalf patted Bilbo's head comfortably and sighed. We've done our best, and Soren is self-sufficient. But, Gandalf, Thorin is not guilty of death. With Gandalf's consolation, Bilbo's pale face turned a little rosy. He said hastily. Zhou Yang raised his brows, looked at Bilbo, and said in a gloomy tone. Mr. Bilbo Baggins, Hobbit of the Shire, you know, I could have killed you with me. Zhou Yang only used the sentence to make Bilbo shut his mouth. Obviously, Zhou Yang has become a big devil in his heart. Okay, Smaug, destroy the secret passage. I don't want any more snitches to enter my palace. Having taught Bilbo a lesson, Zhou Yang turned around and commanded Smaug beside him. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhou Yang, Soren, and their corpses. As soon as Bilbo said a word, Smaug's fiery flames poured into the secret passage, and Bilbo closed his eyes in pain. If he could do it all over again, he definitely didn't want to meet these dwarves again, and he would never take part in this adventure. Hearing the crackling sound of oil cracking in the secret passage, Zhou Yang smiled lightly, and the trace of disgust in his heart disappeared as the dwarves died completely. Smaug looked at the smile on Zhou Yang's face and breathed out the flames harder. After a long time, it muttered. Humph, the mere dwarves are trying to murder Lord Smaug. Even if there is no master, I can spray you to death with a breath of dragon. In Smaug's mind, these dwarves were nothing but ant-like reptiles. If it wasn't for Zhou Yang, he would have killed all of these dwarves long ago. Hearing Smaug's words, Zhou Yang frowned, looked at Smaug and said. Smaug, you are too arrogant. You are missing a dragon scale on your chest, which is your fatal flaw. Yes, master, you are right. Smaug replied flatteringly, remembering the scene where Zhou Yang split his own flesh with a long sword before, and he couldn't help shivering. But master, my scales have fallen off for more than 100 years, and they can't grow back at all. Don't worry, I will use these treasures in the underground palace to build a suit of armor for you to deal with the next war. Zhou Yang said lightly. Ah! To use my treasure? Smaug opened his mouth wide and looked reluctant. It's my treasure. Zhou Yang looked at Smaug and repeated coldly. Yes, these are the treasures of the master. Smaug shuddered and said hastily. Mr. Zhou Yang, do you also think there will be a war? Gandalf looked at Zhou Yang in surprise, and beside him, Bilbo also showed a surprised look. Yes, the war is coming, but not with Moto. Zhou Yang's eyes looked far into the distance. Gandalf looked at Zhou Yang puzzled, but seeing that Zhou Yang didn't mean to explain, he didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, he frowned and felt that the king of giant eagles had come to Lonely Mountain. Mr. Zhou Yang, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Gandalf raised the staff in his hand, took off the wizard hat, revealing his vicissitudes of white hair, and performed a wizard etiquette to Zhou Yang. Then I won't be far away. Zhou Yang nodded, took out a brilliant gem from the system backpack and handed it to Bilbo, saying, "Bilbo, this is for you. This is the Arcan Gem of the Dwarf Kingdom." Gandalf looked at the gem in Zhou Yang's hands in surprise. "What is the Arcan Gem?" Bilbo asked curiously. "Hey, remember the dwarven treasure that Thorin asked you to help him find? It's this Arcan Gem." Gandalf sighed, obviously very emotional about Thorin's ending, but everything was the dwarf's own choice, and he was not much better. "It's too expensive, I can't have it." Hearing this, Bilbo was taken aback and waved his hands to reject this priceless gem. Gandalf glanced at Bilbo approvingly, and was able to resist the temptation of this gem, showing that Bilbo was indeed a very good hobbit. Bilbo's refusal had long been expected by Zhou Yang. After all, how could a person who can resist the temptation of the Lord of the Rings and give up the Lord of the Rings voluntarily covet a mere Arcan Gem? The so-called Arcan Gem is also known as the Heart of the Lonely Mountain. It is said to be unique in the world, and there is nothing like it. Even the elves are obsessed with its preciousness. Moreover, the Arcan Gem is an extremely important thing among the dwarves. The various groups of the dwarves once agreed to help the Turin dwarves who possess the Arcan Gem to retake the Lonely Mountain. Therefore, this gem is not only a bright pearl, but also a symbol of the Turin dwarves. But now that the Turin dwarves have perished, the mission of this gem has come to an end. "Give it to you and take it." Zhou Yang waved his hand and threw the Arcan Gem to Bilbo. He said with great meaning, "Bilbo, it's not a gift, it's a deal." Asterisk. Chapter 21. Chapter 021 Smaug's Treasure. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Bilbo looked at Zhou Yang blankly, not understanding what Zhou Yang meant. "You will understand in the future." Zhou Yang said lightly, "This gem is his compensation to Bilbo, and he will take the Lord of the Rings from Bilbo in the future, not now. Because if the Lord of the Rings is taken away from Bilbo now, then Sauron of Mordor will be hit hard, and without Sauron, who stirs the storm, Middle-earth will become a pool of stagnant water. Precepts and the 9 precepts of humans are much more difficult. In Bilbo's hands, things were much simpler. In order to regain the Supreme Lord of the Rings, Sauron must set off a bloody storm in Middle-earth, which is also the best chance for Zhou Yang to get all the Lord of the Rings. After throwing the jewel to Bilbo, he said to Gandalf, "Master Gandalf, as long as you have business I will not keep you." After he finished speaking, he kicked Smaug next to him, turned and walked towards the back of the palace. Walking into the apse and sitting on the throne, Zhou Yang opened the system panel. Host, Zhou Yang. Ability, Body of Steel, Thunder Swordsmanship, Gravity Control, Metal Control. Equipment, Beard Sword. Mount, Smaug. Then, he opened the mount panel and looked at the enhanced functions on it. Mount enhancement, consume a certain amount of materials to improve the ability of the giant dragon Smaug. Consumable materials. Zhou Yang looked at the system prompt thoughtfully, and chose to click the Strengthen button. Ding. The system detects that the current state of the host Mount Smaug is 83%. Does it consume some materials to restore it? Recover. Zhou Yang wanted to see what materials the system would consume, so he chose yes. Ding. To restore the Mount state, it will consume 21 ounces of mithril, 9 ounces of adamantine, and 16 ounces of gem essence. System, how do I provide these materials to you? Zhou Yang looked at the system prompt with a bewildered expression. Ding. Ask the host to put the required materials into the system backpack, and the system will consume it automatically. I see. Zhou Yang punched the palm of his hand and suddenly realized. Then he walked out of the apse, and with Smaug's heartbroken eyes, he put all the gems piled up in the hall into the system backpack. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 93 tons of gold, 40,000 ounces of mithril, 7,000 ounces of pure gold, and 150,000 ounces of gem essence. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the mithril armor. Ding! You got a Palantir, True Knowledge Crystal Ball. Ding! You got the Fragments of the Sun. A series of system prompts sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. Smaug, or the dwarves, are rich. Zhou Yang sighed with emotion, took out the mithril breastplate from the system backpack, and looked at it. This treasure Zhou Yang is very familiar with. In the original book, after Bard shot Smaug, he obtained 1/5 of the property of the Dwarf Kingdom, and the rest of the property fell into the hands of Thorin, and the mithril breastplate was also this column. Later, at the Battle of the Five Armies, Thorin gave Bilbo the mithril breastplate as a token of friendship. This mithril breastplate saved Bilbo's life many times. Later, when Bilbo got old, he passed the mithril breastplate to his nephew Frodo, who wore it to the Guard of the Ring and avoided several fatalities with the mithril breastplate. This mithril breastplate can be regarded as a great contribution to the peace of Middle-earth. I didn't expect this treasure to fall into my hands. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. He was not going to put this breastplate on himself, because he had a body of steel, and his defense was not under the mithril breastplate. Keep it for now. Putting it back in the system backpack, Zhou Yang took out the treasure named Sun Fragment. This is the old collection of the High Elves, a fragment of Morgoth who broke the sun during the War of the Gods. If this thing can be incorporated into the sword, my sword can definitely become a powerful weapon like Granary in Gandalf's hands. Weighing the weight of the sun fragment, Zhou Yang showed a smile on his face. The weight of this thing can definitely make the razor sword into an excellent sword. Then, it is the crystal ball of true knowledge. Looking at the video communicator of the Midway mainland version in his hand, Zhou Yang showed a smile on his face. With this thing, he can not only contact the members of the Holy White Council like Gandalf, but also the human kingdom, and even communicate with Sauron of Mordor. Nice baby, it can speed up my collection of the Lord of the Rings. Putting away the crystal ball of true knowledge, Zhou Yang gave up the idea of continuing to appraise treasures. There are countless other treasures in Smaug's treasures, but for Zhou Yang, they are all useless, so he did not choose to check them one by one. He called Smaug to repair his scales, which had been shattered by the Black Arrow. "Great Master, are you looking for me?" Smaug still maintained a body more than 2 meters long at this time. After he saw that the treasures that had filled the palace had disappeared, the whole dragon wilted. At this moment, it was wriggling on the ground like a worm, and weakly greeted Zhou Yang. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Chapter 022 Smaug's heart comes back. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Zhou Yang ignored Smaug's emotional changes, smiled slightly, and said, "Smaug, I called you here to repair the dragon scales on your chest." "Oh." Smaug replied in a dull voice, and then he suddenly reacted and raised his head suddenly, with an incredible light in his eyes. "Huh? Master, you mean, can you repair my dragon scales?" Smaug was amazed and delighted that he had been nesting in Lonely Mountain's palace ever since the dragon scales on his chest were shattered by Bard's ancestors. This is both the dragon's habit and its fear of being killed by someone who finds a weakness. As a vicious dragon who has survived since the First Age, Smaug knew that Middle-earth had many powers. Although it is said that most of the powerhouses have crossed the sea and left the Middle-earth continent, 2,000 years ago, in order to fight against Sauron, 5 Magi came to Middle-earth, which brought great pressure to Smaug. But Smaug didn't care about it at the time. Although Maya was powerful, their main enemy was Sauron of Mordor. As long as they didn't do too much, no one would care about them. However, since its dragon scales were shattered more than 100 years ago, it has been in a state of anxiety and has been afraid that people from the Holy White Council will come to the door. Fortunately, its worries were unnecessary, but even so, Smaug still did not dare to leave the palace of Lonely Mountain. Now from the master's mouth, knowing that there is hope to repair the dragon's scales, the excitement in his heart almost overflows. Looking at Smaug's hopeful eyes, Zhou Yang nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Repairing your dragon scales is just a small effort for me." After a slight pause, Zhou Yang continued, "Not only that, I can also repair the dark wounds in your body and improve your state to the peak." "How can this be?" Smaug looked at Zhou Yang in surprise, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. A creature of Morgoth of the First Age, Smaug, like the elves, has an eternal lifespan. However, eternal life does not mean that you can live in the most perfect posture forever. In the past long career, Smaug has also been injured many times, leaving a lot of dark wounds in his body. These dark wounds cannot be cured by self-healing, and can only stay in the body forever, reducing its strength. Seeing that Smaug didn't believe it, Zhou Yang didn't say much. He directly chose to heal Smaug in the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have consumed 21 ounces of mithril, 9 ounces of adamantine, 16 ounces of gem essence, and the mount is recovering. Following the system prompt, a milky white halo suddenly appeared on the surface of Smaug's body. This halo looks very rich, as if the morning mist mixed with the morning dew when the morning sun is just rising, and it seems to be shocking. Not only that, the milky white halo slowly flowed on the surface of Smaug, like a layer of gauze, and finally merged into Smaug's body. What? Smaug let out a groan of comfort, and it narrowed its eyes, feeling as though it had been born again. This feeling. Smaug he savored this comfortable feeling. All the spirits are immersed in the body, and the outside world is completely immersed. There was no sense. Ding! Congratulations, the host, your Mount Smaug's status has been restored to 100%. After about 10 minutes, Smaug slowly opened his eyes. At this time, it looked at Zhou Yang with a trace of respect in addition to fear. At first, it just chose to surrender to Zhou Yang because of fear, but deep down, it was still full of hatred towards Zhou Yang, and it was only because of fear of being punished that it restrained its emotions. But now, after discovering that Zhou Yang had such mysterious methods, Smaug's loyalty to Zhou Yang finally began to slowly increase. Master can easily restrain me so that I can't move. In addition, Master also has the means to control the earth, and now he has shown the technology of repairing my broken dragon scales and healing my body's dark wounds, which is really unfathomable. What? Smaug looked at Zhou Yang. It only felt that there was a special force around Zhou Yang's body, hiding his body so that he couldn't see through it anyway. The awe in Smaug's heart grew even stronger. Zhou Yang naturally didn't know about Smaug's brain supplement, but through his eyes, Zhou Yang could be sure that he had slowly established a real majesty and mystery in the heart of this evil dragon. Smaug! Zhou Yang shouted suddenly. Master, I'm here. Smaug was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately, crawling on the ground respectfully. Returning you to a state of prosperity is a reward for your performance in the secret path. Now the chaos in the middle of the road is imminent. I will continue to improve your strength with your loyalty, understand? Zhou Yang tapped Smaug slowly. My greatest master, Smaug swears here that he will follow you for the rest of my life. Please accept Smaug's loyalty. Smaug put his golden red head close to the ground and said respectfully. As Smaug's voice fell, from above his head, an illusory hexagram flashed across his skin. At this time, the secret oath of allegiance unique to Middle-earth could only be mastered by ancient creatures. Very good. Zhou Yang didn't expect that Smaug actually possessed this ability, and nodded with satisfaction to his knowledge. To reward your loyalty, I will increase your power again. Under Smaug's surprised gaze, Zhou Yang opened the mount panel. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Chapter 023 Strengthen Smaug. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Smaug, the creation of Morgoth, the last dragon in Middle-earth. Below the mount panel, 3 buttons appeared in Zhou Yang's line of sight. 1 Containment, 2 Punishment, 3 Strengthen. Containment, you can put Smaug into the mount space. Punishment, you have the right to punish Smaug. Enhancement, you can use magic materials to strengthen Smaug's ability. Looking at the Strengthen button, Zhou Yang pressed it curiously. Ding! The host's current mount is Dragon Smaug. Enhanced Smaug needs to consume 10 ounces of mithril, 5 ounces of fine gold, 8 ounces of gem essence, and 1 ounce of life crystal. Crystal of life? System, what is a crystal of life? Zhou Yang frowned, this was the first time he had heard of it. Ding! A crystal that contains enormous life energy. Come on, it's not like talking for nothing. With some depressing scolding, Zhou Yang tried to click the Strengthen button. Ding! The system has detected the corresponding materials. Do you want to strengthen the mount? It turns out that there are life crystals in the system backpack. Secretly relieved, Zhou Yang chose to strengthen. He swore in front of Smaug before that he could improve its abilities. If he loses his trust in front of Smaug due to lack of materials, I am afraid this guy will have doubts about me. It seems that before you speak and do things next time, you still have to confirm that you can succeed 100%. After saving himself 3 times, Zhou Yang looked at Smaug. The strengthening function is obviously different from the previous healing function. The healing function is a milky halo, while the strengthening function is a brilliant golden light. Smaug, who was originally a golden red skin, looked even more powerful under the wrapping of the enhanced golden light. I saw that the golden light formed small vortexes on Smaug's body, and slowly removed all the bright red parts of the dragon scales on Smaug's body, leaving irregular pits one by one. Immediately afterwards, these golden lights were like mercury, filling the small pits that were left after being removed. Slowly, the dazzling golden light disappeared, and Smaug, who was originally golden and red, turned into a pure golden dragon. Blood purification. A word resounded in Zhou Yang's mind. In Middle-earth, the evil dragon was originally the creation of the Dark Lord Morgoth. No one knows how many evil dragons Morgoth created, but the first and earliest one appeared, named Glauron. Therefore, Glauron it is also called the ancestor of dragons, although it is not the most powerful dragon, but the ancestor of all dragons. With the continuous reproduction of Glauron, the blood of the giant dragon began to become complex and diverse, and the number of the giant dragon family gradually increased. The original dragons had no wings. As time passed, the blood of the dragons was slowly diluted, and the blood of the gods implanted by Morgoth in their bodies was scarce. Not only that, the dragons have also evolved more organs, and Smaug's wings are one of them. As a dragon, Smaug naturally carried the blood of Morgoth on his body. However, the amount of divine blood in its body has become extremely thin, and its strength is not as strong as that of the giant dragons of previous generations. Compared with the notorious evil dragons such as the ancestor of the evil dragon, Glauron, the black dragon Ankaragang, and the cold dragon Skasha, although Smaug's is also famous, it is far inferior to his predecessors. Smaug's race, in the dragon family, is called the winged fire dragon. With the strengthening of the system, it was obvious that some of the impure bloodlines in Smaug's body were slowly being eliminated. At this time, the strengthening is still not over, and the body of Smaug, who is already golden, is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Various reinforcement materials were continuously integrated into Smaug's body, causing Smaug to let out a burst of screams. However, the existence of life crystals ensures that Smaug can quickly replenish the lost life energy. Under the reinforcement of this happiness and pain, Smaug's body was strengthened wave after wave, and a terrifying cold light bloomed on the tail hammer like a sharp cone, and on the sharp teeth, a line of divine marks faintly appeared. The most eye-catching is the dragon horn on top of Smaug's head. The dragon horns, which originally looked like ornaments, were strengthened, like two sharp blades, blooming with an icy cold glow. When the strengthening came to an end, black and red blood began to flow out from under Smaug's dragon scales. When all the black and red blood was removed, Smaug suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of light in his eye sockets, like lamps, illuminated the dim palace. Not only that, but a looming pressure, even Zhou Yang, the master, felt a slight threat. My strength has increased. There was a hint of metal in Smaug's voice. It looks at its body with joy, as if there is an endless stream of uses for endless power. How do you feel? Zhou Yang is very happy that Smaug has become stronger, and the stronger mount means that his strength has also greatly increased. But in order to maintain his own majesty, Zhou Yang did not show a happy attitude. Instead, he looked at Smaug with a clear understanding. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Chapter 024 The Orcs Attack. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Owner. Smaug, who was originally high-spirited, immediately became honest after seeing Zhou Yang's gaze. Zhou Yang can give it powerful power, and naturally it can also be withdrawn. Okay, let's get acquainted with your own power first. After Zhou Yang ordered, he was ready to start building Smaug's armor. The reason to build armor for Smaug is to be foolproof. After opening the system panel, Zhou Yang reviewed the metal manipulation skills once again, and was about to select the armor material when a thunderous dragon roared outside the palace. Roar! What's the matter? There was a hint of anger in Smaug's voice. Could it be that another enemy is coming? Zhou Yang frowned, got up and walked outside the palace. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the mountain shook for a while, causing Zhou Yang's face to change color. Woo! 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 At the same time, a desolate horn sounded, clearly transmitted into the palace. War horn of the orcs. It seems to have come all the way with Thorin. Zhou Yang's face was sinking like water, and he came to the outside of the palace. Master, these orcs are from Gondaba. Smaug had transformed back into his original form, hovering in the air, fanning out huge dragon wings. Shout out to this Zhou Yang. From Gondaba? No wonder it was so fast. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Well, these orcs dug long tunnels underground with the help of the power of the earth snake. Gondaba is located in the Rocky Mountains in the northern part of Middle-earth, and is also the underground city center of the orcs in the northern mountains of Middle-earth. The mountains are steep, the rocks are jagged, and it is desolate and dark, and almost no human beings have set foot there. And Gondaba is also Sauron's military center in the northern part of Middle-earth. The reason Sauron chose Gondaba as his stronghold was because Gondaba was at the end of the Mist Mountains in the middle of the spine, and at the same time he could monitor the movements of the elves in the dark forest. It's just that they appeared in Lonely Mountain, which still made Zhou Yang very puzzled. I saw groups of orcs neatly walk out of the tunnels dug by Earth Snake, but after a short while, the wilderness in front of Lonely Mountain was already full of orcs, and how many orcs were there in the tunnel? Do not know either. Enter the Lover's Kingdom. The half-orc leader Berg had a chilled expression and ordered the half-orcs to attack from the Lover's Kingdom. Hiss. Hiss. The overwhelming army of bats flew out of the dark underground and rushed towards the Lonely Mountain. Tremble, tremble, fear. Berg shouted to the sky, let the entire northern part of Middle-earth surrender to the power of Lord Demon Lord. Oh. 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 Countless half-orcs let out crazy roars, and even the dark jungle in the south of Lonely Mountain could clearly hear them. Meanwhile, in the dark jungle, Lord Thranduil was pacing the beautiful palace, thinking constantly. He received a letter of help from Changhu Town, thinking that the orcs were going to attack Changhu Town. Why did the orcs invade Longhu Town? Thranduil's son, the elf prince Legolas Liuyi cried anxiously, Father, we need immediate support. No. Thranduil directly rejected Legrath, and he said in a deep voice. It's too late for support now, and Changhu town must have fallen. Then what? Legolas asked with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. My child, when you encounter major events, you must remain calm, otherwise failure will come to you anytime, anywhere. Thranduil took the opportunity to teach his heir. You take people to the Lonely Mountain first. Gandalf is leading the dwarves to retake the Lonely Mountain. Only with their help can we defeat the orcs. Legolas nodded, carrying a longbow on his back, and walked out of the palace. Under Berg's order, a large circle of half-orc troops rushed towards the Lonely Mountain and rushed towards the gate of the palace. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar shook the earth and attracted everyone's attention. I saw Smaug inciting the huge dragon wings, and the gust of wind blew the entire Lonely Mountain to fly sand and rocks, and countless orcs who had just emerged from the ground were blown upside down. Whoops! Immediately after, the monstrous flames rushed out of Smaug's bloody mouth and swept the orc army. The half-orc army that bore the brunt was just a face-to-face and was completely drowned in the golden sea of fire. These orcs didn't even have time to scream, they were burned into black skeletons by Smaug's flames, and finally turned to ashes. A gust of wind blew, and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The color of Berg above the solitary peak changed greatly, and he said in shock and anger, Smaug, you didn't die at the hands of the dwarves. Apparently, he also got the news that Gandalf was with the dwarves, ready to retake the kingdom of the Lonely Mountain. As the goblin leader of Gondaba, Berg is not one of those brainless orcs, but very smart. A few days ago, news came from Asig, the half-orc in the Misty Mountains, that Gandalf took the dwarves to the Lonely Mountain, which made him realize that the end of Smaug was coming. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Chapter 025 Massacre on the Lonely Mountain. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. As Sauron's right-hand man, Berg is well aware of Gandalf's terrifying, and in his opinion, Smaug will surely die. But now he found out that things were completely different from what he thought. Reptile. Smaug heard what Berg meant, and it roared. How dare you underestimate the great Smaug? After finishing speaking, it opened its bloody mouth again and continued to breathe out the dragon's breath. Seeing this scene, Berg was shocked. He turned around suddenly, and ordered angrily, let all the trolls come out. Ow! Ow! Following his order, there was a commotion at the entrance of the underground tunnel, and a huge troll came out. This is a cave troll, a troll that lives in a dark cave. Unlike the rock trolls in The Hobbit, they are huge, dark-skinned, covered with green scales, and flat feet. No toes. These trolls carried iron frames filled with boulders, and some carried a bundle of stout and huge spears. They moved in the direction of the Lonely Mountain with cumbersome and slow steps. Attack. Berg's face is ruthless, even the dragons can't stop them from attacking. Bang. The troll suddenly threw a boulder and smashed it towards the Lonely Mountain. However, something went wrong with the quasi-head. This time, the brains of many orcs burst open, or they were simply smashed into flesh by huge rocks. As the trolls attacked, Smaug breathed out another breath. Roar. The next moment, the monstrous flames swept out again. Behind the flames is Smaug covered in golden light. Dirty orcs. Lonely Mountain is the domain of the Great Master, and you dare to trespass. Smaug looked at the orcs who had been turned into ashes by the flames, and laughed wildly. It incited the huge dragon wings to hover in the air, and looked at the orcs who were screaming and rolling in the sea of fire, and roared again. The Great Flame King will make you understand the real cruelty. Following Smaug's roar, a wave of dragon power emanated from it, and countless orcs scurried away. No matter how much Berg roared, he couldn't stop it. Zhou Yang stood on Smaug's back and looked at Berg with a scrutiny. He didn't understand why these orcs attacked the Lonely Mountain. He remembered that the target of these orcs' attacks in the original book was the elves of the Dark Jungle. Smaug's gorgeous appearance really shocked all the orcs. Especially Berg. He looked at Smaug, who was radiating golden light, and bursts of unbelievable emotion surged in his heart. Smaug turned into a golden dragon. How is this possible? Moreover, it surrendered to the feet of a human being. Even the great dark monarch Sauron could not do this. As Sauron's lackey, Berg deeply understood the horror of Smaug, and now he saw a human standing on Smaug's back, which made him deeply feel a sense of crisis. Meanwhile, Smaug had swooped down from the sky. Whoops! Violent flames ravaged the lonely mountain, sweeping across the earth in an instant, turning everything into ashes wherever it went. Bat Army, go up and cover Smaug's view. Berg took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then ordered the Bat Army to try to stop Smaug. Squeak! Squeak! Under Berg's order, countless dark plainclothes rushed to Smaug. Roar! Smaug roared, flapping his huge wings, trying to drive away the dark bats. Humph! Zhou Yang, who was standing on Smaug's back, snorted coldly and instantly pulled out the sword on his waist. A dazzling sword light flashed, and the corpse of the dark bat fell like rain. With the help of Zhou Yang, Smaug ignored the dark bat and used the flames to directly clear all obstacles in front of him and came to Berg. Humble and ugly orcs, tremble, tremble, the great master has come. Berg was not afraid at all, and his face covered with scars had a solemn expression. He saw that it was wearing a ring, and then suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, countless dark bats poured out of the cave, and then these dark bats came from all directions, densely packed, and rushed towards Smaug in layers. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to have dimmed, showing the large number of bats. Sucker punch! Zhou Yang smiled and stepped on Smaug under his feet. Fly high! Smaug immediately incited dragon wing and soared into the sky, until the lonely mountain became a small black spot and stopped. Then, Smaug opened his mouth wide, and suddenly spit out a dragon's breath at the bottom. Whoops! The blazing golden flame instantly dyed half of the sky red, and all the dark bats that covered the sky and sun were all stunned, turning into balls of burning fireballs in the raging flames. These dark bats let out shrill screams, but they couldn't do anything about the flames on their bodies. Above the lonely mountain, there is a meteor shower. Kill them all! Zhou Yang controlled Smaug to fly down, watching the orcs fleeing everywhere. As you wish, my lord. Smaug gave a grotesque laugh, and spewed out raging fire at the orcs who were fleeing in all directions. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Chapter 026 Trolls. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Suddenly, a series of muffled roars came from not far away. Afterwards, the rocks in the sky poured towards Smaug's body from far and near. Zhou Yang looked around and saw that at the foot of the lonely mountain, hundreds of huge cave trolls were struggling to take out stones from the basket behind them and threw them hard. Careful! Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, reminding Smaug. Smaug was also taken aback, and hurriedly flapped his wings into the sky. Boom boom boom! Pieces of stone the size of a grinding disc fell from the sky and smashed into the rock wall, causing the entire ground to vibrate enormously. For a time, the gravel on the lonely mountain collapsed, and the sound of cracking was heard incessantly. Shooting! Berg suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly ordered to the troll. Ow! 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 A low roar came from the mouths of the trolls, and they used their innate abilities to pull out huge spears from the ground. It is said to be a spear, but its length is more than 5 meters long, and it is very thick, almost as thick as a human thigh. Immediately afterwards, these trolls threw their spears fiercely at Smaug in the sky. Damn hunk! Smaug roared angrily and hurried to dodge. Even with his current defense, he didn't dare to face the spear head-on. It screamed strangely, and while dodging, it issued a dragon's breath in its mouth, ready to destroy these trolls. Stupid trolls, You have provoked the great Smaug. Die painfully in the flames of Lord Smaug. With a scream, Smaug swooped down. However, it was greeted by hundreds of spears. Swish swish. Smaug, swooping down, was angry and anxious, but he couldn't kill the cave trolls for a while, so he had to hover in the sky. Interesting. Zhou Yang raised his brows and instructed Smaug. Smaug, don't dodge these spears, keep attacking. But, Master, Smaug can't stop these spears. Smaug hesitated a little, then spoke up. Don't worry, I'll deal with these spears. Zhou Yang replied with a chuckle. As you wish, my lord. Hearing that Zhou Yang was about to shoot, Smaug's spirit was shocked, he no longer had any scruples, and swooped down suddenly. Ow! 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 The trolls roared happily in a room, and they once again shot rock spears, stabbing them at Smaug. Gravity control. When these spears approached within 15 meters of Smaug, Zhou Yang activated his skills to sharply increase the gravity of these spears tenfold. Call! 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 In an instant, under the disbelieving eyes of the trolls, these rock spears turned and fell in their direction. Oh! 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 The trolls made a horrified sound, their bodies were huge, and it was too late to dodge at this time, so they had to take out the boulders from the basket behind them and threw these rock spears. Boom! 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 After a series of earth-shattering sounds, the huge boulders and rock spears shattered one after another, and pieces of rocks the size of heads fell on the body of the troll, smashing the flesh and blood of a few unlucky ones. Seeing the death of their companions, the trolls hurried away, but their movements were slow and clumsy, and they couldn't go very far at all. Seeing this scene, Smaug let out a roar of pleasure, and it swooped down again, spitting out surging flames at the troll. At the moment, more than a dozen trolls who had no time to escape were burned by the golden flames, screaming again and again, and fell to the ground and kept rolling. Afterwards, Smaug continued to expand the victory, and the dragon breath in his mouth spurted frantically like no money, and all the remaining trolls were involved in the flames. Crackling. A series of explosions sounded, and hundreds of trolls were burned to ashes by Smaug's flames. Smaug. Not far away, Berg, who was hiding behind a rock, saw the trolls die in large numbers, and his heart was bleeding. These trolls were carefully collected and domesticated by him. They were originally intended to attack the dark jungle, but now they died here. Berg. While Berg was in pain, a dull voice sounded behind him. Okay. Berg's body jolted. After he turned around, he found that the human standing on Smaug's back appeared behind him at some point. You. Berg pulled out the weapon from his waist, and just as he was about to shoot, Zhou Yang directly used the gravity control to press Berg to the ground. Click. With a crisp sound, the bones on Berg's body were directly crushed by gravity. However, Zhou Yang didn't stop, and stabbed his beard forward, pinning Berg to the ground. Why attack Lonely Mountain? Zhou Yang looked at Berg blankly and asked. He couldn't understand this question. He had to know that this place in Gushan had no value except for the treasures of the Lover's Kingdom. These orcs did not attack Changhu Town or the Dark Jungle, but came to him. Trouble, it really made Zhou Yang was a little confused. Giggle. Berg made a unique cry unique to a half-orc, he panted and looked at Zhou Yang, saying. Everything is for the great dark monarch. Speaking of this, a trace of anger flashed on his face. Damned dwarves, these trash can't kill the dragon with Gandalf's help. And the goddamn Asig, who caused countless orcs to die. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Chapter 027 The Ringwraith appears. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Through Berg's words, Zhou Yang slowly understood. The half-orc army led by Berg is preparing to hide underground, waiting for an opportunity to attack Lone Mountain and Long Lake Town. However, Asig the Defiler was not willing to wait. His left hand was cut off by Thorin. As a vengeful orc, Asig couldn't wait to kill the new Dwarf King. When he was most proud and complacent, give a heavy blow. It's just that the orcs miscalculated the form. Smaug didn't die at the hands of the dwarves, but the dwarves were all wiped out. After he figured it out, Zhou Yang was a little bit ridiculous, but he never thought that things would turn around in him. In the original book, the elves in the Dark Forest knew that after Smaug died, they wanted to retrieve the treasures, but before the forest elves had reached Lonely Mountain, Zhu learned that Changhu Town was in trouble, so they gave up the plan to retrieve the treasures and turned to support Changhu Town. After saving Long Lake Town, the surviving humans, accompanied by the elves, went to the Lonely Mountain, preparing to retrieve the treasure that Bard killed Smaug, in order to make up for the loss. However, Thorin was reluctant to divide up the treasure, because the dwarf and the elves fought each other because of the ownership of the treasure. It's just that they were halfway through, and the orcs killed them. In desperation, the dwarves and elves joined hands to fight the orcs. Then the two sides began to increase their troops, and finally formed the famous Battle of the Five Armies in the history of Middle-earth. After thinking about everything, Zhou Yang looked at the foot of the Lonely Mountain. At this time, there were not many trolls left under Smaug's guerrilla tactics. As for the half-orc army, they had already dispersed. Boo! 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 At this moment, an evil and terrifying neigh came from the horizon. Zhou Yang looked around, and saw 9 huge black shadows flying from the northwest. Finally come. Above the lonely peak, Berg, who was nailed to the ground, showed a cruel smile. The servants of the Dark Lord will let you and Smaug know what true fear is. Berg's mouth made a strange hey-hey laughter, and it was dark and earthly. It's a pity you can't see the scene anymore. Zhou Yang raised his brows and slashed Berg's head with a sword. Then, he looked at the 9 huge black shadows in the sky with a smile on his face. The ring spirit, it's finally here. At the same time, in the dark forest, Gandalf, Galadriel, and King Elrond, 3 members of the White Council gathered here. Through the ability of the water ring, everyone saw the ring spirit in the sky. The presence of evil has come, Thranduil, it is time to go. Galadriel's eyes showed incomparable hatred, and he looked deeply at the 9 huge shadows. Beside her, Thranduil, the Lord of the Dark Forest, hesitated slightly. He was unwilling to get involved, but Galadriel's opinion had to be taken seriously. Thrandu, we must support Zhou Yang. If he is surrounded by the Nazgul and falls, then I will lose support from the sky. Gandalf persuaded in a deep voice. Galadriel nodded. She now tended to take the initiative to fight alongside Zhou Yang to repel the invasion of darkness. So she also said, Thranduil, if the Dragon Knight is lost, the orc army will soon attack the dark forest without fear. At that time, countless elves will die in the war. There was a hint of hesitation on Thranduil's face. He thought about it, and explained. It's not that I'm afraid of war, it's just that the half-orcs appearing in Lonely Mountain are only a small part. I received news that the army of half-orcs in Dol Guldur is coming soon, and I must stay here to guard the dark jungle. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Even King Elrond, who had always been brave and resolute, was caught in a tangle. On the other hand, Zhou Yang naturally didn't know what everyone in the dark forest was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. To him, whether Middle-earth is the righteous camp or Sauron's dark camp, it is the same to him. His purpose from beginning to end is only one, and that is to collect all the Lord of the Rings. And if he wants to collect all the Lord of the Rings, then he must stand on the opposite side of this world. Looking at the 9 figures on the winged beast in the sky, Zhou Yang's expression was slightly solemn. He called back Smaug, who was still chasing the orcs, and ordered it to meet the 9 Nazgul. After a while, the Nazgul had appeared in the sky above Lonely Mountain. The ring-wraiths were wrapped in pitch-black metal armor. The winged beasts they sat on had long necks, dense and sharp slender teeth, and black liquid adhered to them, which looked very infiltrative. When the 9 Nazgul saw Smaug, they rushed over with their long swords held high. "Kill!" Zhou Yang shouted loudly and urged Smaug to meet the incoming enemy. If possible, he hopes that this battle can destroy the 9 Nazgul and obtain the 9 rings. If this opportunity is missed, then he will wait at least another 60 years. Roar! Smaug incited the dragon's wings, and the dragon's breath spewed out from his mouth, and the golden flame swept the sky, wrapping up the 9 ring spirits ahead. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Chapter 028 Zhou Yang vs Nazgul. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. The ring-wraiths are the most loyal and terrifying servants of the demon lord Sauron. They were originally 9 powerful and wise human kings, warriors, and wizards. However, in the Second Era, Sauron presented them with 9 rings of power that belonged to human beings, and since then they have succumbed to his invisible control one by one, turning into terrifying ghosts after physical death. After they became Nazgul, plus Sauron's power of darkness, it can be said that their strength is further than before. Na'u Sala'u. The ring spirit raised the long sword in his hand and pointed forward one after another, and in an instant, a huge shady barrage appeared in front of the 9 ring spirits. As soon as the golden flame spewed out by Smaug came into contact with the black screen, it made a squeak, and then the flame instantly extinguished, and thick white smoke rose up. There are many means, and it seems that the strength is good. Zhou Yang evaluated it and found that the strength of the Nazgul is far beyond the performance of the movie. Seeing that Smaug's flames couldn't help the Nazgul, he held the sword and urged Smaug to go forward. Sabarana Witch. The ring-wraiths riding on the winged beasts saw Zhou Yang rushing straight forward, all of them stabilized their bodies, and chanted a spell like a knife scraping metal in their mouths. Okay. Zhou Yang frowned, and after the harsh incantation entered his mind, a sense of dizziness followed. However, when he had a powerful body of steel, in an instant, this dizziness was eliminated by him. Then, a sword light mixed with the power of thunder slashed towards the ring spirit. Click. The thunder sword light fell on the shady screen and disappeared immediately, which surprised Zhou Yang. Smaug, back off. For the sake of safety, Zhou Yang made a decisive decision and told Smaug. Roar. Smaug let out a roar, and the huge dragon wing suddenly incited, and a strong hurricane formed under it, rushing towards the Nazgul, and Smaug took this opportunity to fly to the sky. Boo! 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 The winged beast at the foot of the ring-wraith made a shrill cry, spread its wings and slid, and the 9 ring spirits quickly chased after it. Thunder Sword. Zhou Yang was condescending and slashed down with a sword, and the thunderbolts with thick arms followed the sword light and bombarded the Nazgul. However, this sword was blocked by the Chi Hungjian of the 3 leading ring spirits, and the remaining 6 ring spirits let out a low roar, and instantly approached Zhou Yang, and stabbed them with a sword. Clang! Zhou Yang swung his sword to resist, and while he directed Smaug to continue to fly back, he again slashed towards the Nazgul who was closest to him. Zheng. Carrying the power of thunder, the razor sword fell heavily on the armor of the Nazgul, bursting with a series of sparks. However, Zhou Yang frowned, his sword used at least 7 points of strength, and he failed to pierce the armor of the Nazgul. What? Just when he was puzzled, the ring spirit who was hit suddenly let out a shrill scream. Although the razor sword did not break through the defenses of the ring wraiths, the thunder attached to it hit the ring wraiths and created them all. The sword can't keep up with my strength, and its quality must be improved. Zhou Yang was relieved when he saw that the power of thunder could restrain the Nazgul, but he was very dissatisfied with the sword. The age flashed through his mind, and he immediately discovered that the remaining 8 ring spirits had been besieged in unison. Under his feet, Smaug suddenly opened his bloody mouth and bit the slender neck of a winged beast, but before he could exert force, the ring spirit riding on the winged beast had already stabbed Smaug in the chest with a sword. Clang! A spark flashed, and the demon bone sword in the hands of the Nazgul left a dark mark on Smaug's golden dragon scales. Roar! Smaug was shocked and angry, his mouth suddenly exerted force, and the sharp dragon teeth instantly shattered the neck of the winged beast, and then it swung, and the winged beast and the ring spirit on its back flew out. Sure enough, almost all of Middle-earth knows about the lack of dragon scales on Smaug's chest. Zhou Yang, who was standing on Smaug's back, clearly saw the sword that the Nazgul stabbed at Smaug just now, which was aimed at Smaug's chest. Obviously, they also know that after Smaug lost his dragon scales, his defense has been greatly reduced. Fortunately, the master helped me repair the dragon scales and improved my strength. Smaug thought with horror that the sword just hit the dragon scale it had just grown. Not only that, but Smaug deeply understood the power of the demon bone sword. Unless it is armor made of fine gold or mithril, it can't stop the power of darkness carried on the demon bone sword. At the same time, in the dark jungle, Galadriel looked at the scene through the water curtain, and said in a faint tone, "Have you noticed, the dragon scales on Smaug's chest have grown?" King Elrond nodded, took the conversation and replied, "Not only that, its scales and leaves have changed from golden red to full golden color. It seems that the current Smaug has become a golden dragon. From the fire-breathing pterosaur to the golden dragon, the bloodline has evolved." Gandalf stared at the battle on the water curtain and murmured, "I can't believe that Your Excellency Zhou Yang has this ability." Asterisk. Chapter 29. Chapter 029 Morgotha's Phantom. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Although he is very powerful, the armor of the Ringwraiths is blessed with powerful dark magic. Sauron gave them the strength to resist fire and swords through the Lord of the Rings. In my opinion, the Dragon Knight is absolutely unable to defeat the Ringwraiths. King Elrond said solemnly. Then what? Concerning the comfort of the dark jungle, a trace of anxiety flashed across Thranduil's face. If he can't stop the attack of the Nazgul, then neither the human town of Long Lake nor my dark jungle can resist the attack of the orcs. Sauron was killed by him. Without the Arcane Gem to summon the dwarves, there is no force in the north that can stop the half-orcs from their nests. Galadriel sighed. Her eyes were tangled, and after a long time, she saw that Zhou Yang was still battling the Nazgul, and finally made up her mind. She chanted her elf incantation, and gradually, her body glowed green, and on the surface of her body, dark runes loomed, making her whole person look evil and terrifying. All of a sudden, she held up a hand, palm facing the direction of Zhou Yang. She has planned to use her own strength to help Zhou Yang. But at this moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in her mind. This figure suddenly appeared in her mind, causing the magical power that Galadriel had just gathered to dissipate in an instant. Magic. Demon. Morgoth. Galadriel collapsed to the ground trembling violently. Why? Why is Morgoth able to transmit projections into my mind? As an elf from the Holy Land of Oman, although Galadriel did not see the front of this black figure, she could confirm that this figure was Morgoth. She was pale and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word. In the end, the black figure slowly disappeared from her mind. From beginning to end, this picture exists only in Galadriel's mind, and outsiders can't peep at all. Galadriel! Gandalf shouted loudly, awakening Galadriel, who was drowning in the darkness. What happened to you? Gandalf looked at Galadriel with breathless eyes. At this moment, Galadriel was breathing heavily like a drowning man, her face full of fear, and she stood up with difficulty with the help of Gandalf. Hearing Gandalf's question, she shook her head and said nothing. Obviously, she has realized that since Morgoth's power can be projected to Middle-earth, this means that the seal of the gods has been loosened, and the arrival of Morgoth has become a foregone conclusion. Unless it is the god of creation, no one can stop it. He helped Zhou Yang to be stopped by Morgoth. Obviously, in Morgoth's opinion, the first Dragon Knight in Middle-earth has become an obstacle to his arrival. If she dared to stop the Nazgul, then after Morgoth came, even if she returned to the Holy Land of Oman, she would definitely not escape Morgoth's reckoning. Dragon Knight, your destiny can only depend on yourself. Galadriel murmured in her heart, and then she said to the concerned Gandalf III. I'm a little tired. I won't interfere in the affairs of the North. As soon as these words came out, the three people around them were amazed, and Thranduil looked at her with a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Galadriel. Eldaron, I will start the plan for the elves to return to the Holy Land of Oman in a few days. If the elves of Rivendell are willing, you can send Alvin over to discuss it with me. After she finished speaking, she walked out of the elf hall without waiting for the three to speak. The remaining three looked at each other, and Galadriel suddenly decided to return to the Holy Land of Oman. This must be related to the change in Galadriel just now. What exactly is going on? Thranduil's face was ashen, and without Galadriel's support, Mirkwood was now facing a precarious situation. Over the lonely mountain. At this time, Zhou Yang obviously had some headaches. The armor on these 9 Nazguls contained enormous power, and they were not afraid of being cut by swords. And Smaug didn't have a very good means. The Nazgul was not afraid of flames, and Smaug's strongest attack method was not useful. Except for the power of thunder attached to swordsmanship that can restrain the Nazgul a little, even gravity manipulation does not have much effect on the Nazgul. The ring wraiths are a mass of energy bodies. They have no bodies. Even if the gravity increases tenfold, it will only slightly affect their speed. Spirit doesn't play a big role at all. These Nazgul are definitely more powerful than the ones in the movie. It seems that Sauron has privately added means to them. Zhou Yang licked his dry lips. He was not incapable of dealing with the 9 Nazgul, but his enemies were far more than these 9 Nazgul. The half-orcs all over the mountains, the trolls who have been entrenched in the underground caves for a long time, the Asig who has not shown up so far, and the Sauron hiding behind, these are the objects he wants to guard against. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Chapter 030 Late Reinforcements. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Originally, he thought that Sauron had just returned to Modo and would not take action at all, but from the changes in the Ring Wraith, he understood a little. The plot has changed. If he consumes too much to deal with the Nazgul, then he will fall into a very difficult and dangerous situation, there is no doubt. I can't stay here for a long time. If Sauron appears and is besieged by them, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Taking a deep breath and making a decision in his heart, Zhou Yang patted Smaug. Go. It is impossible for him to fight against Sauron by himself, and he is not capable of it yet, so his strategy for standing firm in this world and surviving has been clear from the very beginning. Taking Smaug is the first step, collecting the 7 dwarven rings is the second step, and obtaining the 9 rings of humanity is the third step. Now, after seeing the strength of the ring wraiths, he knows that he has no chance to obtain the 9 rings of humanity at all, so he is even more eager for the Lord of the Dwarves. It is necessary to gain the support and trust of the Holy White Council and use them to obtain the remaining dwarf rings, and if I want to do this, that is to show my strength and advantages. What made him strange was that he had been fighting the Nazgul for a long time, but the members of the Holy White Council had no movement, which made him very puzzled. Although it was said that there was a disagreement with Gandalf over the Turin dwarves, the strength he showed was enough to get the upper echelons of these Middle-earth forces to help. But things didn't go as he expected, which made him have a bad premonition in his heart. The truth is that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. These high-level officials of the Middle-earth forces will not fail to understand. If they cooperate, both will benefit. If they did not take action, there must be changes that caught them off guard. Zhou Yang stepped on Smaug at his feet, neither fast nor slow, in order to wait for Gandalf and their support. It now appears that there are no reinforcements. If that's the case, then I'll say goodbye first. Zhou Yang sighed and activated gravity control on Smaug, reducing the gravity on Smaug to the extreme. In an instant, Smaug's speed increased tenfold, and his figure flew southwards like a shooting star, disappearing on the lonely mountain in an instant. Boo! After the winged beast lost its attack target, it kept roaring. The 9 ring spirits rode on the winged beast, quietly watching the direction of Zhou Yang's disappearance, silent. They used to be the top powerhouses among human beings. During the previous encirclement and suppression, they had long realized that Zhou Yang was not easy to deal with. Now that Zhou Yang left suddenly, they have no idea of continuing to pursue. What's more, Smaug's speed is far higher than them, and they can't catch up with him if he runs away. Woo! After Zhou Yang left, a desolate horn sounded suddenly on Gus Han. A tall orc suddenly appeared on the lonely mountain. He was extremely tall, with iron skin on his head, pale skin, and scars on his face. At this time, his only arm was carrying a huge horn, and he really blew the horn of attack. Orcazog. At this time, he brought the orcs from Dalgado to Gus Han, and blew the horn to summon all the orcs, ready to attack the lonely mountain. After Zhou Yang left Gus Han, he didn't fly far, and found a giant eagle in front of him. Smaug, stop! Instructing Smaug, Zhou Yang looked at the person on the giant eagle. The man on the back of the giant eagle was Gandalf. When he saw Zhou Yang, he had a big smile on his face, and just as he was about to speak, a giant eagle that reminded him a little bit gradually approached. After seeing the person who came, Zhou Yang frowned, and he asked with a hint of displeasure. Master of the Dark Forest, the king of the Woodland Kingdom, why hasn't your army come to help until now? Don't you know that after the fall of the Lonely Mountain, the Dark Forest will inevitably be besieged by orcs? Zhou Yang made a preemptive strike when he came up, and made Thranduil froze in place. He was silent for a moment, then slowly explained. Lord Dragon Knight, the attack of the orcs this time was too sudden. I haven't figured out if they are attacking the east and the west, so I just stayed put. I hope you can understand my difficulty. Zhou Yang nodded. What Thranduil said was not necessarily false. After all, Asig, the other leader of the orcs, did not appear, so he could not rule out the possibility that he was attacking other places. However, Zhou Yang knew that the reason was definitely more than that. It could be seen from Gandalf's face that they must have negotiated with several high-level human beings and finally chose not to support him. Your Excellency Zhou Yang, when you were besieged by the Nazgul, we rushed over with all our strength and prepared to support you. Gandalf coughed dryly and came up to smooth things out. Glancing at Gandalf, Zhou Yang did not expose his lies, and continued with Gandalf's words. Then what are you going to do now? Thranduil opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Legolas on the side had already stood up, and he said loudly. The orcs have already launched a siege against humans and elves, and fighting them to the end is our only way out. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Chapter 031 The Elf Force arrives. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Thranduil frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Legolas' arbitrariness. It's just that under the current situation, he has no good solution, and can only acquiesce to Legolas' statement. In the Dark Forest before, Galadriel invited King Elrond to the Holy Land of Oman, but he did not mention him, which made him very dissatisfied. But Galadriel was far higher than him in terms of strength and status in the elves, so he could only recognize it with his nose. It was precisely because Galadriel was leaving Middle-earth that he chose to support Zhou Yang. He knew that when Galadriel and King Elrond left Middle-earth, the elves of Lothlorien and Rivendell would most likely leave with them. At that time, the power of the elves will inevitably weaken with the departure of the two major powers. Now if he does not take the opportunity to make good friends with some strong people, he may not be able to stand firm in the Middle-earth mainland with only the power of the dark forest. Thinking of this, Thranduil looked at Zhou Yang. Lord Dragon Knight, I apologize to you for the hesitation before. After a slight pause, he continued. Darkness is our common enemy, I hope for your tolerance, let us fight side by side to kill these dirty and evil dark creatures. Zhou Yang heard the words, glanced at Thranduil indifferently, and asked calmly. Can you tell me about your battle plan? Thranduil's eyes flashed slightly and said. As far as I know, the orcs who besieged Changhu town have already headed to Gushan. At this time, the Lonely Mountain has been occupied by orcs. Before they return to Changhu town, I will immediately lead the elf army to Changhu town support, what do you think? Hee. This fellow Thranduil is really a good abacus. Zhou Yang's eyes were cold, and his heart was slightly chilled. Thranduil's mouth was guarding the humans who led the army of elves to support Longhu town, but at this time, only himself and his son were present, and he couldn't see the dark jungle at all. Army. Thranduil obviously intends to use the humans of Long Lake Town to consume the living power of the orcs. Just how many people are there in Changhu Town? How many orcs can they consume? Besides, the army under Sauron was called the Half-Orc Army only because of the largest number of half-orcs. But the real main force of the army is the ogres and the ring spirits. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang has already understood that Thranduil is a cold-blooded elf. He only cares about his dark jungle, and he has never considered that after the demise of the northern humans, the next target of the orcs is him. What a stupid leader. He was very disdainful of Thranduil in his heart, but Zhou Yang didn't show it. He looked at each other deeply and said slowly. Since the Lord has already made a plan, then arrange it according to what you said. Then the ringwraith will be handed over to your excellency. Thranduil bowed slightly, secretly delighted. Legolas, you immediately return to the dark jungle and bring all the troops to Long Lake Town. When Legolas heard the words, he looked at Thranduil in amazement and said. Father, is it too late to dispatch the army now? Gandalf also spoke at this time. Yes, if you want to save Changhu Town, it's too late to dispatch the army. In my opinion, let's go to Changhu Town first and bring the surviving humans to the dark jungle. The dark jungle is used as a defensive line. Orcs it can't be broken for a moment. Gandalf's suggestion is very reasonable, but how could Thranduil choose the battlefield at his doorstep? The thoughts in his head twirled wildly, and suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said to Gandalf. Gandalf, as far as I know, your relationship with other dwarves is also very good. Although the Turin dwarves have died out, there are still many dwarves near Lonely Mountain. If you can persuade them, let the dwarves send troops to come. Join the war, so we can still drag the front near Lonely Mountain. Gandalf took a deep look at Thranduil. Obviously, he also understood what Thranduil was thinking. Hey! With a sigh in his heart, Gandalf was in a great mood at this time, and now the situation was tense, and Thranduil was still playing with his own calculus, and what he did was really disappointing him. It's just that he doesn't have an army under his command, and now he can only choose to balance among all parties and do his best to deal with the dark forces. Nodding his head, he was about to agree when suddenly, rows of elven warriors with distinctive armor appeared on the ground below. This is... King Elrond has arrived with reinforcements from Rivendell. Gandalf cried out in surprise, and looked at Thranduil with a strange expression. Thranduil turned a blind eye to Gandalf's gaze, and looked at Elrond, the leader of the army. Let's go and meet King Elrond. Zhou Yang kicked Smaug under his feet and let him land on the ground. Gandalf on the side also patted the King of Eagles under him and fell to the ground. Thranduil laughed awkwardly, and followed with Legolas. Gandalf, I should not be late. King Elrond went to Gandalf and asked with a solemn expression. Well, although the situation is very unfavorable for us, we can't care so much now. Gandalf responded, and continued. Now the human beings in Changhu town are facing a crisis. I hope you can lead the army and go to support. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Chapter 032 Zhou Yang, I'm more interested in the Lord of the Rings. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. When King Elrond heard Gandalf's words, he shook his head and said, It's too late to support Changhu town, and I have brought some bad news. With a bit of bitterness on his face, he said, The orc army of Dol Guldur has now crossed the wasteland and headed for the Moria pit. Moria pit. Gandalf frowned at first, then his face changed greatly, thinking of a possibility, and looked at King Elrond in disbelief. King Elrond nodded slowly to him, his brows tightened. As you think, their target should be the sleeping Balrog. It took Gandalf a long time to digest this shocking news. Lord Elrond, if I heard correctly, what bad news did you just say? Right. Zhou Yang asked suddenly. Yes, Your Excellency Dragon Knight. King Elrond nodded. The Doomsday Legion of Mordor has been dispatched, and Sauron has sent the orcs to Moria. Obviously, he is determined to provoke war. Gandalf was moved again, and it took a long time before he said, It's really disappointing news. But he immediately frowned and said, But what exactly did Thorin do this on? In Gandalf's view, the army of Gondor had just withdrawn, and Thorin should focus all his energy on cultivating the army, rather than jumping out to stir up the storm now. What's more, Sauron hasn't regained the Supreme Lord Ring, and his current strength is simply no match for the Holy White Council. King Elrond sighed and said, This is also where I am puzzled, but now that the situation has developed to this point, we can only bite the bullet. Then, he looked at Gandalf and Zhou Yang and said, I haven't finished my bad news yet. Thorin's subordinates seem to have gathered a group of pirates on the Anduin River. They seem to be waiting for the opportunity to harass Rivendell, so I can't send many troops. Even the Umber pirates were recruited by Sauron? They have always been the confidants of Minas Tirith. Gandalf sighed again, evidently having a heavy heart with the successive bad news. The so-called Umber pirates believed in Morgoth, and after Morgoth was sealed, they turned to Sauron. With Sauron's defeat in Middle-earth, Umber pirates robbed their homes on the Anduin River, causing great trouble to passing ships. In its heyday, it even threatened the safety of Minas Tirith for a time. It seems that Sauron is ready to launch a full-scale war. Zhou Yang stroked the dragon's horn, which had become more than 2 meters above Smaug's head. After responding, he began to think in his heart, how to use this time to almost obtain the Lord of the Rings. After thinking about it for a while, he found that he still had no clue, so he looked at King Elrond and asked. In this way, the human side will not send troops to the north, and the dwarf side will have no news. The elves alone will definitely not be able to stop the attack of the dark forces. King Elrond nodded, looked at Zhou Yang, and said with a hint of doubt in his tone. Because of this, I want to confirm with you, will you stand on the side of justice and fight with us as always? Looking at King along with his bright eyes, Zhou Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and he replied with a smile. Of course. However, King Elrond shook his head and said solemnly. There is no unreasonable contribution. Since you are willing to fight against the dark forces, you naturally have your own demands. After a slight pause, he said to Zhou Yang with sincerity on his face. Your Excellency, I just want to be honest with you, and I hope you can state your requirements. If you can meet them, we will do our best to fulfill them, so that you can cooperate with us wholeheartedly. Now the justice camp has already I can't bear any loss. Hearing King Elon's words, Zhou Yang looked at King Elon with admiration. Sure enough, the person who informed Rivendell as a half-elf, I don't know how much more clever than Sarandu is. He applauded King Elong in his heart. Zhou Yang nodded without concealing it, he said with a smile. I am very interested in the rings of the dwarves, and I would be grateful if King Elrond could collect the remaining 5 rings for me. You want the Lord of the Rings. Hearing this, King Elon had a wary expression on his face. He himself was the holder of the Lord of the Rings, and he was the most powerful ring of Chi other than the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Don't Your Excellency the Dragon Knight know that the Lord of the Rings will tempt living beings into darkness? At this time, he was extremely vigilant about Zhou Yang in his heart. For thousands of years, none of the human beings who coveted the power of the Lord of the Rings have had a good end. You misunderstood. Zhou Yang waved his hand, without caring about King Elong's questioning. He said softly, I'm just curious about the ability of the Lord of the Rings. I have obtained 2 rings before, but after the research is completed, I have destroyed those 2 rings. The 2 dwarf rings that Zhou Yang obtained were all absorbed by the system and transformed into 2 abilities of gravity manipulation and metal manipulation. He said he destroyed the Lord of the Rings, and it wasn't a complete lie? Asterisk. Chapter 33. Chapter 033 The Whereabouts of the Dwarf Ring. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Can you destroy the Lord of the Rings? King Elon was startled, and looked at Zhou Yang with distrust. If you don't believe it, you can try it with the water ring in your hand. Zhou Yang glanced at the jewel-encrusted ring on King Elrond's hand with a half-smiling smile. For a while, King Elrond fell silent. Thranduil on the side also looked at Zhou Yang with a look of surprise, not expecting Zhou Yang to have such a method. In fact, every force has the means to sell the ordinary Lord of the Rings, but Zhou Yang alone can destroy the Lord of the Rings, which makes Zhou Yang a little mysterious. My master is the greatest person in Middle-earth. His deep and bright eyes are full of wisdom. In the deepest part of his pupils, he can even see the philosophy of truth. Under his influence, my Smaug's strength has been greatly improved. If I am also willing to be my master's subordinate, as long as the master is high-tech, he can even improve your magical attainments. Seeing King Elrond questioning Zhou Yang, Smaug suddenly jumped up and started to brag about Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang looked at Smaug in confusion, not knowing which one he was playing. King Elrond and Thranduil looked at each other, apparently not expecting Smaug to be so touted as his master. On the other hand, Gandalf seemed to have discovered a new continent, and for the first time knew that dragons would also tout humans. But everyone didn't care about Smaug's words. Only when it became Zhou Yang's mount, he spontaneously licked up and came to be the master. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Zhou Yang kicked Smaug, then looked at the 3 and said, since the other members of the Holy White Council and human leaders did not come here, it means that they will not participate in this war. In this case, let's try it according to the plan. If it takes too much time, it will delay the fighter. So we must hold the borders of Mirkwood. King Elrond nodded, then looked at Thranduil and said, King of the Woodland, the dwarves of the Iron Hills will also come to support this battle, so the battle in the north is not without hope, so I ask you to do your best to resist the forces of darkness, instead of being timid as before. King Elrond's words were harsh, but very realistic. To him, even if the Mirkwood was occupied by orcs, it didn't matter at all. After all, he was already preparing to go to the Holy Land of Oman with Galadriel. This time, he came to help Thranduil to defend against the orcs, but it was only out of old affection. Thranduil nodded solemnly. He knew that it was time to decide on the dark jungle, and naturally he did not dare to make small moves like before. Since everything has been decided, then I will lead the elves of Rivendell to pick up the humans in Long Lake Town. Thranduil, take Legolas back to the Mirkwood, and prepare to deal with the half-orc army. After a slight pause, he looked at Zhou Yang and said, Your Excellency, I wonder if I can trust you. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, shook the twig sword in his hand and said with a smile, I don't think there should be a human who would like the life of a goblin. Hearing this, King Elrond also smiled back. He nodded to Zhou Yang and Gandalf and said, This is the best way, Gandalf, you and Zhou Yang, your lordship, will deal with the Nazgul together. As long as the support of the dwarves arrives, we will have the hope of annihilating the orcs." Following the orderly arrangement of King Elrond, the righteous camp began to prepare for the battle against the Orc Legion. The enemy came faster than anyone imagined. At dawn, the earth began to shake, and fire appeared in the south. A huge monster burning with this flame was striding from the horizon. The desolate horn sounded again, and the orcs began to gather again. The orcs opened a long blockade, completely isolating the communication between the south and the north. 2 days later, in the ruins of Changhu town, King Elon sighed. "I miscalculated. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that the Supreme Lord of the Rings would appear in the Northland?" Gandalf sighed and patted King Elrond on the shoulder. On the other side, Thranduil's face was ashen, but the elves under his command died as many as 100 people. Sauron's desire for the Lord of the Rings goes far beyond his passion for ruling the world and for power. In other words, in Sauron's view, the Lord of the Rings is the key to everything he gets. Zhou Yang said lightly. "Hasn't the whereabouts of the Supreme Lord of the Ring been found out yet?" King Elrond took a deep breath and asked Gandalf. Gandalf shook his head. In the past 2 days, they had also captured quite a few orcs, and learned of Thorin's goal from them. Unless someone wears the Supreme Lord of the Rings, it is impossible for Sauron to perceive the location of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. What happened? King Elrond was puzzled. And Zhou Yang didn't care about it? He had already learned the whereabouts of the other Lord of the Rings from Gandalf and King Elrond. Of the 7 dwarven rings, he has already acquired 2. The remaining 5 rings, one in the hands of Isengard Saruman, one in the hands of the Prime Minister of Gondor, one in the hands of the half-orc Asig, one in the pit of Moria, and the last one is missing. The price of obtaining this information is that Zhou Yang will do his best to help elves, humans, and dwarves to win this war. P.S. There have been fewer comments in the past 2 days, and I am a little lost. I hope the readers can give pointers to the message. If you think it's good, give it some fuel, so that I can play better. If you feel that the writing is not in place, just leave a message and give pointers, and I will actively improve it. Clasping Fists, ***. Chapter 34. Chapter 034 The Whereabouts of the Last Dwarf Ring. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Zhou Yang stood on Smaug's back, holding its huge dragon horn in his hand, soaring above the sky. Watching from a distance, the elves were surrounded by dense orcs, fighting desperately. Ever since Thranduil and Legolas had returned to Mirkwood, they had assembled an army to prepare for a desperate fight against the orcs. However, Thranduil was clever at the last moment. He tried to maintain the battle line in Changhu town, so he deliberately stayed for a while under the pretext of escorting Bud and other people from Changhu town. Because of this, they were surrounded by orcs for 2 full days. Time passed by and the situation of Thranduil and his son was getting worse and worse. In the dark jungle, the Rivendell army that was correcting was silent, apparently not intending to support. Lord, do we really want to die for Lord Thranduil?" An elf stepped forward, and he asked a little puzzled. "If we sit back and watch the king of the woodland be killed by orcs, even if we return to the holy land of Oman, your reputation..." King Elrond clenched his fists quietly, and he took a deep breath, as if to spit out all the pressure accumulated in his chest. "It's not because I don't want to rescue. Now the enemy is eyeing the dark jungle. If we go to the rescue, what will happen to the woodland kingdom? There are tens of thousands of elf children here. Who will protect them? But we can't just sit back and watch the king of the woodland be surrounded by orcs." The elf tried to persuade. "Bill Lennon." King Elrond called out the name of the elf, stared at him, and said in a low voice, "The Third Era is coming to an end, and the era of elves is about to come to an end. Next, the Middle-earth continent will be dominated by humans. This is prophesied by the gods, and it is bound to happen. And the handover of power is bound to be accompanied by war and slaughter. Now this battle is the beginning of the end of our elves, understand? Then Lenin's classical language swallowed a mouthful of spit, and stammered. Could it be? Is it necessary to sacrifice a lord for us elves to leave Middle-earth safely? King Elrond shook his head, his tone changed, and he became a little indifferent. After this decisive battle, if the coalition forces win, we can safely leave Middle-earth. You know, whether it is Rivendell, Lothlorien, or the Dark Jungle, it is no longer suitable for elves to survive. But if Sauron wins, after he unifies Middle-earth, the first thing to do is to take back the 3 rings of the elf. At that time, the war will be fully ignited. Therefore, the plan for now is to fight Sauron's army to the death. Master? Are we going to rescue them? Above the sky, Smaug looked at the 2 sides fighting on the ground, turned his head in confusion and asked Zhou Yang. Stupid guy, looking for his own death. Zhou Yang glanced at Sarandu disdainfully. Compared with his son Lygros, Sarandu can be said to be scheming, but today's big bosses in Middle-earth don't want their partners to be scheming. Guys, a simple-minded guy like Gross is more liked by them. How could a foolish woodland elf compare to his master then, of course? To your most faithful servant, Smaug, you were my world. Smaug took the opportunity to pat the horse, and a flattering expression appeared on the huge dragon's face, making Zhou Yang a little horrified. It's a pity that this guy can't die now. I need the elves of the Dark Jungle to delay the time for the other elves to leave Middle-earth. Let's go and save them. Zhou Yang said with a kick on Smaug's neck. Yes, my greatest master. Smaug responded cheerfully, spreading his wings and diving down. At the same time, the orc army besieging Thranduil had been paying attention to the movement in the sky. Seeing Smaug flying in, they fled wildly almost immediately, not even daring to stop for a moment. Smaug, stop, don't chase. Zhou Yang stopped Smaug, who wanted to hunt down the orcs, and let it stop beside Thranduil and his son. Seeing Thranduil struggling to get up, Zhou Yang had no expression on his face. This guy is completely self-inflicted, playing tricks again and again, and dying here, it can be said to be very pleasing. Great Dragon Knight, I beg you, take him away. With his sword in his hand, Thranduil stood up tremblingly. He pulled Loggers, who was dying, and looked at Zhou Yang with begging eyes. As long as you can take him away, you promise the friendship of the woodland elves forever. Father! Why do you ask for the help of this executioner? Legolas roared in an inaudible voice. He looked at Zhou Yang angrily, and roared and asked. Why? Why didn't you take action when we were under siege? For the question from Gross, Zhou Yang didn't answer, he just looked at Sarandu in his spare time, ready to let him answer. Thranduil was silent. When I came to Gross to see Zhou Yang, and then looked at my father, I realized for a while. He laughed miserably, the whole person seemed to have lost the courage to live, and his body suddenly fell backwards. Thranduil glanced at Legolas, who fell to the ground, and seemed to have made up his mind. He stared at Zhou Yang and said word by word. The missing ring, in the dark forest. Under my throne. Take him away, that dwarf ring is yours. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Chapter 035 Prelude to the Decisive Battle. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Make a deal. Zhou Yang nodded, but he looked at Sarandu indifferently and said. But even if you return to the Dark Jungle, what can you do? This sentence made Thranduil stunned, and immediately slumped. Obviously, King Elrond did not move, letting him know that he had been abandoned. The belief that had supported him all along collapsed, he could no longer stand up, and suddenly fell to the ground. Father! Father! Legolas struggled to get to him. You and me, live on! Live on! Legolas's eyes are bright, and the will to die before has collapsed. His eyes were full of unwillingness and longing, but in Thranduil's eyes, it made him even more heartbroken and desperate. As the Lord of the Dark Jungle, his status has always been far below King Galadriel and King Elrond. In order to solve this situation, it took him more than 1,000 years to finally collect a Lord of the Rings. It's just that his own willpower is not enough to resist Sauron's temptation, so he has no choice but to bury such a ring under the throne. Now, the glory of the elves is about to come to an end, and he was directly abandoned by King Elrond, which made him full of unwillingness. He shook his head at Legolas, then looked up at Zhou Yang. I understand, the rise of mankind is unstoppable, and now I only hope that you will bring Legolas out of here, no matter where it is. Until this moment, Thranduil finally figured out everything, he only needs his children to survive. He recalled the past, which was still in the distant Second Era. There is a human kingdom called the Numenor Empire, which was once the most powerful existence in this world. In the heyday of this kingdom, it was even able to send troops to attack the demon lord Sauron, so frightened that Sauron could only surrender obediently. Later, Sauron gained the trust of the last monarch of the Numenor Empire through means, and then Sauron bewitched the monarch to attack the Holy Land of Oman. The Holy Land of Oman is a place where gods, elves, and humans live together. The soldiers of the Numenor Empire made all the gods shy, and all the gods prayed to the Father God Iluvatar together, only to win the mercy of the Father God, and finally Iluvatar took action and made this strong enough to even the gods. The kingdom that they all fear will perish. And Sauron also lost his body forever in this battle. Now, mankind has obviously been forgiven by the gods, and mankind will rise again. Thranduil understands that no matter how strong Zhou Yang is, he is by no means an opponent of the demon lord Sauron. So he just hoped that Zhou Yang would take Legolas away. He didn't ask him to help Legolas regain the throne of the King of the Woodland. I agree to this request. Zhou Yang nodded, then looked into the distance. At this time, the half-orc army has been completely assembled, and has even begun to launch a final charge against Changhu Town. Not only that, but in the southwest near the dark jungle, the huge Balrog, burning with flames, is also roaring and fighting Gandalf for the final battle. Above the sky, the 9 great ringwraiths hovered constantly on the winged beast, staring at Zhou Yang from a distance with bitter and gloomy eyes. The final battle is imminent. Do not move. Zhou Yang frowned. Smaug kept shaking under his feet, obviously smelling the breath of death. Master, I have a request, I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Smaug said flatteringly to Zhou Yang while restlessly digging the ground in front of him with his claws. Zhou Yang lowered his head and looked at Smaug with bright eyes. Your most loyal mount definitely didn't question your intentions, but why do we want to be enemies with Sauron? Sauron and I are old friends. If the master sends me to talk to him, maybe this war will be completely okay. Avoided. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Thranduil and Legolas on the side changed suddenly. Okay. Zhou Yang frowned, he didn't expect Smaug to make such a constructive suggestion. Unfortunately, I don't want to be Sauron's servant, understand? It's a pity that Zhou Yang is not willing to lie to Sauron, because what Sauron needs is only servants, not allies, which means that he and Sauron cannot live in harmony. I know. Smaug suddenly understood that his plan would not work at all, and that his master would never submit to anyone. Its huge head kept shaking, and then it said, in this case, we can only have a decisive battle with Sauron's army. After a slight pause, Smaug secretly glanced at Zhou Yang, and then asked, Master, the magic you used before has greatly increased my strength. I wonder if you can give me another shot to make me stronger now. While it was talking, it carefully observed the changes in Zhou Yang's expression. After being strengthened by the system, Smaug's strength has improved slightly. In his opinion, Zhou Yang can strengthen it once, and naturally can strengthen it twice. However, Zhou Yang knew that the system's strengthening of Smaug had reached a bottleneck. But of course he wouldn't say it directly to Smaug. Instead he said to Smaug with a hint of regret in his tone. Smaug, to improve your strength, you need a lot of magic materials, but I don't have so many materials right now. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Chapter 036 Mammoth Giant Elephant. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Smaug was very concerned about the improvement of his own strength, and immediately asked. Then Master, what materials do you need? I can pay attention to the collection in the future. Zhou Yang glanced at Smaug. The Lord of the Rings. Smaug fell silent for a moment. Originally, it was still quite excited, but at this time, when he heard Zhou Yang talking about the ring he was using, he immediately understood. No wonder the master has never used the two rings after harvesting them. It turned out to be used on me. After being moved by himself, Smaug said in a more gentle and flattering tone. Master, you are so kind to me. In the future, I will dedicate my unreserved loyalty and bravery to you. When fighting, I will also redouble my efforts and bravery. Smaug spoke more and more vigorously, with a high and agitated tone, a Smaug who devotes himself wholeheartedly to everything, who will fight to the death for you, dedicate all loyalty and strength, and will make you even more invincible. Zhou Yang looked at Smaug in a daze. He didn't understand why Smaug was like a chicken blood, but it was good. Smaug was in a high mood, and it was naturally very helpful for the next battle. So he smiled at Smaug and said with a face full of encouragement. Smaug, you are my most loyal subordinate. I have known this for a long time. The next battle will depend on your performance. Rest assured, my lord. I can't wait to burn these dark bugs to ashes. Smaug said passionately. Several times the terrifying army of darkness could not dampen his excitement. Since you can't wait, let's fight. Clang. Zhou Yang pulled out the mustache sword from his waist, pointed forward, and shouted in high spirits. Just a mere army of darkness. Saranduyi on the side looked at Zhou Yang inexplicably and asked tentatively. Lord Dragon Knight, aren't you going to run away? Zhou Yang turned to look at him and replied meaningfully. Sometimes, it's not the wisest choice to protect yourself. Thranjuyi doesn't know why, but now he still needs Zhou Yang to take Legolas away, so he shut his mouth wisely. And the reason why Zhou Yang didn't leave, but stayed to fight the army of darkness, was that when he asked the lawful side for the dwarf ring in the future, he could be justified. For example, in Saruman in Isengard, he has a dwarf ring in his hand. In the battle with Sauron this time, as the Speaker of the Holy White Council, he did not appear, let alone dispatched the army under his command. This kind of behavior will inevitably arouse the dissatisfaction of other members of the Holy White Council and high-level human beings. At that time, Zhou Yang will occupy the moral high ground and ask for the Lord of the Rings. If Saruman doesn't give it, he can easily grab it. The thoughts in his mind turned. Zhou Yang kept moving, he stepped on Smaug, and the gravity control was exerted on Smaug, making it speed to the extreme, and then ordered. Smaug, rush over. Roar. Smaug roared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye the legion had arrived. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless arrows burning with blue flames shot out from every dark army, filling half of the sky in an instant. Ridiculous reptiles, using flames against the great Smaug, you are killing yourself. Smaug's voice sounded like a bell, his abdomen bulged, and a golden flame suddenly spewed out. Call. The raging flames engulfed the entire army of darkness in an instant. However, the next moment, thick elephant trunks stretched out from the army of darkness, and water columns spurted out of these trunks, colliding with the dragon's breath. The mammoths of the people of Hera. Zhou Yang frowned. Unexpectedly the Harad people also participated in this war. Harad lives in the south of Moda. Although they are both human, they are very hostile to the people of Middle-earth. They are dark-skinned and descended from trolls and humans. Most of the places where they are located are jungle wastelands. The famous local animal is the mammoth giant, which is larger than the ordinary giant and is used by the Harad people as a mobile tower of war. The war elephant appeared at this time, apparently to deal with Zhou Yang and Smaug. The mammoths in the Dark Army hissed, raised their long trunks, and spewed huge jets of water. Tsitsize. The steam generated by the collision of the flames and the water column instantly filled the entire battlefield, and the dragon breath spewed by Smaug disappeared in an instant. After blocking Smaug's dragon breath, arrows with blue flames shot out from the Dark Army again, landing on Smaug's golden dragon scales, making a ding-ding sound. Be careful, Smaug, these flames are not right. Zhou Yang found that the flames attached to these arrows had not been extinguished by the water jet, and was immediately surprised, and then reminded Smaug. Smaug took a closer look, and suddenly the spirits of the dead came out, and he cried out in horror. Master, this is the poisonous fire in Mina's devil's nest, I'm about to die, I'm about to die. Smaug roared in horror, his body suddenly lifted into the air, ready to escape. It changed direction abruptly, almost throwing Zhou Yang off. Calm down, Smaug, these flames won't burn through your scales at all. Zhou Yang shouted angrily, and Smaug finally calmed down. It turned its head and glanced at the scales on its body, and sure enough, it found that the poisonous fire fell on its body and could not burn it at all. In an instant, Smaug was relieved, and when he remembered how he had escaped from before, he was instantly angry. Damn dark bugs, you utterly enraged the great king of gold. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Chapter 037 Fight. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. The bow and arrow ding 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 hit Smaug and bounced off without causing any damage to it. However, there were still sporadic blue flames falling on it, but they were all shielded by the golden dragon scales, which did not harm Smaug in the slightest. Smaug, in anger, quickly flapped his dragon wings and charged towards the half-orc army. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a few sounds of wood hitting the stone remembered, and in an instant, huge nets shot out from the half-orc army. These large nets quickly opened in mid-air, covering Zhou Yang and Smaug. The army of darkness was obviously prepared this time. Whether it was the water-spraying mammoth giant or the giant net thrown by the trebuchet, they were obviously aimed at Smaug's fire-breathing and flying characteristics. Obviously, the leader of the Orc Legion also knew that once Smaug was restrained, at least half of Zhou Yang's power would be removed. It must be said that this strategy was absolutely correct, and the effect was obvious. At this point Smaug dodged around to avoid being caught in the net. Smaug, get smaller. Zhou Yang calmly ordered that in the current situation, only by making Smaug smaller can he avoid being caught in the big net. Although Smaug's strength will decrease after becoming smaller, Zhou Yang believes that even if Smaug's strength decreases, he can deal with ordinary orcs with a single breath of dragon. And the number of enemies that it could not solve in its heyday must be rare, and these enemies can be dealt with by themselves. Receive. Smaug let out a long roar, and his body that was over 100 meters quickly shrank to about 10 meters. After the system energy-saving control of gravity weakened the gravity on his body, Smaug's speed surged again, only to see after images flashing in the sky, and countless giant nets were lost. As for the remaining giant nets, Zhou Yang will naturally deal with them. Smaug, don't dodge, you're going all out to destroy the orcs. After giving an order, Zhou Yang shouted loudly, mustering up his strength, and using his thunder swordsmanship dashingly, he slashed the surrounding giant net. Stab it! Stab it! There were several sounds that sounded like a cloth breaking, and the giant net that was covering Smaug was cut open one by Zhou Yang. Roar! Smaug let out a roar, and the dragon's breath continued to spurt, burning the crowded orc army to ashes. Azog, who was standing behind the army, watched Zhou Yang solve the crisis again and again with cold eyes, and said calmly, "Put." He waved the long sword in his hand, and the sound of countless mechanical springs suddenly sounded again. The dense giant net was mixed with blue arrows, which shot at Zhou Yang and Smaug like a rain. In addition, the mammoths who were in the army also spewed water jets, blocking Smaug's dragon breath. "Withdraw." Zhou Yang calmly ordered that even he could not completely resist this situation. Smaug retreated sharply, dodging the fatal siege. However, at this moment, a strange cry came from the sky. "Boo!" Zhou Yang looked up abruptly, and saw that the 9 great ring wraiths had already surrounded them from all directions. Their original weapon, the demon bone sword, had now been replaced by a long spear with a hook, apparently to deal with Smaug. A must-kill game. Zhou Yang's face was gloomy and sure, at this time he had nowhere to hide and could only choose to go head-on. At the same time, in order to prevent anyone from supporting, the dense army of bats in the half-orc army rushed towards the direction of the dark jungle. On the periphery of Changhu town, the only remaining humans were defending against the attack of the wolf cavalry. At this time, the mayor of Changhu town had already fled for his life, and only Bud was leading the people to resist, but after all, they were all alone, and they had suffered heavy casualties soon after the battle, and it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. On the defense line on the edge of the dark jungle, the elves from Rivendell waited silently, and the entire city wall was silent. Kill. In the battlefield, Zhou Yang slashed a sword spirit with one sword, but only the thunder attached to swordsmanship can cause damage to the ring spirits, so for a while, he could not get rid of the entanglement of the ring spirits at all. In order to prevent being attacked by the orc army below, Zhou Yang could only control Smaug, let it fly into the sky, and fight the 9 great ring wraiths alone. This time the Nazgul did not seek to kill the enemy, but only to entangle and not let Smaug escape. And their tactic was also very successful. Whenever Smaug spread his wings to escape, a long spear with a hook stabbed at its wings, making Smaug unable to speed up. King Elrond of Rivendell, Sealborn, and Galadriel of Lothlorien, Saruman of Isengard, Radagast near Dol Guldur, these members of the White Council, none came. Zhou Yang's eyes are gloomy. After this war is over, he will definitely visit them one by one, let them know, and shake off his fate. Zhou Yang's chest was burning with anger, and he was fighting with the Nazgul. It's just that he knows that he is fighting against the ring wraiths as a human being. If he can't make a quick decision, he will inevitably end up in a dead end when his physical strength is exhausted. What to do? His mind was turning wildly, but Zhou Yang couldn't figure out a way to break the game no matter what. Puff! Suddenly, he was hit by a ring spirit on his shoulder, and a pitch-black aura rushed towards him, actually eroding his body. At this moment, the support saw the ring spirit with a magic ring on his finger like a dead bone. Looks like that's all it takes. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Chapter 038 Dangerous Situation. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Suddenly, he raised his brows and remembered the 2 magic rings he had acquired. After the collection, the 2 rings were recovered by the system. Among the 2 skills given, gravity control and metal control, only gravity control is a good skill for him. But metal manipulation, after he tried it, found that it had little effect. But now he found that he seemed to underestimate this skill. Smaug, prepare to rush out. Smaug was stunned for a moment. It had tried countless times before, but the Nazgul cooperated so closely that it did not give it a chance to escape at all. But since the master ordered it, it naturally did. In between, Smaug shook his dragon wings, and a storm naturally formed. At this moment, a pitch-black spear was aimed at Smaug's wing guza. At this moment, Zhou Yang's thoughts moved, and he aimed at the spear in the hands of the Nazgul and used metal control. In an instant, the ring wraith, who was about to attack Smaug, suddenly trembled in his hands, and he couldn't hold it for a while. Seeing this, Smaug was overjoyed and rushed forward, escaping the siege of the Nazgul. Just as it was about to make a sarcastic sentence, a long whip suddenly swept in. I saw that the huge Balrog, which was burning with raging flames, had come to the bottom. The Balrog roared, waving a long fire whip, and swept towards Zhou Yang. Roar! Smaug burst into flames with rage, trying to sweep everything. However, in the rear, the Nazgul chanted spells together, forming a barrier to prevent the fire from spreading. Below, the mammoth spewed huge water jets again, making the world shrouded in huge smoke. On the other side, the Balrog did not dodge or evade, and even if the flames were sprayed on him, there was no response. However, Smaug couldn't dodge in time, and was wrapped in one leg by the fire whip, causing the Balrog to drag him and fall to the ground. "Break me!" When he fell, Zhou Yang roared and flew down with a sword. Click! The sword was whipped and broken. This thrilling scene made Zhou Yang break out in a cold sweat. If he is pulled by the Balrog and surrounded by the ring wraiths, his nickname will be explained here. Smaug, who broke free from his shackles, rose into the sky, but was blocked by the oncoming 6 Nazgul, and the remaining 3 Nazgul also took advantage of the situation to surround him. Go! Zhou Yang didn't have time to think about why Gandalf didn't block the Balrog, and the top priority now was to leave quickly. Roar! 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 Smaug let out a panic-stricken roar, while Zhou Yang stood on Smaug's back, mobilized all his strength, and slashed at the 6 Nazgul in front of him. The dazzling blade light mixed with the surging power of thunder struck the long spear blocked by the ring spirits. Click! With a bang, the 6 spears snapped. Jianguan continued to slash at the ring spirits without fading. The ring wraiths in front of them felt the terrifying power contained in this sword, and hurriedly raised and fled, but Zhou Yang's sword still cut off the feet of a winged beast, and the winged beast uttered a sharp and shrill sound from its mouth. Roaring, the blood rain splattered, and fell diagonally to the ground. Zhou Yang looked around, preventing the attacks of the Nazgul and Balrog. Smaug, turn around! Suddenly, Zhou Yang shouted angrily, urging Smaug to turn around. Whoosh! It was this turn that narrowly escaped the flames whip. However, the Balrog was not discouraged when the attack failed. Call! 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 Zhou Yang was wearing rough clothes, and he only felt dizzy for a while, which was a sign of exhaustion. In the face of Balrog's whip, Smaug narrowly escaped again, and just as he was about to speed up again, his huge tail cone was grabbed by Balrog. Hoo! 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 There was a sound of horror in Smaug's mouth, but at this time it was no longer possible to escape, and was slammed to the ground by the Balrog. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Smaug's dragon body fell to the ground, stirring up the dust. In a few breaths, Zhou Yang regained some of his strength with his steel body. Seeing the Balrog striding forward, he endured the discomfort of his body and slashed at the tall Balrog with a sword. As soon as he approached the Balrog, a scorching temperature made Zhou Yang's skin hot. In desperation, he could only wave the sword in his hand and cut out a sword light. He couldn't get close to the Balrog at all, the temperature was too high. Flame Demon's huge body was slashed by the sword light, and his body couldn't help staggering back. However, after all, the Balrog was formed by Maya's degeneration, and its defense was extremely powerful, and it was not at all that Zhou Yang's sword light could cause damage. At this moment, there were bursts of angry roars from the mouth of the Flame Demon. It stepped on the ground, waved the long whip in its hand again, and launched an attack on Zhou Yang. Smaug! Zhou Yang dodged the whip and shouted loudly. Smaug, who was smashed to pieces, also came back to his senses at this time. It stepped on the ground and tried all its strength, and its figure was like an arrow from the string, rushing towards Zhou Yang. Boom! Smaug stepped out of a huge pothole in the earth. It rushed to Zhou Yang's side instantly. 2 dragon horns provoked Zhou Yang, and it flew into the sky again. However, in the sky at this time, 8 Nazgul riding on the winged beasts entangled again. At the same time, Gandalf, who was completely black, rode the King of Eagles and came to the dark jungle. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Chapter 039 The End of the Road. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. As soon as he saw King Elrond, Gandalf asked angrily. King Elrond, Sauron's forces are ravaging Middle-earth, why are you standing by with your army here? Miss Landa, listen to my explanation. King Elrond looked at Gandalf and said with a wry smile. If I take people away, the young elves in the dark jungle will be brutally murdered by the orcs. Outside of Long Lake Town, the orc leader Azog grinned, grabbed the dying bard's hair, and smashed its head into pieces with a hammer. Roar! All the orcs roared excitedly. Pile up the corpses of all human beings and let everyone know the fate of fighting against the demon king Sauron. Azog roared, turned over and mounted the warg, waving his arms and continuing to roar. Now, we should let that damn dragon knight taste our power. Ow! The warg roared and followed Azog to the nearby battlefield. On the burning lake, Bilbo Baggins hid silently under a collapsed house. His whole body was immersed in the water, and his face was full of horror watching the scene like the doomsday. Gandalf stared blankly at the scene of the battle not far away, and his heart was full of powerlessness. He couldn't figure out why Galadriel, who had always been with him, gave up resistance, and King Elrond was obviously influenced by Galadriel and had a negative attitude towards the battlefield. Although he said that he did not want to fall out with Galadriel and King Elrond, the choice of the 2 elf kings ran counter to his thoughts and completely violated his wishes and morals. He persuaded bitterly. King Elrond, if we leave it alone, Thranduil and Legolas will both die. Long Lake Town has now been completely destroyed by the orcs, and even the brave bard is still alive and dead now. Speaking of which, he was deeply saddened. What's worse is that now the dwarves have been wandering outside the battlefield because of the hesitation of the elves. Do you really have the heart to let darkness and evil completely cover Middle-earth? Gandalf, without Lothlorien's support, I can't resist the edge of Sauron's army with the strength in my hands. What do you want me to do? King Elrond asked back. Hey! Gandalf let out a long sigh, and said in a trance. Haven't the gods already determined the rise of mankind in this era? What if Joe chose Sauron? King Elon was startled, his face changed slightly. You mean? If justice stagnated, then he would naturally plunge into darkness, if only because of a moment of anger. Gandalf said quietly, King Elrond, are you ready to face the Dragon Knight, the Balrog, and the Dark Legion at the same time? King Elrond's eyes widened, and his face gradually showed a look of horror. Send troops, otherwise it is impossible for you to return to the Holy Land of Oman. King Elrond still shook his head. He and Rose Lorien were ready to leave Middle-earth and would not let his soldiers die. If that's the case, then retreat with the young elves in the dark jungle. Gandalf sighed again. It can't be defended here. We must pull the front back to Rivendell and give up the entire north. Elrond's eyes flickered, and he finally shook his head slowly. My friend, Rivendell should not be a battlefield, and it will never be a battlefield. Gandalf froze for a moment, and looked at King Elrond in disbelief. Are you shrinking back like this? No longer caring about the glory of the elves? Elrond looked away from Gandalf. The glory of the elves has never been lost. As for Sauron's army of darkness, the thing that the gods should consider at that time, the major thing for the elves now, is to return to the Holy Land of Oman. But if Sauron rules Middle-earth, Morgoth the seal will be loosened. Even in the Holy Land of Oman, who can resist Morgoth? Are you? Gandalf growled. Suddenly, Gandalf was stunned. After mentioning the name Morgoth, he finally understood why Galadriel was so afraid and desperate to return to the Holy Land of Oman. So it is, so it is. He sat on the ground, staring blankly. Galadriel must have flinched when he discovered that Morgoth the seal was loose. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhou Yang was still fighting hard. He was already under the attack of the fire demon and the ring wraith, and he was about to lose his support. Smaug under his feet is also full of learning, the golden dragon scales are shattered into pieces, and the dragon breath he spews is also resisted by the mammoths in the Dark Army, and now he is at a dead end. But he didn't give up, and he was still pounding the ring of the Nazgul, preparing to break out of the siege. But at this moment, the wolf came riding. Azog rode on top of the alpha wolf, with hundreds of wolves swarming behind him. They set up a strategy, waiting for the Balrog and the Nazgul to take down Smaug, and then besiege Zhou Yang. Smaug, who had lost a lot of physical strength, gradually slowed down, and the Balrog took advantage of the situation to bind Smaug and pull him to the ground. The warg, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward and bit frantically at the place where Smaug lacked the protection of dragon scales. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Chapter 040 Death of Smaug. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Ow! Smaug twisted his body frantically, and threw all the wargs out of his body, and then he opened the dragon's mouth, and the dragon's breath continued to spray, burning all the wargs to ashes. The severe pain made Smaug, who had been drowsy, wake up again. It flapped its wings with little physical strength and continued to fly in the sky. At this moment, the one-armed Azog suddenly jumped onto Smaug's back. His weapon had been changed to a four-blade giant, and he slashed towards Zhou Yang. Human, this is the end of being an enemy of Sauron. Azog roared excitedly, not caring whether he would get hurt or not. This desperate play made Zhou Yang constrained. In addition to dealing with Azog, he also had to be careful of the Balrog's long whip. And Smaug, constantly flapping his wings, avoided the attacks of the Nazgul. After the spear was cut off, the Nazgul changed into their more familiar demon bone sword. Now that most of its dragon scales are broken, it cannot resist the attack of the demon bone sword at all. Clang! Blocking the axe, Zhou Yang's mouth cracked, and he gritted his teeth to hold a sword and stabbed him in the chest. Zhou Yang was extremely fast, but Azog did not evade. The sword pierced his chest directly, and the stench of blood spurted out. Azog screamed and slammed down again with an axe. Just at this moment, the Fury was hit by the long whip of the Balrog, and his body could not help but twist. Suddenly, Azog stepped on the air with his left foot, and his body instantly became unbalanced. No! Azog screamed, instinctively let go of his axe, and grabbed Smaug's dragon scale. Puff! At this moment, Zhou Yang took this opportunity to pierce his throat with a sword, and then the sword raised suddenly, and half of Azog's head flew out. Zhou Yang had just killed Azog when he heard Smaug's screams. He turned around abruptly, and found that the demon bone swords in the hands of the three Nazgul had pierced into Smaug's body. Smaug! Zhou Yang gave a worried cry and was about to go up to help, but the rest of the nameless ring spirits had already rushed over. As the three demon bone swords sank into his body, Smaug froze for a moment, and a desperate and shrill scream broke out from his mouth. Its body was shaky, as if it was about to be thrown off at any time. Master, I can't do it anymore. Smaug lowered his head weakly. Smaug is fighting for you to the death, this is my honor. Zhou Yang frantically resisted the attack of the Nazgul, while comforting Smaug. You won't die. Smaug. As he spoke, he roared in his heart. System, heal Smaug. In the Lover's Kingdom Palace at the foot of Mount Gu, the system used materials to improve Smaug's state to 100%. He had been fighting the Nazgul and the Balrog all the time before, and he never thought of this. Now that Smaug was dying, he immediately ordered the system. Ding! The host and mount are in a state of battle and cannot be repaired. The system prompt made Zhou Yang's eyes go black. Draft. He shouted and cursed loudly, keeping his hands in his hands, and the razor-back sword blocked the attack of the Nazgul. Huh! Balrog stepped on the ground and lashed at Smaug with a whip. Get out of here! Zhou Yang slashed away with the sword, and the fire whip broke with a sound, and the sword light lingered on, bombarding the Balrog, knocking him to the ground. However, the strength of the Balrog is too strong, and Zhou Yang's attack cannot hurt the Balrog at all. It's useless, Master, the members of the Holy White Council will not come. Smaug's dragon wings were covered with blood holes, and he was unable to flap his wings anymore, and his body could not help but fall from the sky. Master, I actually have a secret to tell you. You said. Zhou Yang's tone was a bit choked. He waved his sword to block the Nazgul, and replied softly. Actually, I hated you before. You made the great Smaug the laughing stock of Middle-earth, but now, I have a little loyalty to you. Smaug's voice was getting softer and quieter, and it was obvious that he couldn't drive any more. I know. Zhou Yang took advantage of the time when the Nazgul retreated, wiped his eyes, and said. Smaug, you are an excellent mount and a brave warrior, and I am proud of you. Hearing Zhou Yang's approval, Smaug's closed eyes suddenly opened, and in an instant, it seemed to be full of strength. Master, I will send you to the dark forest, where there are elves, they will block Sauron's army for you. In an instant, the figure of Smaug, who returned to the light, increased by dozens of times, and the Nazgul who were caught off guard did not react at all, and rushed out of the encirclement. Zhou Yang sat on Smaug's body with his head down, silent. After a while, Zhou Yang had already seen the city wall on the edge of the dark jungle, covered with dense elves. And at the forefront, Elrond and Gandalf. Glancing past Gandalf and King Elrond, Zhou Yang closed his eyes and said to Smaug. Crossing the dark jungle, the elves are not to be trusted. Roar. Smaug responded to Zhou Yang's order with a low roar. At this time, it was unable to continue to fly, just spread its wings and gradually crossed the sky above the dark jungle. Boom. Zhou Yang and Smaug, whose strength had dried up, fell to a gravel ground, causing layers of smoke to rise. Smaug. Zhou Yang licked his dry lips and shouted softly. However, Smaug was already stiff at this time, half of his body was broken, and blood was flowing out like a gurgling stream under his body. Its head fell heavily on the ground, completely silent. System, heal Smaug. After leaving the battle, Zhou Yang couldn't help shouting angrily. Ding. Restoring the mount state will consume 3,042 ounces of mithril, 1,680 ounces of adamantine, and 427 ounces of gem essence. Will it be repaired? Asterisk. Chapter 41. Chapter 041 Rescue Smaug. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Ding. Restoring the mount state will consume 3,042 ounces of mithril, 1,680 ounces of adamantine, and 427 ounces of gem essence. Will it be repaired? Repair. Zhou Yang replied excitedly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have consumed 3,042 ounces of mithril, 1,680 ounces of fine gold, 427 ounces of gem essence, and the mount is recovering. Following the system prompt, the surface of Smaug's body reappeared with the milky white halo that appeared in the first repair. However, the milky white halo this time is different from the last time. Compared with the previous one, this halo is not only larger in size, but also the depth of its color is also very rich. More material is consumed, so the halo is bigger. Zhou Yang thought to himself. The halo hovered over Smaug's body for more than an hour, and finally it all melted into Smaug's body. Ding. Congratulations, the host, Your Mount Smaug status has been restored to 100%. However, following the system's prompt, Smaug didn't wake up, his eyes were still closed, and he didn't move. Zhou Yang hurriedly stepped forward to check, and saw that the body and internal organs that had been blown up had been repaired, and the blood flowing out of his body had been recreated, but Smaug's body was still extremely stiff, and there was no sign of life. System, what's going on? Zhou Yang asked with an ugly face in his mind. Ding. System testing. When the system prompt came, Zhou Yang could not bear the anger in his heart and continued to wait. After a while, the system prompt came again. Ding. The detection is successful, and the soul of the dragon Smaug has dissipated. Is there any way to reunite its soul? Zhou Yang is not angry this time. After a few days of exploration, he has roughly felt that his system has no artificial intelligence or system elves at all. The response is very rigid, and except for the first reward of dragon binding cable, except for some logic, everything else seems to be a set program, which is not flexible at all. But because of this, Zhou Yang was not too vigilant about the system. If a system with its own intelligent thinking lived in his mind, he would definitely go crazy. Ding. Condensing the soul of the Mount Smaug requires 1 ounce of soul crystals. Does the host decide to save the Mount Smaug? There is a soul crystal in the system backpack. Why didn't I know? Zhou Yang was surprised. At that time, in the palace of the dwarf kingdom under the lonely mountain, he put all the gold and silver treasures into the system backpack, but there was no such thing as a soul crystal detected. Ding. The Lord of the Rings manufacturing materials contain a certain amount of soul crystals. If the host decides to save Smaug, the system will automatically decompose the Lord of the Rings and extract the materials. Didn't you absorb the Lord of the Rings? Zhou Yang asked suspiciously. Ding. The Lord of the Rings is owned by the host, and the system recycles the Lord of the Rings to provide the host with corresponding skills, rather than appropriating it for himself. I see. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and then he nodded, ordering in an orderly manner in his mind. Disassemble the Lord of the Rings, extract the soul crystal, and save Smaug. Ding. The host currently has the Lord of the Rings, which are earth and metal. Please choose the Lord of the Rings to be decomposed. Earth and gold. Zhou Yang's mind turned, and he immediately realized that the earth-type ring obviously provided gravity manipulation skills. The metal ring provides metal manipulation skills. After thinking about it, he decided to disassemble the metal ring. After all, the gravity control provided by the earth-type ring was more practical for him. Disassemble the metal ring. With a decision in mind, Zhou Yang said to the system without hesitation. Ding. The host selection is complete, the Lord of the Rings is disintegrating. Ding. The Lord of the Rings is disassembled. Please host the soul crystal into the system backpack. After the system prompt ended, 5 small pieces of material appeared in Zhou Yang's hands. Translucent dark crystal, a golden metal the size of a grain of rice, a white liquid metal the size of a grain of rice, a rhombus-shaped fragment like glass, and finally a small mass of milk-white colloid. Unable to determine which material is the soul crystal, Zhou Yang directly put all the materials into the system backpack. Ding. Soul crystal detected, reunite the soul of the Mount Smaug. Cohesion. Zhou Yang responded without hesitation. Ding. The Mount's soul is condensing, please wait patiently. After Zhou Yang heard the system prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief and the system prompt came again. Ding. The system detects that the host holds the precious material white tree sap. If the white tree sap is used, the host will get a Song of the Gods experience card. Will the host exchange it? System, Song of the Gods experience card, what is it? Ding. Song of the Gods experience card, use it to get a blessing from the gods from other world. Exchange. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows, and a smirk appeared between his brows. It was time for revenge. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Chapter 042 Kill along first. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Putting Smaug's body into the system backpack to prevent it from being discovered and destroyed, Zhou Yang held the sword in his hand and blessed himself with the gravity manipulation skill, making himself as light as a swallow. Then he stepped on the big tree in the deep forest, and the figure shot towards the dark jungle city wall. At this time, at the defense line of the dark jungle, the elves from Rivendell are fighting to the death to resist Sauron's dark army. Fire arrows. Facing the dense crowd of orcs, King Elrond had a serious face and shouted coldly. Whoosh whoosh. Countless elves began to draw bows and shoot arrows, and the arrows fell like rain in an instant. Ding ding ding. Hundreds of orcs fell instantly, but they were immediately replaced by the orcs behind. Not only that, in the half-orc army, huge rocks suddenly appeared and smashed into the wall of the defense line. Not good. Gandalf changed his face and was about to shoot, but it was too late. Boom. The rock slammed heavily against the city wall, and the next moment. What? Some elves who didn't have time to escape were instantly crushed into flesh by stones. Under the bombardment of the boulder, the city wall collapsed suddenly, and the defense line built by the dark jungle was instantly blown up by a huge gap, and the allied forces of elves and humans were killed or injured. King Elrond pressed his finger on the IQ of the Lord of the Rings, and before he had time to cast magic, a dark red long whip rushed towards him. He only had time to protect himself with magic, and the next moment he was thrown out. Brush brush. Immediately behind the boulder, there are arrows entwined with blue flames. The number of these arrows is more than that of the elves, and the entire sky is dyed blue in an instant. King Elrond got up, his face was gloomy, he raised his hand, put his hand on Vaya, the ring of Chi, and chanted a mantra in his mouth. Use the song of the gods. A low voice sounded in the dark jungle, and then, a huge golden pupil appeared from behind him. At this moment, there was only the last trace of the afterglow of the setting sun, and the golden pupils behind Zhou Yang exuded a sacred blazing white light, which immediately dazzled, and the dark sky followed. Gandalf, who was not far away, saw this scene, and his face suddenly changed. He looked at the changes in the sky and couldn't believe it. Impossible, how can this kind of power come to Middle-earth? Is it the god of Vera? However, the scene over the dark jungle will not change because of his will. Whether it was the dark army or the elves, in their eyes, the huge pupil gradually solidified, and then the pupil suddenly burst, and finally a golden space gap exploded in the void. Angel's Hymn. The majestic voice spit out from Zhou Yang's mouth, resounding in the hearts of everyone present. Immediately afterwards, the golden crack in the ground expanded instantly, spilling countless milky white halos. These halos fell on Zhou Yang, setting him off as divine. Ding. The host has used the Song of the Gods experience card. You have consumed the skill Psalm of the Angels, and you have obtained the buff status, Angel Comes. The skill lasts for 30 minutes. It turns out that this so-called Hymn of Angels does not summon a birdman, but a gorgeous light and shadow buff. The system is really fancy. Feeling that his whole body was full of power, Zhou Yang complained in his heart, and his figure flew past like an arrow, rushing towards King Elon with lightning speed. Okay. King Elrond's expression changed suddenly, and just as he was about to make a move, the long sword had penetrated through his chest, and it flew directly against him for more than 10 meters, and finally hit a big tree. Why? King Elrond looked at the sword on his chest in disbelief, and after a while, he made a painful sound, as if he had collapsed. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Zhou Yang came to King Elon with a blank face, and asked seriously, "Do you feel my anger?" King Elon struggled, and he looked at Zhou Yang gloomily. You are also one of the justice camp, why do you want to help Zhou to abuse? Are you going to take refuge in Sauron? He he. Zhou Yang snorted coldly and responded lightly. I made an agreement with Gandalf before to resist the army of darkness together. Since you chose to stand by and watch, this behavior is treachery and owes me a debt. Cough, cough, cough. King Elrond coughed a few times, blood gushing out from the corner of his mouth. While Zhou Yang was talking, he suddenly raised his hand and pressed one finger on the ring, bigger, ah. As soon as he uttered a one-syllable spell, Zhou Yang snapped his wrist, causing him to let out an extremely painful scream. Zhou Yang sneered, and in the shrill screams of King Elon, he twisted his entire arm from his shoulders and pulled it off. Then he raised King Elrond's arm high. I always thought that Saranduyi was stupid enough, but you're no better than him. After finishing speaking, Zhou Yang held the severed arm and shoved it into Elon's chest, then pulled out his sword with a loud bang, and chopped off Elon's head with a sharp swing. Brush. Seeing the light flashes, King Elrond has turned into two corpses. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Chapter 043 Fighting the Flame Demon Again. After killing Queen Elrond, Zhou Yang took the ring from his hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Ring of Qi, one of the 3 rings of the elf. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the system bonus skill to manipulate gas. Manipulating gas. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and stopped going to see King Elrond. After a while, he realized that he could already perceive the changes in all the gases around him. Extending his palm, he meditated in his heart. Pull away. Suddenly, the air in front of him was pulled away by him, and a vacuum zone appeared in the air in front of him. Magic skill. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yang was about to continue his experiment when he suddenly remembered the angel's hymn. System, Song of the Gods has other skills. After using Song of the Gods, Zhou Yang was moved when he heard the system prompt. The system did not say that the Song of the Gods was consumed, but the hymn of the angels. Does this mean that there are other skills? Ding. The Song of the Gods includes the Shield of Light, the Hymn of Angels, the Hymn of Angels, the Forgiveness of the Goddess of Dawn, the Redemption of the Goddess of Life and other skills. This series of skills is very powerful, please use it with caution. So many skills. Yes. Zhou Yang swallowed his saliva and was able to be turned into a powerful skill by the system. Its power obviously far surpassed the skills of Body of Steel and Gravity Manipulation. With only the 2 skills rewarded by the system, he could persist under the siege of the Nazgul and the Balrog for so long. The effect of these 2 skills is evident. Although Smaug has made a lot of contributions in it, it still cannot weaken the power of these 2 skills. System, can you explain the functions of these skills? Just now he thought that the so-called Song of the Gods was just a skill, but now he realized that it turned out to be a set of skills. In this case, he naturally wants to talk about the use of each skill's role thoroughly. Ding. Shield of Light, summon the power of the gods of the other world to create an all-round defensive shield that lasts up to 30 minutes. Each time you receive an attack, the duration of the shield will gradually decrease according to the attack strength. Ding. Forgiveness of the Goddess of Dawn. Summons the projection of the Goddess of Dawn from Otherworld and unleashes a large-scale divine spell, causing a devastating blow to all evil units. Ding. The Redemption of the Goddess of Life. Summons the projection of the Goddess of Life from Otherworld, unleashing a large-scale magic spell that heals all undead units. Looking at the system prompts, Zhou Yang took a deep breath. All of them were super magical skills. Just when Zhou Yang was communicating with the system, the Balrog saw Zhou Yang again, it roared and chased after him, and threw it down with a whip. Madness. Zhou Yang jumped to dodge the Balrog's whip, holding the beard sword, and slashed angrily. Boom. The long whip failed, and wherever it passed, It immediately burned. The Balrog retracted the flame whip and threw it out again. Attack! Attack! Behind him, countless orcs poured in from the gap, and the elves who lost their command suddenly panicked. Defense! Defense! In front of his close comrade in arms, King Elong died tragically in the hands of Zhou Yang. Gandalf's eyes were blood red, and a sense of resentment almost shattered his chest. However, after all, it was King Elrond's fault in this matter. If he hadn't stopped moving forward, Zhou Yang would not have been besieged by orcs. And at this time, Gandalf only saw Zhou Yang, but did not find any trace of Smaug. In his mind, Smaug should have died. In this case, what Zhou Yang did was obviously to avenge Smaug, which made him even less face-to-face Zhou Yang. You must know that in the Lonely Mountain Palace, he and Zhou Yang agreed to fight against the dark forces together. However, in the end, he did nothing, and Zhou Yang was struggling to resist Sauron's army. So at this time, in order to make up for his fault, he can only work hard to organize the elves to strengthen the defense, and absolutely cannot let the orcs break through the defense and enter the dark jungle. Woo! 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 The horn of attack sounded again, and all the orcs began to attack in the direction of the Mirkwood. The scale of the orc army this time is obviously larger than the Battle of the Five Armies in the original book. After Sauron met Morgoth to welcome him, he was more ambitious than anyone imagined. In order to show himself in front of the great master Morgoth, his goal was to solve all problems in one battle and to unify Middle-earth. Whoosh! An arrow shot at the Balrog who was attacking Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang turned his head and saw that Legolas, covered in blood, was carrying Thrandu on his back and was shooting the Balrog with a bow. This is my home, and I have to protect her. After a war, Legolas has grown amazingly. He can no longer see the color of resentment on his face. Instead, his face is calm, and he has obviously matured a lot. The Balrog was shot with an arrow, and although it was not injured, it also aroused its anger. Just listening to the roar of the Balrog, a long flame whip was drawn towards Gross. You devil! Legolas cursed, dodged with Thranduil behind his back, and continued to prepare to attack. Zhou Yang glanced at Gross with admiration. Unlike his father, this handsome elf obviously knew everything. He stabbed the Balrog with a sword and made a clearance for Legolas. Roar! Seeing this, the flame demon roared, and a whip came over again. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Chapter 044 Gandalf helps. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. The sky was getting dark, and the water column of the giant mammoth of the half-orc army was evaporated by the flames on the Balrog, and the visibility of the entire battlefield gradually decreased. Roar! 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 After a series of defeats, the flames on the Balrog's body became more and more high, and in the dim battlefield, the dark red flames became brighter and brighter. The moisture in the air evaporated instantly, and a feeling of scorching heat hit the face. Legolas was shocked and his heart tightened, and he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear. Little sparks fluttered in the air, Gandalf raised his staff high, and the scorching heat was shielded from the shroud of light. Zhou Yang, I'm here to help you. At this time, he had abandoned the former suspicion of King Elrond's death. He knew that the flame demon was powerful, almost no less than Sauron. Although Zhou Yang was powerful, after a whole day of fighting, he would definitely be exhausted, so Gandalf immediately went up. Start directly. I saw Gandalf's staff tap lightly, and a holy light flashed from the staff and flew towards Balrog. Boom! After the loud noise, the flame demon stumbled and fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Gandalf said to Zhou Yang. Zhou, the sword can't hurt the Balrog. If you want to deal with the Balrog, it is useless to have a lot of people. Let Legolas leave and let him command the elves to defend. He spoke eagerly. Zhou Yang nodded, he still had a good impression of Gandalf. This person knows current affairs, understands the general situation, is willing to sacrifice, and befriends such a person. He will not be stabbed in the back. Although he has now killed two friends of Gandalf one after another, this does not prevent Zhou Yang from recognizing Gandalf. With a big wave of his hand, Zhou Yang let Legolas leave, and then stood side by side with Gandalf. Gandalf, who used to be kind-hearted in the past, had an extremely solemn expression on his face. "Zhou, is Smaug dead?" "No." Zhou Yang shook his head, then he looked at Gandalf and asked. "Gandalf, the situation has developed to this point. I think you should also know that no matter whether it is elves, dwarves, or humans, they can no longer resist the army of darkness. You should prepare early." "Hey." Gandalf sighed. He looked at Zhou Yang seriously, and said seriously, "Zhou, it's not that there is no hope. As long as Sauron is taken down, the army of darkness will naturally collapse. With you and me." Zhou Yang looked at Gandalf speechlessly, puzzled. Gandalf nodded seriously. He pointed to Zhou Yang and said, "Zhou, I see people very accurately. Although I have only met you a few times and have known each other for a few days, I know that you are a person with a bottom line. As long as your bottom line is not touched, you are a very good partner." After a slight pause, he continued. "The power you used when you killed King Elrond just now wasn't your own, was it?" Zhou Yang glanced at Gandalf in amazement. He didn't expect Gandalf to have such eyesight. He didn't hide it either, looking at Gandalf and whispering, "Yes, it's not my own power, and it won't last long." "As expected." Gandalf nodded, then asked again, "I don't know how many times you can use this ability." "Just once." Zhou Yang replied lightly. Now that the Song of the Gods is his trump card, he naturally won't expose it. "Enough," Gandalf took a deep breath. "I'll attack later. You use that kind of swordsmanship that carries thunder to assist. Even if we can't kill him together, we can repel the Balrog." Gandalf knew the origin of the Balrog, a subordinate of the Dark Emperor Morgoth, who, like him, was also a Mire. After his fall, he turned into a Balrog. The god slaughtered Morgoth, destroying his body and smashing his soul into the void, and the Balrog deserted in the final battle, burying himself under the mountains. Later, the Balrog dug up the Balrog in Moria, and the Balrog continued to wreak havoc in Middle-earth. Roar. While speaking, the flame demon rushed over again. The sound of its footsteps is like a drum, the air around it is getting hotter and hotter, and the black smoke billows on its body. Obviously, after seeing Gandalf, the Songmaya, the Balrog is furious and wants to tell Gandalf to stay here. Roar. A pair of big black hands covered with scorching red lines, with flaming flames attached to them, appeared in front of Zhou Yang. "I am the servant of the holy fire, the flame demon. You can't get past this place, back away from me." Gandalf held a staff, his beard and hair fluttered in the wind, and his mouth made a sound like a spell. Boom! The holy light shone, extinguishing all the flames outside the Balrog in an instant, revealing the body of the Balrog. I saw that this flame demon had black demon horns, and his whole body was like a fire-breathing rock, without a trace of flesh and blood. Its facial features are blurred, its mouth, nose and eyes are all hollow, and black ashes rise in the hollow. Around its shoulders, black bristles are as sharp as porcupine thorns, and two huge skeletons are behind it, which are the wings of the Balrog. Gandalf. In the mouth of the Balrog, Gandalf's name was suddenly called out. "You hypocritical BD, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Vararoka, you are doing it yourself." Gandalf responded, and the staff in his hand continued to emit holy light, resisting the attack of the Balrog. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Chapter 045 Fighting the Flame Demon Again. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Valaroka is the Elvish name for the Balrog. Hearing Gandalf's sarcasm, the Balrog was even more angry, and a long tail similar to Smaug's tail of the disciplinary committee suddenly swayed and pulled towards Gandalf. The Balrog's tail suddenly approached, and Gandalf felt the heat unstoppable. The heat was blowing in his face, and the air twisted with it. Every time I took a breath, my internal organs were burning, and I felt a lot better after I released the holy light roar. Zhou Yang, Balrog's flame has a strong dark power, be careful not to be hurt by his flame. Gandalf said solemnly, the long sword in his hand was covered with a biting frost at some point. Understood. Zhou Yang, who is blessed by the hymn of angels, is not afraid of the Balrog at all. He even wished the Nazgul were nearby so he could take down all the enemies together. I have bad news for you. Gandalf suddenly thought of his previous guess, and said with a rare pessimism in his tone. Morgoth may be about to get out of trouble. Morgoth. Hearing this news, Zhou Yang was shocked, and he understood everything. It turns out that, so when the dark forces invaded, King Galadriel's good Elrond will hold back, right? Gandalf nodded embarrassedly, the war would not have been where it is now if Galadriel and Elrond hadn't backed away. Gandalf, tell me, do we have reinforcements now? Zhou Yang glanced at Gandalf's face. If Gandalf dared to say no, he would retreat. The buff status of Song of the Gods can only last for 30 minutes. Now almost 10 minutes have passed, and he still has to leave 10 minutes for himself to retreat, so his current battle time is only 10 minutes. Well, the kingdom of Gondor has completely repelled the pirates on the Anduin River, and they are already heading north. After a slight pause, Gandalf continued. The dwarves have also assembled north of the Lonely Mountain. As long as the Balrog is repelled and the Nazgul is suppressed, then we have hope of victory. Understood. Zhou Yang nodded. He looked at Gandalf and nodded vigorously. Thank you for your help. After this battle, no matter what the outcome is, I will take the 2 dwarf rings from Saruman and Gondor and give them to you. In order to make Zhou Yang contribute, Gandalf made a ruthless heart and promised directly. Don't forget your promise. Zhou Yang's spirit was shocked. This can be said to be the best news since this battle. What? After receiving Zhou Yang's response, Gandalf was a little relieved. Gandalf shouted loudly, dispelling distracting thoughts, raised his staff high to shock the Balrog to force him back, and then raised his long sword horizontally, jumped into the air and slashed heavily, blocking the Balrog's tail. Vertebra. Whoosh. The Balrog hit Zhou Yang with a whip. Zhou Yang jumped to dodge, the whip hit the ground, leaving a deep ravine. The strength has increased a lot. Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed, obviously the Balrog started to fight seriously. As the former Maya, the flame demon is also at the level of a demigod. No matter what kind of strength the flame demon possesses, Zhou Yang will not be surprised. In Middle-earth, the strongest should be Sauron. As a fallen Maya, Sauron was able to unscrupulously use the power of the former demigods on Middle-earth. It can be said that he fought alone, and no one was his opponent. In the second echelon, it is Galadriel, Saruman, Gandalf, and Balrog. Galadriel is a high elf who entered the Middle-earth from the Holy Land of Oman, and holds the Ring of Water, so his strength is unquestionable. Both Saruman and Gandalf, both demigods of Maya, were weaker than Sauron only because their strength could not be fully utilized in Middle-earth. The third echelon is King Elrond, Smaug, Zhou Yang, and the Nazgul. In this level, the strength is uneven, each has weaknesses, and they fight with each other, and the outcome is uncertain. The strongest among them is King Elrond, who may not lose in fighting the 9 great ring wraiths alone, but if he were to face Smaug, he would definitely lose. But Smaug may not be able to win against the 9 great ring wraiths, because after Morgoth's strengthening, the Nazgul are no longer the weak chickens they used to be. Zhou Yang, buy me some time. Gandalf shouted aloud, and then stood still, as if preparing for a big move. As the main attacker, Gandalf was well aware of the Balrog's weakness, so he was ready to quickly end the battle with Balrog and support other places. In the classical language, Zhou Yang threw his hand and cut out a ray of light, attracting the attention of the Balrog. The Balrog roared towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang stood on the spot, neither dodging nor avoiding, waiting for the arrival of the Balrog. Roar! The Balrog roared and swung down with a whip. Zhou Yang shouted and jumped up, holding a sword in both hands. "Thank you for picking up." Brush! The long whip was completely broken at the root. The Balrog shouted angrily and punched Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang only flickered slightly, and his body had already turned from the top of the Balrog's head to behind it. Thunder swordsmanship. Zhou Yang, who blessed the hymn of angels, used the thunder sword technique at this time, and the power was doubled. A thunderbolt with the thickness of his arm fell from the sky and smashed firmly on the back of the flame demon, and the flame demon stumbled to the ground with a muffled groan. Clang! Clang! Zhou Yang refused to give up, and continued to swing the sword, until the flame demon howled and couldn't stand up. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Chapter 046 The Power of the Flame Demon. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Roar! Under the pain, the Balrog struggled frantically, and the flames that had been suppressed by Gandalf suddenly burned again, cracking the surrounding ground. The huge force directly overturned Zhou Yang and retreated. The flame demon made a standing cry, struggling to get up, and turned around to continue to trouble Zhou Yang. Death to me! Zhou Yang, who was knocked into the air, already knew that he was flying, and with the blessing of energy-saving gravity control, his speed reached the limit. Zhou Yang roared, and in the pure white holy light, thunder was densely covered, and a sword slammed down, and the blade slashed down from the middle of the flame demon's body. The flame demon's whole body was stiff, as if he had been hit by magic such as the immobilization technique. The sword-raising sword attacked, and the magic power exploded in a hurry, barely turning his head at the critical moment. Clang! The sword-raising sword slashed straight down, first severing one of the horns of the Balrog, and then landing on the shoulder. As Zhou Yang's sword-carrying arm pressed down, the sharp blade slashed from the shoulder to the chest, severing a third of the Balrog's huge body. The Balrog's body was hard, and the sword could not continue to fall, but Zhou Yang's attack did not end there. The rolling thunder paralyzed half of the Balrog's body, and the half of the cheek whose horns were cut off, lost consciousness. Roar! Zhou Yang took advantage of the situation to pursue. He raised his long sword, jumped into the air, and fell. The holy light and thunder fused together, like a thunder god descending into the world, slashing heavily towards the flame demon's head. Roar! Hoo-hoo! The Balrog cried out in pain, blazing flames shot out of his eyes, his right hand was pulled in the void, and a blade made of fire elements was brought out from his 5 fingers, which he chopped down at Zhou Yang. Facing the giant flaming blade, Zhou Yang raised his brows and raised the long sword in his hand to block the sword that Yan Mo was determined to get. And on his body, the holy light bloomed, and the white holy power released by the hymn of angels firmly protected him. Boom! 2 weapons, one big and one small, collided, and the strong wind blew up, swept away frantically in all directions with Zhou Yang and Balrog as the center. The Balrog is huge, and Zhou Yang is not worth mentioning compared to it, but he has the blessing of a body of steel, huge strength, and the gained status of the hymn of angels. It seems that he has infinite power in his body, and he does not retreat under head-to-head encounters. Second half step. The terrifying power poured into the ground along the feet of Zhou Yang and Balrog, shaking the ground with cracks like spider webs. The cracks crisscrossed, extending under the city wall of the dark jungle, causing countless orcs who were attacking the city to fall into it by surprise. Roar! 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 The flame demon roared again and again, the red flames all over his body burned wildly, and the wounds occupying 1/3 of the body healed quickly in the flames, and the recovery was completed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grass. Zhou Yang scolded. Even if he had fallen, the Balrog still possessed the ability of a demigod of Maya, and this recovery ability was almost comparable to the gain provided by his own angelic hymn. On the opposite side of the Balrog, after his body recovered, he raised his left hand and held it against the void, and a long flame whip appeared in his hand. This long whip is composed of strips of dark red flames. Under the great force of the flame demon, it makes bursts of air-breaking sounds and slams towards Zhou Yang. Chiena is poor. Zhou Yang said disdainfully. His body flickered, and he raised his beard sword, blocking the attack of the Balrog. Then his eyes widened, and he vigorously swung his long sword and opened the flame whip, forcibly forcing the huge Balrog to retreat. The strength of his whole body combined with the holy light broke out again, raised his sword and stabbed forward, and the thunder blade rushed down like a meteor, hitting the Balrog's chest. Roar! The sharp point of the sword pierced into the Balrog's chest, pushing him back step by step. The huge body smashed dozens of stone pillars in a row. The Balrog roared furiously, the flames in his chest went out, and the heart-piercing pain swept through his body. In a fit of rage, the flame whip suddenly became thicker and larger, and threw it down, hitting Zhou Yang, who was caught off guard, knocking him upside down. Roar! As soon as he succeeded, the Balrog shouted excitedly, stared at Zhou Yang, and dark forces emerged from his burning eyes, rushing towards Zhou Yang. Call! Breathing out a mouthful of turbid air, Zhou Yang clenched the tattered whisker in his hand, stepped forward, and swept away at the Balrog. The sharp sword light condensed into a lunar arc, mixed with holy power and thunder, cutting the air ahead in half. The power of darkness released by the Balrog was broken in an instant, and the light hit the dark face of the Balrog in the blink of an eye. Clang! The holy light and thunder in the sword light, as if they possessed entities, cut a gully in the face of the flame demon, but that's all. Apart from angering the flame demon to be more violent, it did not cause any substantial damage. Roar! Under the pain of the Balrog, his eyes glared at Zhou Yang, his roaring mouth opened, and the flames shot up from the ground, forming a scarlet flame sky. Zhou Yang, hurry up and don't touch those flames. Gandalf was ready at this time, and when he saw this scene, his heart trembled with fright, and he hurriedly stepped forward to help. Flame Demon glanced at Gandalf from the corner of his eye, his hideous features seemed to flash a hint of mockery, and he swung the flaming whip to block Gandalf. Then, driving the infinite flames pressed towards Zhou Yang's position, and instantly thousands of flames swept over and drowned Zhou Yang in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Chapter 047 Kill the Flame Demon. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. No. Gandalf cried out in grief, his eyes splitting. He actually cried out a mouthful of blood. Roar! Hoo hoo! A cry of joy came from the mouth of the Balrog, and it raised its arms, waving a flaming whip, and strode towards Gandalf. Behind him, the flames were raging, burning more and more vigorously, spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed, and even burning under his feet. Gandalf held up the ring of fire and shouted angrily at the Balrog. The flames dissipate. Hearing Yan Mo's heart was alert, he hurriedly turned his head, only to see that the originally high flames suddenly showed signs of extinguishing again. Gandalf! You can't stop me! The flame demon roared angrily, and with a deafening sound, the flames on its body burned again, and then the flames flickered and turned into a pair of huge flame wings. The scorching temperature is rising steadily, as if it will burn everything around it. Gandalf saw his eyes burst, and he asked angrily. The Balrog, the blessing you received from Morgoth. Obviously, Gandalf has discovered the change in the strength of the Balrog. Who? Gandalf, the great Morgoth is about to come again, and the false gods will be burned to ashes in the wrath of Lord Morgoth. How dare you play badly on the valor gods? Gandalf was furious, he waved the ring of fire, and a golden flame suddenly appeared from all over his body, attacking the Balrog. "Stupid Gandalf!" The Balrog sneered, and the huge fist slammed into Gandalf, and the black horns above its head flashed black halos, covering Gandalf. "Even Morgoth cannot go against the gods." Gandalf did not flinch, holding the staff in the left and the sword in the right, rushing towards the Balrog. Darkness will eventually dissipate, and light will come to the world. He strode out and wrestled with the Balrog. Boom! Gandalf's emaciated body erupted with tremendous power, and he suddenly overturned the Balrog to the ground. "How dare you break the seal of the gods?" The Balrog was blinded by a sudden blow. With the exception of Sauron and Balrog, who belonged to Morgoth, all the strengths of Maya who came to Middle-earth were sealed by the gods. Unless it is a matter of life and death, the seal is not allowed to be broken. This is to prevent Maya from destroying Middle-earth. However, Gandalf knew that the flame demon dared to disrespect the gods, and he broke the seal for the gods' honor. Even if he returns to the Holy Land of Oman in the future, and the gods are held accountable, he has something to say. The Balrog's brain, buried deep in the ground for thousands of years, has become rigid. How can you guess Gandalf's thoughts? It cracked its pitch-black mouth, spewed out a fiery flame, and laughed loudly. "Gandalf, you are doomed, and if you do not want to be punished by the gods, put yourself under the command of the great Morgoth." "Humph!" Gandalf snorted in disdain, and then he raised his staff high, and an endless stream of holy light emerged from the staff, drowning Balrog's body at once. "What?" The flame demon screamed miserably, and the whole body was burned by the holy light, so there were wounds everywhere. "Gandalf, you will pay for your actions." The flame demon was suppressed by the holy light for a moment, and an angry scream came out of his mouth. In order to break free from Gandalf's holy light, at the Balrog's chest, a mass of black ink-like core suddenly released dark energy, wrapping it all over. "Morgoth is sealed in the void. How much energy can he provide you?" Gandalf made a tentative sentence, and then activated the Ring of Fire to continue suppressing the Balrog. "How could the power of the great Morgoth be tested by you, your despicable Maya?" The flame demon roared angrily, and the core at the chest continued to spew out dark energy, and for a while, he was deadlocked with Gandalf. The Balrog has no heart, and its heart is a blazing flame. Now this energy has been infused with endless dark energy by Morgoth, and it has become a dark core. As long as this core is destroyed, the Balrog can be completely obliterated. "Gandalf, I have been blessed by my master, you cannot kill me." The Balrog roared, and the whip in his hand swept away at Gandalf. At this moment, a dazzling sword light flashed, and everything slammed into the chest of the flame demon, falling on the dark core. Roar! The severe pain stimulated the Balrog's nerves. He roared, opened his mouth wide and shot a hot flame towards his chest, trying to kill the person who attacked it. "Fall down, flame demon." Zhou Yang's voice sounded in front of the flame demon, his figure flashed, and after dodging the flame attack of the flame demon, he slashed down again with a sword. "It's you! You bloody human!" The flame demon shouted angrily, and the flames soared all over his body. Just as he was about to shoot, a suffocation suddenly came. "Eldrin, the development of the Ring of Qi is too low." Disdainfully complained about King Elong, Zhou Yang transferred the gravity control from his body to the Balrog, and instantly suppressed it to the ground, unable to move at all. At the same time, Zhou Yang activated the gas manipulation skill, and in an instant, all the air around the Balrog was evacuated, leaving the Balrog's body in a vacuum. "Gandalf!" After suppressing the Balrog for a moment, Zhou Yang shouted angrily, reminding Gandalf to take action quickly. Gandalf immediately understood. He chanted the incantation silently, the staff radiated a dazzling smoothness, and then his body flew up, the long sword in his hand exuded a strong chill, and a sword stabbed the core of the Balrog. **** Chapter 48. Chapter 048. The Army of Darkness retreats. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. After the core was shattered, the flame demon's body suddenly froze, the energy fluctuation disappeared, and it could no longer heal itself. Zhou Yang threw the broken core back to Gandalf and let him completely destroy the Balrog. Gandalf was also unequivocal. The holy light at the tip of the staff was prosperous, and it stabbed the core fragment fiercely. Tsitsize. The shards of the flame demon core roared in the holy light thorn, like a red-hot iron falling into the water, making a harsh sizzling sound. After the sound, the only remaining dark power hovering on the core fragment instantly turned into a black mist and disappeared, and the Balrog core fragment also lost its luster and turned into a grey-white ordinary stone. As the Balrog died, the temperature in the battlefield slowly dropped, and Gandalf slumped on the ground in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. And Zhou Yang ignored Gandalf. He came to the corpse of the Balrog, blessed the holy light on the sword in his hand, and instantly dismembered the Balrog. Then, he put the materials on the Balrog into the system backpack one by one. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the material Balrog Sharp Horn. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the wings of the Balrog. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Balrog's fang. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Balrog's tail vertebra. A series of system information came, making Zhou Yang a little happy. Glancing across the mount space, Smaug remained motionless. Zhou Yang was not only a little more worried, but he didn't know when Smaug would recover. Gandalf, who was on the side, saw Zhou Yang's actions, and he was so sad that he didn't know how to stop it. He opened his mouth, trying to dissuade him, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only be silent in the end. After the Balrog died, the army of darkness receded like a tide in an instant, and the elves above the high wall burst into cheers, and Legolas, who was headed by him, also breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the location where Gandalf and Zhou Yang were. Miss Landa, Zhou, thank you for your help, otherwise the gloomy forest will definitely be destroyed by darkness. Legolas's tone was full of gratitude. Without these two people, no one in the gloomy forest could stop the Balrog from raging. No thanks, we are also here to defend justice. A smile appeared on Gandalf's face, and he looked at Logros encouragingly. Now that you are the king of the woods, I hope you can maintain a fighting heart in the next battle. Logros scratched his head in embarrassment and said to Gandalf. That. Miss Landa, my father wasn't dead, so. What? Thranduil is still alive. Gandalf exclaimed, then reacted with embarrassment. Cough. After a while, Gandalf coughed dryly and asked nonchalantly. How did you escape the pursuit of the orcs in Longhu Town? When I came to Gros to see that Gandalf didn't have a completely different expression on his face, he immediately admired him. But now that he has grown a lot, he naturally won't make Gandalf embarrassed again. He replied sternly. At that time, my father and I were exhausted, and at the last moment, a winged beast riding on the Nazgul suddenly fell from the sky and smashed my father and me into the water. After those orcs saw the body of the winged beast, they all fled in panic. My father and I hid in the lake, and when the orcs all dispersed, we returned to the woodland, which is a life-saving. Hearing Legolas's words, Zhou Yang suddenly reacted. At that time, he did cut off the sharp claws of a winged beast, but without the sharp claws, it should not hinder the flying of the winged beast. The guy who knows Guang is there, Zhou Yang said directly. Well, I did cut off the claws of a winged beast, but I didn't destroy its wings, so who made the winged beast die? Oh, it's you. Lygros was stunned for a moment. Zhou Yang saved their father and son again and again. Although he didn't mean to save them, the kindness was real. Gratitude goes to the next level. On the other side, Gandalf listened to Zhou Yang's words, his heart moved, and he explained. Dark-winged beasts are monsters that Lauren cultivated in Moto. They seem to be living creatures, but they are just undead creatures. After a slight pause, he continued. What you have prepared, when Sauron created this kind of monster, he used the power of darkness to forcibly glue the body parts of the winged beast together. As long as there is beneficial damage, the power of darkness in the winged beast will collapse. How long will it take for the winged beast to die naturally? After listening to Gandalf's explanation, Zhou Yang understood. He looked at Gandalf and asked again. In other words, as long as you cause damage to the winged beasts, you can shoot them down, so that the Nazgul can't fly in the air, right? Gandalf understood what Zhou Yang meant, but he still shook his head and said. That's not the case. Only the power of the powerful elements can destroy the balance of the power of darkness in the winged beasts. Ordinary swords have no effect on them. Hearing this, Zhou Yang nodded thoughtfully. It seems that to deal with the Nazgul and the winged beast, he still needs to improve the power of thunder swordsmanship. In addition, he also needs a good sword. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Chapter 049. Check out the harvest. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. After a while, Gandalf and Zhou Yang had almost rested. And the elves in the dark jungle also walked out of the high wall and cleaned up the battlefield. At this time, the buff status of the angelic psalm on him has ended. Ding. The angelic hymn status duration has expired, and you have received the angelic blessing, which is a permanent buff status. Ding. Angel's blessing has been integrated into the host skill iron body, and the strength of your skill iron body has been strengthened. Ding. Angel's blessing has purchased the host skill thunder swordsmanship from Rangu, and the power of your skill thunder swordsmanship has been strengthened. Huh? Iron body and thunder swordsmanship have been strengthened. Zhou Yang raised his brows and came over by the name of Abi. Although the state of the hymn of angels ended, the energy summoned from the other world did not disappear. The body of steel and thunder swordsmanship are affected, and the strength has increased a lot. That is to say, the next time he faces the ring wraith, he uses thunder swordsmanship, which should be able to cause a devastating blow to the ring wraith. It's good news. Zhou Yang thought to himself, and happily followed behind Gandalf, walking into the dark forest. At this time, the war was temporarily over, and with the retreat of the half-orc army, the elves in the dark jungle also entered a state of rest. On the other hand, Zhou Yang and Gandalf, led by Legolas, entered the elf palace. In a beautiful and quiet room, Zhou Yang sat on the wicker special rattan chair, checking the results of this battle. First of all, the most precious one is undoubtedly the Ring of Chi obtained from King Elon. The power of such a ring is only under the Supreme Lord of the Rings, and it can be said to be the second most precious treasure in Middle-earth. But now this ring has been collected by the system, unless he gives up the skill of manipulating gas, he can't use this ring at all. With a regretful sigh, Zhou Yang continued to check the harvest. In addition to the Ring of Chi, the enhanced iron body and thunder swordsmanship have enhanced his strength. If he encounters the 9 great ring wraiths again, as long as Smaug is resurrected, he has the confidence to defeat him alone. Then, there are the materials obtained by dismantling the Balrog roar. He is going to find Thranduil to see. If the Balrog's materials can make weapons, he will build a good sword for himself. If not, he will build an armor for Smaug. Through this battle, Zhou Yang discovered that although Smaug's dragon scale defense is excellent, it is not enough insurance. The rest of the harvest is to decompose the materials obtained by the Lord of the Rings. By disassembling the Lord of the Rings, Zhou Yang obtained a total of 5 materials. The first is the Soul Crystal, which has been consumed by the system, and Zhou Yang doesn't know much about this kind of thing, but since this kind of crystal can recondense the soul of a creature, it is obviously very precious, not to mention this is the creation of the Lord of the Rings. The required materials, I am afraid that on the Middle-earth continent, this kind of material has disappeared, even if it is the Holy Land of Oman, there may not be many. Next, it is the core of fine gold. The core of pure gold is a small golden sphere the size of a grain of rice, which emits a soft golden light, like a dense atmosphere, extremely dreamy. Fine gold is a kind of strange magic material that is finally purified after a large amount of gold has been refined. It is said that 1 ton of gold can finally be extracted from fine gold, but it is only the size of a fist. Adamantine is a very magical and precious magical metal in Middle-earth. It is extremely hard and has an abundance of magical affinity. The yield of natural adamantine is very low, so wizards must refine gold to obtain this rare magic material. The core of adamantite is even more precious. This is a group of mineral essences produced from the very core of a naturally occurring adamantine vein. Its material properties are hundreds of times that of ordinary adamantite, which can be said to be extremely precious. Alchemy material. After disassembling the Lord of the Rings, the third material obtained is called the heart of mithril. Like fine gold, mithril is a very precious magic material, obtained by refining silver. The mithril heart, like the fine gold core, is the core essence of the natural ore veins. This material, like mercury, is a total of liquid metal, but it is a bit thicker than mercury, and it looks like a bright moon, which is extremely dazzling. Putting down the mithril heart, Zhou Yang carefully checked the thing called the Silmarillion fragment. The Silmarillion is a treasure made by Fëanor, the elf prince who lived in the Holy Land of Oman during the First Age. After making the Silmarillion, Prince Fëanor always suspected that the Valor gods wanted to steal the Silmarillion, which gave Morgoth, who had been trying to disrupt the world, an opportunity. Morgoth destroyed the double sacred tree planted in the Holy Land of Oman, and in order to save the double sacred tree, the light of the sacred tree stored in the Silmarillion must be used, so the contradiction between Fëanor and the Valor gods broke out. The final outcome of this incident caused most of the elves to leave the Holy Lands of Oman and go to Middle-earth, where they began the war with Morgoth. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Chapter 050 Rebuild Weapons. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Zhou Yang held the fragment of the Silmarillion in his hand and observed it carefully. He found that there was a small 2 dots stored inside the Silmarillion. Is this the light of the holy tree? He thought to himself, but now he still knows how to use this thing, but this does not prevent him from knowing that this is a treasure. Then, he put away the Silmarillion fragments and looked at the sap of the white tree. This is a mass of colloidal milk that smells of a peculiar fragrance. The so-called white tree is one of the 2 sacred trees of the Holy Land of Oman. It is called the chief of 10,000 trees and was destroyed by Morgoth. In the whole world, there is only one white tree still alive today, and it grows in Minas Tirith. This white tree was discovered by Gandalf and brought into Minas Tirith to plant it in front of the palace. Among the 5 treasures obtained by disassembling the Lord of the Rings, each one is extremely precious. Although it is not effective now, Zhou Yang understands that it will definitely be useful in the future. This kind of precious material, even if ordinary people are extremely poor, it is estimated that they will not be able to find one in the halfway world. The use of this material to make the Lord of the Rings shows that the Lord of the Rings is indeed a very precious treasure, which also reflects the wealth of the elves. After a night of rest, Zhou Yang came to the hall of the elf clan refreshed, and saw Gandalf sitting here with his eyes closed. "Zhou, you're here." Gandalf opened his eyes, looked at Zhou Yang, and said with a smile. Zhou Yang glanced at Gandalf in surprise. He didn't expect that Gandalf's mood changed so much after just one night. "Anything good?" Zhou Yang asked curiously. "Okay." Gandalf nodded reservedly, then he looked at Zhou Yang and smiled. "The Lord of Lothlorien, Sealborn, sent me a letter this morning. Sauron's army has blocked the exit to the Holy Land of Oman, and asked me for help." He. Zhou Yang sneered, then he looked at Gandalf and asked. "What's your answer?" "Of course, Let them send troops. The elf queen with supreme wisdom, beauty, and longevity is still afraid of death after all. Gandalf sighed with emotion. Whether it was Celeborn or Galadriel, they had always been his like-minded comrades in arms. But Gandalf didn't care about it. Everyone had their own choices. He would sigh and sigh, but he would never interfere with each other's choices. This is also where he is stronger than Saruman. It is because of this lovable character that Gandalf can eat well in Middle-earth. They agreed. Zhou Yang didn't care about the grievances between Gandalf and the elves. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind stabbing Lothlorien in the back. After all, the elves stabbed him first. Well, Lothlorien's army has already set off. The elves have a special teleportation circle, and the vanguard can reach the dark jungle within 10 days at most. No wonder you are so happy. Zhou Yang nodded, not obsessed with this topic. He asked Gandalf. Gandalf, my weapon was destroyed in a previous battle, and now I want to rebuild a weapon. Do you have any good advice? Rebuild weapons. Gandalf was taken aback. He looked at Zhou Yang and said, "This is the dark jungle, the chassis of the woodland elves, and they have countless weapons in their hands. With your relationship with Thrandu and Legras, you can just ask them for one. I think, in order to repay you, they don't mind giving you the best sword, so you don't need to build your own weapon at all." Zhou Yang shook his head and explained. Gandalf, my abilities are somewhat special, and ordinary swords are not suitable for me. As he said this, he handed the sword to Gandalf and pointed to the nicks and cracks above. Because of my special ability, my strength is very great. Even if I fight against the Balrog, as long as there is no external interference, I am not afraid at all, but this sword can't bear my strength, so I need a sword that can withstand it. The sword of my strength. Besides, you have seen my thunder swordsmanship. Without a suitable sword, the power of the elements cannot exert 100% power at all during the battle. Gandalf carefully observed the weapon in his hand and nodded in agreement. Well, I see. Then, he put the mustache sword above his forehead, rubbed carefully and said, "This is a shaved sword. It's sharp enough, but it's not suitable for you, whether it's hardness or magic conduction." After thinking about it, Gandalf continued. "I already understand your request. Among the weapons made by the ancient High Elves, there is indeed no weapon that is suitable for you. What they pursue is gorgeous and beautiful, and the hardness is far from your requirements. Yes, so I hope you can introduce me to a good craftsman. I will provide the materials, and he will help me build." Zhou Yang nodded. "Nice craftsman." Gandalf got up and paced the palace. After a while, he patted his forehead and said, "I have a solution." Asterisk.